Letco for Tuesday, July 1st. It is Independence Day Eve. Welcome. If you're here, then you're probably here to purchase vinyl. We love vinyl. And I am in the process of pulling some dates. And we're going to be discounting stuff based on straight percentage. And folks, we're going to be cleaning out some crates tonight. I'm all hopped up on Monster. I'm finally well rested for the first time, probably since before I left last week. And we are selling, and we are going to be, it's going to be a fun night. Because I love when we do on sale new vinyl. Because that means we're about to sell a bunch, and then tonight I get to order a bunch more. And I'm working on sorting right now. I'm trying to pull May. I've got our let's see, I've got our 29, I got our 24 crate, I got our 29 crate. Let's see, 29 is going to be anything that was probably 39 or 44 to make it easy. And then I got our straight percentage stuff. That's going to be straight percentage. These are all percentage. Well, these for 29 percentage and 29 and percentage. I got to figure out. Probably do some 20, 25. Make sure everybody hits the like button. I am here. It's going to be on sale new vinyl night. New vintage arrivals. Great auctions. A few new arrivals, but mostly I told everybody a lot of that's going to be coming in next week. Let's see. I'm going to do anything from May. All these. Well, we got a fly problem. I'm going to have to take care of that immediately. 24. So bear with me. I'll at least be able to get us started with this stuff. Let's see. We'll do that as a percentage. 29. You okay, Caden? You heading out, Caden? Thank you, Caden. Okay. My nephew, Caden, just left. He is doing some ABC. It's easy as 1, 2, 3, A, B, C. Welcome, everybody. I am sorting vinyl as I speak. That's a big part of our business, is sorting. We sort stuff here. We sort stuff. That's all we do. We sort. June 18th. I think that's a little too early for a discount, but June 25th isn't. Here we go. And then May, definitely discount, definitely. All this is definitely going on sale today. Wow, look at all these titles. They start with a K and end with a double S. And there's an I in between there. All right, so that's our first full crate of 24.99ers right there, folks. Holy moly, it's going to be some great deals tonight handed out. We are doing on sale new vinyl. I am sorting. My goal is to basically go through everything here. And we're going to put it on sale one way or another. There's going to be 24.99 crates, maybe a couple 29. The 29 stuff was probably stuff that was originally 40 or 45. So big discounts on that. Let's see, what just happened with that Smashing Pumpkins? I'll have to double check these before I officially show them. Make sure when you're on, you've hit the like button on Facebook and YouTube. I just hit it as Chad Williams. I'm going to hit copy link and share and group. And I'm going to go ahead and share it in a couple groups. By the way, I got to make a post. Our group hit 10,000 members over the weekend. 10,000 members and a whole lot of records now. Wow, what a milestone. I got to do a congratulations post. Maybe figure out how to do some kind of giveaway or something in there. to our customers. Maybe not just some random that's in there, but 10,000 people and a whole lot of records now. Wow. What an accomplishment, everybody. Thank you. Amazing. So I am sorting new vinyl right now. I'm going to try to, in one way or another, put everything we have in stock except for brand new stuff, you know, minus a couple of exceptions. Pretty much everything we have. Free up some cash, as we call it in the business world. Old inventory just sitting here, the new vinyl, a lot of it can be reordered later. I order it, and if I can't sell it right away after a month or two, folks, we discount it. I move it. We liquidate it. And some of this I can always order more. Some of it I may not order again for a while because it was slow moving. But it gives y'all a chance to grab some stuff at a great price. And it gives me a chance to finally move some of this stuff. So I'm in the process of sorting it. But 10,000 people now in a whole lot of records. What was that other question that just popped up? I'm kind of looking at the feed right now. I'm definitely multitasking. I need to get everybody on and watching, because whenever I get rolling, it's probably going to get busy immediately if I go into the discount stuff immediately, which I plan on doing. Maybe a couple. We got to go through this first grade of new vinyl, but then we'll take it from there. I got to get the word out. I got to make a post in the group, and then Facebook Live. All right, now I just got to pull up the YouTube video. Maybe I've got an email. We're going to be doing CDs again tonight as well. Hadn't done that in a while. Or I hadn't done that this week yet because I've been out of town. All right, so that's percentage. This is 24. I've almost got this first batch sorted here, everybody. I got to walk through up front and grab some stuff. Wow, that's going to be a quick seller. All right, there's those. Let me see what's in here. Some of this stuff's pretty dang recent. June 19th. We'll give those one more chance. Yeah, this is really new stuff here, unless there's something I over-ordered. You know what? I'll go ahead and mark these down. This is middle of June. We'll mark those down. See, I'm going to go ahead and do some June stuff, which is something I normally don't do. I'm going to go ahead and do some early June, so we might not have as much unless I do early July next month. Let's see, we'll go ahead and toss those in the 24, that in the 24. Yeah, we'll go ahead and let these go. I feel very generous tonight. We might do some crazy stuff. You know, like, whoa, can you believe Chad's doing that? And I'm going to be like, no, I can't believe Chad's doing that. What is Chad thinking? What is Chad doing? This stuff here is just a little bit too new. We might show it again at sticker. Maybe I'll buy it and make me feel better. I'll show that crate. The crate I'm assembling, I'll show it in just a second. It's almost too new to discount. Everybody's going to be like, well, dang, you're discounting that already? Too new. 2 weeks is way too new. Chad could be feeling frisky. Watch out. All right, those are all sorted. June 5th, definitely discount. Yep, here we go. So we'll put that in there. Let's grab this. We're going to do back-to-back those. June 18th. Let's go ahead and do it. June 18th. We'll do that percentage. June 5th. We'll do that on sale. All these are percentage. And then boom, boom, boom. That goes in 29. All this is 24. And these are straight percentage, 44, 46, yeah. Okay, that's done. Golly, we got a lot of inventory. All right, one more here. If everybody's on and watching, let me know where you're watching from. That'll keep everything interesting for a little while. Be sure to go ahead and let me know. It'd be fun to see in the chat, everybody early tonight here, where you're watching from around the world. Probably got some people tuned in up in Canada and probably overseas. Where's Boxall and Biddlecombe? Some of those English names. Our English customers, they're around here somewhere. They are around here somewhere. 24 on all these. Wow, I'm going to mark those down to 24. Holy moly, look out. 24 on those. Holy moly, 24 on that. Oh my gosh, I'm going to mark those down to 24. 24 on that. Are you kidding me? Let's do it. Y'all got to keep cheering me on. You're going to be like, yes, Chad, more. Do more. 24. All over the world. That's a song by ELO. Let's see. Let's get the like button hit over there. We're almost closing in on 20,000 subscribers on YouTube as well. So that would be a major milestone. To me, that's wild seeing that many people following us on YouTube as well in such a short time, it seems like. So there's all that. What else was in here? We might end up having 2 crates of 29. That's going to be 29. That needs to be straight percentage. 29, 29. That's going to be percentage. 29, 29, 29. Let's go ahead and do that for 24. That's going to be crazy for 24, but we're going to do it. And then we got one oddity here. This oddity is this record. And then there's another 29. All right, so actually we'll put that. Yeah, let's say we've got another 29 started now. What's underneath there? Those are just empties. Okay. Those are empties. Percentage. I still got, let me clear out one more and then that'll get us a good start. Okay, but this is pretty recent here, June 24th. Yeah, this stuff's new here. Okay, here we go, June. We'll make those on sale. That needs to be put in a random crate. That's not even, right, Tanner? All right, so all that can be discounted. Where am I going to put it, though? Yeah, let's get another 24 started. All right, so welcome, everybody. If you're just joining the feed, I am sorting vinyl that's going to be on sale. These are 24. We'll go ahead and make those 24. These are 29, 29. We'll make those 29, 29, 24, 24, 24, and 24, and then 24. All right. Y'all are going to be buying stuff at tremendous prices. Quick, John, favorite Wheatus song? Wheatus. I don't know. I don't know either. I had this. I had an LP. Somebody told me to order Wheatus, and I never did sell them. It's right here. Does it look familiar? Wheatus. No. Somebody told me to order this, and then I never could figure out who told me, and I never did sell them. Wheatus. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think it's 90s alternative. So. If it got me and John both stumbled, then it's got to be something pretty deep cut. If it gets me, Paul, John, and Laura stumbled, then it's something really deep cut. If it goes over all 4 of our heads. Because if I don't know it, John knows it. If John doesn't know it, Paul knows it. If Paul doesn't know it, Laura knows it. They see, Laura knows what it is. Teenage Dirtbag. There we go. See, that's going to be on sale tonight. Somebody told me to order that, and we didn't have a sticky note. It was just in the back of my head, and I saw it pop up, and I ordered them, and we never did sell them. So there's that. All right, I've got enough to get us started. I mean, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I got 6, 7 crates of new vinyl already made, and we could do 5 or 6 more. We have a ton of inventory. That's why I'm doing this right now, and that's why I'm putting so much on sale. We have a ton. So let's go ahead and get started. We have live now. I consider John my 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s guru. John is a pro in those eras and decades, absolute pro. I'm probably my specialty 60s and 70s. So let me get this on our story. And this is done. Mike Massey, thank you for the monsters. I actually stopped by the gas station and got 3 earlier. And somebody, is that you, Mike, that sent, I'm assuming it's Mike that sent all those. And now let me make one post in the group right quick. Right here. Let's see. Let's do it from this angle. Right here. Boom. All right. Let's go. Whole lot of records. Was that you, Mike? Thank you. On sale new vinyl clear out tonight on Coletco. We are live right now. All right, boom. Let's get started. So let's put this right here. And there's that. First 2 records are $19.99 on sale. John 5 is $19.99. And Men at Work, Rhythm of Youth, You Can Dance If You Want To. Those are new and sealed, just $19.99. Those were originally $24. That's the cheapest new vinyl I have in stock. Cheapest new vinyl I have in stock. Those right there. That's the first thing I've got. Okay. Here are, let me put those away. That's, I don't know what that is. I forgot. And I don't know what this stuff is really. So let's put that away. And let's see here. So we got John 5 sold for $19.99. Not Men at Work. Men Without Hats. Sorry. Men Without Hats. Thank you. Men Without Hats, Rhythm of Youth. Men Without Hat, Rhythm of Youth. Okay. MoFi Inner Sleeves. No, I did not. I need to, those got solicited to me as a pre-order because they went up and they basically stopped making them. And I've got to put in a major order for them. So they don't ship. They're not shipping, though, till like the fall. They're not shipping, though, till like the fall. All right, so the first sale of the night, $19.99. On sale, John 5. That went to Rick Hall for $19.99. Michael Rudolph second. Ryan Eaton second, third. And then, yeah, so Men Without Hats, Rhythm of Youth is $19.99. Those are on sale, $19.99. And Bill Samus wants a Pink Floyd. Okay? That's so to Bill Samus. I'm about to pull some more from the flip video. There was only one flip video from yesterday. We're about to do that right now. I discovered a whole new crate of Japanese that was under the crate of Japanese from last night. So I'm going to go ahead and start putting some of those up right now. Like the Bright Lights Big City soundtrack. I thought that was pretty cool. We've got it here on Japanese vinyl. It is near mint minus and pristine, and it's a white label promo. And this is a $35 start. There's the LP, there's the insert, there's the Japanese promo sticker, and Bright Lights Big City's a $35 start. All right, so yeah, we are doing on sale new vinyl tonight. The first thing we're going to do, though, on sale new vinyl means some of this is going to be on sale tonight. I think we only got this crate here to go through with sticker, really, and maybe one other because it's a pretty dang good crate of new stuff. Y'all can really help me out by buying some of it at sticker. That'd help me out, make me really happy, right, Tanner? Buying some of it as stickers, some of our new stuff, that would be really helpful. Pink Floyd's $49.99. Let me make sure nobody claimed any from the video. That was a surprise restock from yesterday. Nobody claimed any from the video, so we can sell one to Michael Rudolph, and that leaves one more for $49.99. Bright Lights Big City's a $35 start. So the only thing that sold in here was Meatloaf and Red Hot Chili Peppers. I'll go ahead and pull those right now. Mark Morris got Red Hot Chili Peppers. Thank you, Mark Morris. I still got Moby Play. Moby's a 2LP, $39.99 for Moby. Stevie Ray Vaughan, In Step, a Music on Vinyl remaster for $38.99. And Tanner, I'm going to need, at some point, when you have a chance, a fly swatter. Or I'm going to be bothered for the next 8 hours big time. It's going to kill me if I don't. This thing is swarming around. Next thing we have, or we'll get Otis on it. Otis, you want to come catch this fly? Number of the Beast, remastered, 82, $33.99. I know it's somewhere up front. I would go up front and look, but I feel like I would waste 10 minutes. Miley Cyrus, Younger Now, $29.99. Michael Baker on Stevie Ray Vaughan. That has the great song on it, Crossfire. Stevie Ray Vaughan is sold to Michael Baker. I've got 2 copies here of Nickelback, All the Right Reasons. Nickelback is $33.99. Look at this photograph. So far away, $33.99. And this is Mother Earth's Plantasia. That is $24.99. One left. And Marshall Tucker Band's Greatest Hits, 100% all analog, $33.99. Now, as soon as I said that, probably by the time it gets back here, it'll be gone or disappeared, or Otis will catch it for me. But either way, here's our next auction. This is a OG Aerosmith's Greatest Hits, like Sweet Emotion. This is going to go up for a $15 start. This is Aerosmith's Greatest Hits. The vinyl is superb, and so is the jacket. That's going to go up for a $15 start. We got Weezer, the Green Album, $34.99. $34.99. And then Brandon Jones, if you're watching the live feed, I see where you asked on the video how much was Pink Floyd Pulse. It was $114.99. I'm just now seeing your comment. Beck Odelay is $34.99. Also, Motley Crue, Dr. Feelgood, $33.99. And Meatloaf, Bat Out of Hell. This is sold to Chris Sheridan. Thank you, Chris Sheridan. That is sold to you, $29.99. Thank you. My weapon of choice tonight. Thank you. Oh, there it is. Y'all just saw it on the camera. Did you see that? It hurt. It just took off. There's a fly back here that's about to meet its maker. Bill Samus on Weezer with the Yeah, Yeah song. That is sold to Bill Samus. Aerosmith has a bid for $15. We have Kate Bush, Hounds of Love. Running Up That Hill, A Deal with God, $44.99. That's on colored vinyl. Pearl Jam, Rearview Mirror, Black, Jeremy, Why Go? It's a 2 LP Pearl Jam Greatest Hits. And then here is Pink Floyd Pulse. It's a 4 LP box with a 52-page book. You got to have it. It's $114.99. $114.99. I'm going to reply to Brandon Jones. Get out of here. If I can get this thing to land, there it goes. Did I get it? No, I don't see it, unless it fell down in the crates. If you get a smush fly on your Pink Floyd Pulse box set, that's what happened. I don't see it. No dead bodies, so, all right, maybe it's still alive. Pink Floyd Pulse is $114.99. Also, Pink Floyd Momentary Lapse of Reason, that's $33.99. And the White Stripes Greatest Hits, $36. We have 1 copy of the Division Bell left. We started with 9 last night. There's 1 left for $49.99. If anybody wants the Bright Lights Big City soundtrack, it's a buy it now for $35. It's a buy it now for $35. That's Bright Lights Big City. That's the same thing Ric Flair used to say. Bright lights, big cities. That is Bright Lights soundtrack, $35 start. Aerosmith's at $17, and Michael Rudolph wants Pink Floyd, Momentary Lapse of Reason. Into the distance, a rhythm of black, to the point of no turning back. That's my best David Gilmour impersonation. That is sold to Michael Rudolph, and Brandon does want Pulse. And Brandon, I was just about to reply to your comment. That's a great purchase. You got to have that one. So thank you, Brandon, okay? I'm still going to reply to your comment because somebody might see it and decide that they want one. So let me find that video, and I'll go ahead and reply to your comment too. All right. Let's see here, $114.99. So that was a great crate of new vinyl from yesterday. There's that. And here's all that's left. One more quick read-through. Right now is Aerosmith's Greatest Hits, which is a nice, clean OG copy. Folks, this has Dream On and Sweet Emotion and Walk This Way. The high bid of Stephen Parton for $20. We got Moby Play for $39. We got 2 of those. Stevie Ray Vaughan's $38. Iron Maiden Number of the Beast is $33. Miley Cyrus $29. Nickelback $33. Mother Earth's Plantasia $24. Marshall Tucker $33. Beck Odelay $34. Motley Crue is $33. Kate Bush was was 44, Hounds of Love colored vinyl. Pearl Jam 39, White Stripes 36, and there's the division bell for 49. Our next Japanese pressing is going to go up right now, and that is Yes. This is a good one here. A Japanese Yes, going for the one. Going for the one, yes. It is a Japanese press with inserts. Very, very nice. John Anderson, Steve Howe. Rick Wakeman came back for this album. Has that great track on it, Wondrous Stories. It's in a trifold jacket with Obi. And yes, it's going to go up for a $35 start. And Slicker Van Slyke wants that last division bell. So, folks, we are officially sold out of division bells. All 10 copies are gone. If you want on a waiting list, just let me know. Chad's going to go ahead and try to finish off this can of Monster. Let's get started. All right, I already got 201 people on tonight. We need about 301. So everybody make sure you've hit that like button, especially on Facebook and YouTube. I really need your help there. Really need your help there. I'm going to go ahead and hit the add everyone or top fans tag, and hopefully that tags everybody in the video. Make sure everybody's on and watching. Just 70 likes so far on YouTube or Facebook. We need to get that up there quickly, okay? Quickly. There's that. There's the top fans tag. That popped up quick. And let's go ahead and go through a crate of vintage buy it now best offer, okay? If you decide you want anything in here, let me know. Don't forget, I've already showed a piece of new vinyl tonight that's on sale. Men Without Hats, Rhythm of Youth. You Can Dance If You Want To. That's only $19.99. I'm going to keep it right back here until somebody buys both of them. Surely somebody wants to go back to the 80s with that one. Scully Mack has Errol Smith for 23. Yes is at 35 with Tom Kelly. Yes is at 35 with Tom Kelly. Let's put this right here. And how about we go ahead and get started? Let's go ahead and get started with one of our first crates of new vinyl tonight that's going to be on sale. I've kind of cleared out the path a little bit better over here, John.
All right, as long as I can
get through? Yeah, the maneuvering around here is starting to get pretty frustrating. If I can't get to where I'm trying to get to, I know it's hard for everybody else. We are chipping away at it, though. The more y'all sell, the more space we have cleared up back here. Let's go ahead and go through a buy it now best offer crate of some sort. I think I got a good one picked out back here. We're going to go through this one where you can go ahead and buy them or you can make an offer. It's totally up to you. If you don't go ahead and buy them, they might end up being in a discount crate where they're for sure going to sell. Speaking of discount crates, I'll do the leftovers of that here in a second. I told Tanner I got it posted pretty late, so we'll go ahead and make sure everybody has plenty of time to watch that one. I didn't post the 9 o'clock video to almost 12:30, but it's up and rolling right now. Sure. Yeah, I always keep Pink. There's a certain amount of Pink Floyd albums that I keep in stock. Dark Side of the Moon, Animals, Wish You Were Here, Momentary Lapse of Reason. Just great albums that we just don't constantly have in stock. So Pink Floyd, always a great seller. So here's this. And this is a waiting list now. First person, Stephen Parton. If anybody else wants on there, let me know. We're about to sell the Yes for one bid to Tom Kelly for 35. And now Aerosmith's at 25 with Scully Mack. Everything in this vintage bin is buy it now or best offer. First, Christine McVie. She was in a band called Fleetwood Mac. This is a solo album. It has the original on her sleeve. EX condition, $24.99. Jeff Coleman wants a Men Without Hats. You Can Dance If You Want To. That's $19.99. Make sure that goes in for $19.99. That's sold to Jeff Coleman. Everything in here is best offer, including Boogie with Canned Heat. VG $19.99. Otis is currently staring at me. He was probably trying to figure out who I'm talking to. He's probably like, who is this dude talking to? Boogie with Canned Heat, VG condition, $19.99. The Fortunes, you've got your troubles. Here it comes again. That's VG $9.99. And Zappa, Them or Us. That's one I don't get as often. Frank Zappa is a 2LP gatefold, VG plus $34.99. And the voice is Scott McKenzie. And that is if you're going to San Francisco. Scott McKenzie's VG Plus, $34.99. All right, Tom Kelly, thank you on the yes. Just one bid, $35 for going for the one. Wondrous Stories. Thank you, Tom Kelly. That is sold to you. Let's put that in a new OBI, or excuse me, let's put that in a new sleeve with the OB is what I meant to say. Yes, with the OB, I'm putting it in a new sleeve. And over here, Ryan Eaton's out on Aerosmith, and we may have found our high bidder on that. Let's go ahead and put this right over here. So Errol Smith was a final call to Scully Mack for 25. I think we're done on that one. Joe Cocker's greatest hits. That's in VG condition, $12.99. Huey Lewis Sports. That is EX $17.99, original club copy. And Ella Fitzgerald, a self-titled record, VG Plus $14.99. And Paul Simon, self-titled, VG $9.99. A little bit of cover damage here on the back. Me and Julio down by the schoolyard. The Rolling Stones 12x5, and that is a late 64 mono Gloversville press. VG Plus on the Stones, and that is a dark burgundy mono press, $39.99 on that. And Wishbone Ash Argus. Wishbone Ash is $9.99. All right, Errol Smith is officially sold to Scully Mack for $25. Scully Mack, thank you. That's sold to you for $25.25. Scully Mack, that is sold to you. Let's pause right here with Wishbone Ash, and let's put up some new auctions. And the next new auction I'm going to put up right now is going to be a Japanese pressing, no doubt. And it is going to be a Japanese pressing of Loverboy. Well, I don't know if I've seen this one too often. Loverboy Get Lucky with Everybody's Working for the Weekend. Loverboy is going to go up for a $35 start. Extremely nice vinyl. There's the insert. There's the cover and Obi. $35 star. Huey Lewis is at 14, and that's with Todd Fisher. John McPatriot back on tonight, and he says, go ahead and give me that Wishbone Ash. And Mike Bartlett, you were next on that one. Savoy Brown Hellbound Train, VG condition, $9.99 for a Savoy Brown. And we have Johnny Winter. That's actually a self-titled album. VG condition, $9.99. Loverboy Get Lucky, $35 start on that one. Let's go ahead and put up another one. Usually if you see Loverboy, not too far behind it is this album right here. The Knack, self-titled, My Sharona. And this is going to go up for also a $35 start. Very nice. There's the LP. And there's the Knack. This one has a really cool Obi. It blends in with the cover. $35 start on that. Johnny Winters for $7. Sell that to Michael Rudolph. Thank you. And we have Rotary Connection. That is a 1968 pressing. VG Plus $19.99. And Christine McVie again, this time even a little bit earlier one, the legendary Christine Perfect album. That's VG Plus, $19.99. And Al Green, Living for You. Al Green is in VG Plus condition, $17.99. The Knack does have a bid with Tom Kelly for $35. And Willie Nelson, Country Willie, that's one you don't see as often, EX $12.99. For Willie Nelson, Country Willie. Also, we got, there it is, the Nightly Dose of Asia comes in tonight early. VG Plus, $11.99 there for Asia. Chad's going to take a quick drink of probably the rest of this rehab. As y'all can see, I'm already talking pretty fast. I feel much better than I did last night. I was pretty much dead last night. Feel much better. This is helping a lot. Thank you, Monster. Thank you, Mike Massey. There's that. Very good. All right, Michael Rudolph on the wheelie for 10. Michael, you got it. Thank you. That's so to you. We also have Carole King, Rhymes and Reasons, VG Plus $9.99. Ariel Speedwagon Live, VG $14.99. You get what you play for. The Brothers Johnson was VG Plus $12.99. And What a Wonderful Day for a Daydream. That is by The Love and Spoonful. VG Plus $9.99 on that. Wishbone Ash, I think, is already sold. We already sold that. Yeah, that one's already sold. And then the Grand Wazoo is VG Plus $29.99. Brian Ferry, Roxy Music, Greatest Hits. It's an 86 German press. Now we're into non-check condition stuff. $34.99. Do y'all still see a Sly or a Fly or a Sly? Sly in the Family Stone? Fly in the Family Stone. Fly on the Family Stone. All right, so over here we got the Knack, and that is sold for $35 to Tom Kelly. Another buy it now on that, or another buy it now here is Loverboy Get Lucky. That was a no bid, so you can pick up Everybody's Working for the Weekend. You can pick that up for a bid of $35, a minimum bid on that one. Let's go ahead and do this right here. And next is Michael Rudolph. Says he wants a Daydream for $7. Love and Spoonful sold to Michael Rudolph. Let's go ahead and sleeve up Loverboy. And that is a $35 start. I was told that cover is a back picture of a female. That is a female backside with a male hand. That's what I was told on that cover. I always thought it was just somebody in Loverboy. I always thought it was just one of them, but evidently I was told that is a female model and that's just a male hand there behind it, but I don't know how accurate that is. All right, and then we have Ramniak on Asia. There we go, Ramniak on Asia. And what else do we have? Spoon and Songs on Brothers Johnson. Give me 1 second, I'll read those off to you. Here, we're now into some non-check condition stuff like the Who, Odds and Sods. This has the book with it. It does have a clip corner, $24.99 on that. And we have Spanker Gang, Like to Get to Know You, $19.99 on Spanker Gang. Ringo Stars and Shrink Wrap, Sentimental Journey, $24.99 on that. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and this is an Obi-less one. Actually, you know what? I'll do that later. We got one with and without an Obi, so let me skip that. Here we go. Here's what I'm talking about. All right, next two auctions. Both are Japanese. First one is the Stray Cats. Stray Cats does have an Obi. This is Near Mint Minus and Pristine, self-titled. $35 start. There's that. There's the insert. There's the book. The back cover does have some of that humidity damage. $35 start on that. And then here's Kiss's Rock and Roll Over. They Call Me Dr. Love. Kiss is going to go up for a $35 start. The vinyl, everybody, is absolutely beautiful. Very cool. The Japanese pressing, you get a gatefold jacket, which is unique to the Japanese version. It does have the lyric insert. That is going to go up for a $35 start. So Kiss and Stray Cats is our next two auctions. Sleeker gets Ringo. Thank you, Sleeker Van Slyke. That's so do you. Here, the Beatles Tell All. The Beatles is $19.99. And A Child's Garden of Grass, a pre-legalization comedy. That is $34.99. Also, we got Jerry Clower, Runaway Truck. Jerry Clower is live, recorded at the Ralph Emery, McEwen, Tennessee, $14.99. Rod Stewart, Footloose and Fancy Free is $14.99. And Philip Bailey, Chinese Wall, with the Phil Collins duet, Easy Lover, $9.99 on that. And Gordon Lightfoot, Shadows. Gordon Lightfoot is $19.99. And Shaka Khan, Destiny. That's a little bit later one we don't see as often. $9.99. That one's from 1986. $9.99 on that. So Kiss already has bids for $35.35. David Tate came in first. Fred Morris does want a copy of Kate Bush, Hounds of Love from the new vinyl crate. Great. There's now one copy left if anybody else wants that. What Stray Cats is that? It's called Stray Cats. It's Stray Cats by Stray Cats. Vinyl. And is nice. It's complete with inserts. About the only flaw with it, we'll have to give it a VG cover just because of the discoloration on the back. Other than that, it is nice. Over here, we have Paint America Love, Lou Christie Sacco. That's $9.99. And Average White Band, Warmer Communications, $12.99 on that. Michael Rudolph on Shaka Khan for $7. You got it. Thank you. And Benny King's Greatest Hits, $19.99. Stand By Me, $19.99. We have Donna Summer, Greatest Hits on the Radio, Parts 1 and 2, $14.99. And let me go back right quick to the Brothers Johnson. The tracks on this record was requested from somebody, I think Karen. The tracks on this one is Rocket Countdown Blast Off, Ride a Rocket, Mystical, It's Your Girl, Street Wave. And we have Ain't We Funkin' Now, So Won't You Stay, and Blam. That is the Brothers Johnson's tracks. Also, the Supremes, I Hear a Symphony, clean copy. Just a little bit of writing here on the back. No condition notes, $14.99. Amanda Darby, I Will Sell You the Brian Ferry, Roxy Music Greatest Hits for $29. That is sold to Amanda Darby. And Ramniak 10 does want the Donna Summer. That is sold.
There's kind of two of these over there. Do you remember the price?
Yeah. I mean, I can auction one tonight. Yeah. Awesome. Fantastic. Yes. So we got, is it the other one sealed? All right, good. We have B.W. Stevenson, My Maria, $9.99. He was kind of a one-hit wonder. Jimmy McGriff, The Worm. Jimmy McGriff is $24.99. So right now, I can officially say no one bid on the Stray Cat, so I'm going to make it a $35 buy now. And Kiss is up to $40, and that's with Jerry Rock. That is a Japanese pressing, so you're going to get some high-quality vinyl with that one. Really nice jacket. It's a gatefold, just no Obi. Of course, if it did have an Obi, it'd probably be twice as much right now as the bid. Stray Cats is a buy now for $35. What was the band Grass? That was a very popular record. It's one of those old marijuana hippie type deals. It's right here. It is called A Child's Garden of Grass, a pre-legalization comedy. $34.99. All kinds of marijuana stuff on here. The history of marijuana, acquiring marijuana, creativity of marijuana, physical effects of marijuana, psychological effects of marijuana, time and space of marijuana, getting hung up on marijuana, the funniness of marijuana. You listen to this while you're on marijuana and it will tell you even more about marijuana. This is a marijuana record. It looks like it has Charlie Marks' name written all over it. Marijuana, $34.99. Next thing over here is how much was the Benny King. JetBlue, the Benny King Greatest Hits was right here, and that is $19.99. Looks like an early 80s pressing. Early 80s pressing on Atco. Kiss 38, Kiss 41, Kiss 45. Pam Murray, we've already sold Donna Summer. Somebody already bought that as sticker. Paul Catrich on the Stray Cats. Thank you, Paul Catrich. That's sold to you. And Charlie Marks says he'll take the grass for $30. You got it. Next is Trini Lopez. $9.99. Lemon Tree. No, Peter, Paul, and Mary. Right there it is. As featured in Seinfeld. Y'all remember that? Trini Lopez. George says, I'll sing Lemon Tree. No, that's Jerry. He says, I'll sing Lemon Tree. And George says, Peter, Paul, and Mary? And Jerry goes, no, Trini Lopez. Of course, Peter, Paul, and Mary does it too. They also do Puff the Magic Dragon. There had to have been some kind of relation there because some of Trini Lopez's biggest songs were also Peter, Paul, and Mary songs. So there it is. That's as featured in Seinfeld right there. Tippy Toe. That's right. Trini Lopez. There it is. As featured in Seinfeld. Okay, so Kiss is at $48. And Melanie Clausen said she'll take the Lover Boy for a $35 buy it now. And then Kiss is at $50. JetBlue said sold. And JetBlue asked about which one. That was the Benny King, Stand By Me. Now Kiss is at $50. Now we need another Japanese pressing. What is that next Japanese pressing? It's an iconic, extremely popular, and very desirable soundtrack. Grease is the word. This is a $35 start. There is both LPs. There's the Japanese insert. This happens to be a really nice copy, $35 start. I'm actually going to keep this Trini Lopez if no one's buying it. That's going to be pretty cool. I got a little batch going of Seinfeld-related records, so I'm going to buy that one. Shaka Khan is $9.99. What you going to do for me? I'm probably the only most serious Seinfeld collector to be collecting Seinfeld-related mentioned records. Shaka Khan is $9.99, and Average White Band Volume 8 is $12.99. Now Michael makes an offer. I did it. I did the chat effect. As soon as I said I'm going to keep something, an offer comes in. The Bar-Kays Dangerous, $14.99. Michael, if you do want that, I'll sell it to you. I'm sure we can find that record again. Gary Puckett and Union Gap featuring Young Girl. That's on the original Columbia 2i label, $9.99. And Chris and Rita. All fairness, Michael probably had already submitted his offer before I said anything. Chris Christopherson and Rita Coolidge, $14.99. And Kiss is at $53. Grease, I'm looking for a $35 start. And we have Country Joe McDonald, Paradise of an Ocean View, $19.99. Let's sell Shaka Khan to Michael Rudolph for $7. And Michael, I'll go ahead and sell you Trini Lopez as well, okay? I want you to enjoy this, okay? Lemon Tree, so sweet and delicious. There it is. Sean said Chad was quoting Seinfeld here in the concert. I was. Metallica was right in the middle of one, and I was trying to tell Sean about a Seinfeld scene. No, it wasn't during one. During one, my mind was zoned out. The only thing I could think of was that double bass Lars was about to start hitting. The Best of Gary Puckett in the Union Gap. That's $9.99. And Genesis Nursery Crime. Genesis is $19.99. Nursery Crime. Genesis $19.99. Kiss is now at $55. No bid yet on Grease. Looking for a $35 start. What do we have over here? We got a box set from the Ramones. A CD box set. We got a CD box set over here from the Ramones. Let me scan this right quick and get it for a fair starting price. I think this is a $19.99 US. And this is the Ramones. It's called Anthology. Hey, ho, let's go. It comes with a hardback book, and it's a 2-disc set. It has got, let me do the math here, 58 songs. 58 songs on 2 discs with hardback book. The Ramones Anthology, a $10 start. That is now up for bid, a $10 start. Over here, we have Rush, Exit Stage Left, and 81 RCA Music Club beautiful condition. $64.99 on Rush, and Wishbone Ash double live album, 2LP, $29.99. Grease is near mint minus and pristine. The vinyl is beautiful. The cover, actually, I just now noticed this. The cover has quite a bit of wear on the spine. I just now noticed that. It kind of it was almost camouflage there. But yeah, typical Japanese quality except for the spine right here. But the vinyl's beautiful, yes. And over here is a Japanese pressing of Kiss, also near mint. The last bid on Kiss was $55 with David Tate. $55. Do you have the commemorative TV Guide Seinfeld covers? I got a couple you can have. No, I don't have them. I think at some point I've had them. But no, I don't think I have them right now, like put away, I guess I should say. Charlie Marks on Rush for $55. The Grass record did sell. Ramones is at $12. A Ramniak on the Genesis, and lots of bids on the Ramones. I try to be careful collecting too much, like with Seinfeld, you know, there's all kinds of stuff you could collect, books and posters and magazines and magazine covers they were on. So if I get something in a collection, I might take it home, but I usually try to be careful. I'm trying to get all their autographs right now, which has been a challenge for Jerry and Michael Richards. I've got Elaine's, I've got Julia Louis-Dreyfus, I've got Jason Alexander's, George, but getting Michael Richards don't sign much, and neither does Jerry. And obviously they demand the most money, Jerry and Kramer. So a signed Kramer Funko, that's what I've got. I've got a signed Elaine Funko and a signed George Funko. And I was going to try to get all four of them signed. A signed Michael Richards Funko is like $1,000. And that's like not just people's asking prices. That's what they legit sell for. A signed Kramer Funko is like $1,000. So eventually I'm just going to have to bite the bullet and buy one. But right now it's like, is that something? But man, it's like one of my favorite things ever. So I better go ahead and just get one. Jerry Stiller signed. There's a Jerry Stiller comedy album. I would love one day to try to find one signed. I have the album, but man, trying to find something signed by him on an album is very tough. But he did a couple comedy albums, but that's just scarce. I have the albums and everything. I think Jerry has something on vinyl. There's one thing I got on Discogs, and I searched like Seinfeld on vinyl to see if there was like some kind of, you never know, like some kind of single or something, but not much. I just got another Kramer. It's boxed up over here. I might have to unbox it and show it to y'all. I just got it the other day. Y'all would really like to see it. It's really cool. I hadn't even unboxed it yet. So, okay. So let's go over here to figure out where we're at on these auctions. The last thing I had was Kiss was a new bid with Oso Adventure, and that was $56. David Tate, you're out. Oso Adventure has Kiss for $56. The CD is at $26 with Susie Breedlove, the Ramones anthology. And I don't think anybody technically bid on Grease, right? No bids came in on Grease. Let's make that a buy it now for $35. No bid. It does have some spine wear, but everything else is nice. $35 buy it now on that. Complete Japanese pressing with Obi. $35 on that. Let's go ahead and tag that and put it away. Okay. Earth Legendary Lost Tapes. We will make a note of that right now for Danny Thomason. Earth Legendary Lost Tapes. I spent today, this morning, I came back to the store. I cleaned out my email. I got a list of pre-orders, and I'm ready to restart this week, posting pre-orders on a regular basis. I've got all my email solicitations copied and wrote down and printed, and we are ready to go. There's a lot of stuff coming out here in the next couple months. We have got to get the pre-orders up and get them posted. There is so much cool new stuff coming out. Kiss is still getting bids, and final call on the Ramones box, 26 with Susie Breedlove. This is a buy it now best offer crate very quickly. Christine McVie. Everything in here is buy it now best offer. Make sure you've hit the like button on Facebook and YouTube. We're about to get into on sale new vinyl. I've already got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 crates made up, and I can go through 3, 6, 9 more to make even more. I've already got 8 crates. I told Tanner this might be one of those 12 crate top nights, because if we're not going through new arrivals, best offer, or half off, vintage stuff, or a lower crate, we're going to be doing on sale new vinyl. Right now, this is buy it now or best offer vintage title. Christine McVie was EX24.99. Boogie with canned heat. That is VG $19.99. Boogie with canned heat. That one is, does this one have, let's see, which one's on here? Maybe I'm thinking about a different album. On the Road Again. That's a pretty good song from Canned Heat there on that one. Also, we have The Fortunes, VG $9.99. Laura's here. She's finishing up on our auctions right now. Oso Adventure, you're out on Kiss. David Tate has it for $58. Speaking of Japanese pressings, let's go ahead and get another one up. And the next one I have is right here, and that is HSAS. Sammy Hagar, Neil Sean, Shreve, HSAS, Through the Fire, and Kenny Arison. The vinyl's near mint minus and pristine. There's the insert. There is the cover. There's the other insert. And this one actually comes with a poster. Very cool. Where's our Van Halen fans? I know y'all usually buy Sammy Hagar stuff too. Take a look at this. It does have the poster with it. Sammy Hagar, Through the Fire. Let's go to our top cam. Look at that. How cool is that? Neil Sean, Sammy Hagar, Through the Fire. Complete Japanese pressing with poster. Near mint minus and pristine. A $35 start. That is now up for bid. What is the tracks on Christine McVie? Give me 1 second. I'll read those off. I got to make sure Oso is done on Kiss. And let's go ahead and sell the Ramones box. That is sold to Susie Breedlove for $26. Also, we had Zappa. That was VG Plus $34.99. Scott McKenzie, if you're going to San Francisco, $14.99. Joe Cocker's Greatest Hits, VG $12.99. With a little help from my friends. Ella Fitzgerald, VG Plus $14.99. Paul Simon was VG $9.99. The Stones was a mono copy. VG Plus $39.99. Also Savoy Brown Hellbound Train, VG $9.99, and Rotary Connection VG Plus $19.99. There is some cover damage. The cover's like slightly bowed. The Rotary Connection, there's Oso. What's Kiss at? Kiss is at $58. It's all up to you. It's all up to you. It's at $58. Now he says he's at $59. David Tate, you're out. There's another Christine McVie album. The legendary Christine Perfect album. VG Plus $19.99 on that. Al Green, VG Plus $17.99. Carole King, VG Plus $9.99. REO Speedwagon, that is VG $14.99. Joe Cocker is sold for $7 to Stephen Parton. Stephen, I'll go ahead and sell that to you. The Grand Wazoo, VG Plus $29.99. Now Kiss is at $65. Now Oso, you've been outbid. Now we're in the non-check condition stuff. The Who is $24.99. Spanking Our Gang is $19.99. The Beatles is $19.99. And Jerry Clower, Runaway Truck. Jerry Clower, comedy record there, $14.99. Leslie on REO for $10. Let's sell that to Leslie for $10. Final call on HSAS. Let's put up another box set right quick. And this is a CD box set. Let me get a nice comp on it here for you. And by the way, first of the month, we're doing on sale new vinyl. It's that time of the month. Over here is this, and this is, I really don't know what to start it. It's Chicago, the studio album collection, and this is the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, the first 10 albums. Some of my favorite stuff there. Look at that. It is a how many CD box set? It is several. They're all mini albums. A $15 start. How many albums is that? Or how many discs? I don't know how many discs, but there's 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 albums. They might have condensed some of that on one. You know, this was a double album. It's one CD. Yeah, they're all on one CD, so there's probably 9 discs there. Chicago CD box set, the studio albums, $15 start. That is 69 to 78, okay? Over here, Kiss 60, now 65, Oso's out, REO 10, Arnold Adams on RS for 15. Which one was RS, Arnold? RS, and then CD 15, CD 20. And I'm assuming that's for Chicago. Rod Stewart was $14.99. Philip Bailey, $9.99 with Easy Lover. Gordon Lightfoot, $19.99 for Shadows. Pain American Love, $9.99. 12-inch singles. As just whenever John finds them, you know, it's kind of our back room is a mystery. You never know what we're going to find back there. It's always a mystery. Average white band is $12.99. Warmer Communications. The Brothers Johnson's VG Plus $12.99. The Supremes, I Hear a Symphony, is $14.99. The Supremes, Classic Motown. My Maria, B.W. Stevenson, $9.99. We have Jimmy McGriff, The Worm, that's $24.99. And Average white band again, Volume 8, $12.99. All right. So Kiss is sold to David Tate for $65. A Japanese pressing, very nice. And HSAS is a buy it now for $35. That is complete with poster and inserts, near mint and minus, with shrink and Obi. HSAS is just a $35 buy it now. $35 buy it now on that. The Chicago CD box set is at $25. Jerry Metal Guy Guerrera says he'll do $8 on the Philip Bailey. Thank you. Now, Jerry, you bought from us before, right? And Jason Short picking up the HSAS for $35, complete with the Hagar poster. Very cool. That's going to go right in here. I've been listening to Pantera, so I'm in a very aggressive mood tonight. Mouth of War. Blankety blank F. Asterisk, 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 ING hostile. That is sold to Jason Short for $35. And then the Barkays, Dangerous. The Barkays in shrink includes Freak Show, Dance Dance, and Dirty Dancer, $14.99. Gary Puckett's $9.99 with Young Girl. Somebody asked earlier about Chris Christopherson. I did not ask him, or I did not answer him. Chris and Rita is $14.99. Sorry for whoever asked. I forgot, and when I seen it, I just remembered. Darren Chrisman on the Fortunes for $8. Thank you, Darren Chrisman. That's sold to you. And Country Joe McDonald's $19.99. Paradise of an Ocean View, Gary Puckett's $9.99, and Wishbone Ash double live dates $29.99. Now we have that's probably the most thorough, best offer crate I've ever been through. So we've went through both of those 2 times. And Chicago is at $28 with Travis Woods. That's a new bid on the Chicago box set. William APM said he would do $18 on the McGriff. Sold to William APM. You got it. Next auction. This is pretty sweet here. Awfully early to be putting up something like this. How about the Runaways with Obi? Queens of Noise. There they are. The Runaways. Blue Mercury label, Japanese pressing, pristine. A $45 start with Obi, a gatefold jacket. Has the insert with it. Always a cool insert poster here. They're in front of the Elton John Captain Fantastic pinball machine, which I've had multiple opportunities to buy, and I don't know why I still hadn't got one. But there's that, a $45 start. Robbie's out on Chicago, so Travis, that's yours right now for $28. It is a final call. The Stones for $25. Let's sell that right here. That was this to Kristen Barnett. And Jeff Coleman said 10 on Jerry Clower. Anybody else, this crate's going away. We're going to go ahead and sell the Who to William Howe for 18. Now some stuff's being chipped away. It always happens right there at the end. If not, you may see these later in another discount bin. You might see them in a half-off bin. But if you definitely want something right now, you might want to go ahead and grab it. We've got so much new vinyl on sale to go through. We better get started right now with the first crate. So I've got crates sorted 3 different ways, 24, 29, and then a straight percentage. And the straight percentage will probably be 20% off. And that's what most of these equivalent to, sometimes 25. And some of them were 39, and I've got them for 25. So that's, probably much more than 25% or more than 25%. So we'll get started with those right now. Let me take this off. This can get very busy if all the right people's on it can. It usually is. So hope everybody's got their fingers ready. Most of the stuff you're about to see me sell is probably being sold at cost or below my cost. So some of it is just ridiculous to be seen at that price. I'll go ahead and tell you right now, there's some stuff I'm like, what am I doing? But I get pretty excited doing this. It's frees up a lot of space for us. It frees up capital, and it kind of reminds me of what not to order again. Or maybe we get down to 1 copy. I tell y'all about the 1 copy theory. We get down to 1 copy of something, and it just doesn't sell. And it literally takes me putting it on sale to sell it, and then I can order more, and then they'll pop back up, and they'll start getting claimed. So here we go. The 1, or sometimes 2, the 1 and 2 theory. 1 and 2 theory. All right, what's the Chicago at? It's at $28. The studio album collection, 9 studio albums from Chicago. I was about to sell it. Somebody just asked the bid. It's a final call to Travis Woods for 28, and the Runaways has one bid for 45. Queens of Noise, a Japanese pressing, 45 on that. Let's go ahead and grab this Alice Cooper record. Laura's got some cool stuff tagged for us tonight. Here is Raise Your Fist and Yell. Now, usually we got 45 or 50 auctions. The Hot Picture only had about 15 or maybe 9. I don't even really know, but just a small portion of tonight's auctions are advertised. All the Japanese stuff is surprised. So probably for starting right now for about the next 5 hours, all the auctions are going to be total surprises except for the few that was in the Hot Picture. And here's the first. Alice Cooper is a 1987 USOG with insert EX condition. Alice Cooper is a $30 start. Raise Your Fist and Yell. That's up. And then Chicago is sold for $28. There's also the Curse record theory. Bought, not paid for, then discontinued, put back, and sits around for months. That's true. And those we really have to discount. So we've already actually shown 2 titles, and that was the stuff that was $19.99. We sold John 5, and here's my only copy left of Men Without Hats, Rhythm of Youth. It's $19.99. That's the only thing I've shown tonight. Everything in this crate is easy peasy. It's all $24.99. Everything in here, $24.99 each. Here's what I have. Steve Earle, Copperhead Road, $24.99, new and sealed. That was $33.99. Speaking of Hatchet Ed, he told me today he's got 5 crates lined up for Friday night. 5 crates lined up for Hatchet Ed Friday night. He sent out some final reminders today. So make sure if you have a bill outstanding, then you've paid it, especially if it's more than 2 weeks old. More than 2 weeks old, make sure you're paid up because Ed has sent out some final reminders. Okay, Steve Earle is sold to David Tate for $24.99. That's sold to David Tate. And we have Ghost, and this is called Skeletor. That is their newest album. I'm down to 2 copies, probably after selling I don't know how many. We sold a bunch of this new Ghost. These are just victims of Hatchet Ed crates. These are pre-orders that didn't get paid for from new people. It's $24.99. Purple Violet, $24.99. Now, most of y'all, 99% of y'all probably watching are great about paying. There's no problems, nothing to worry about. There's some people that don't communicate well enough with Ed, that are relatively new and we don't hear back from them. That's usually the stuff we end up canceling. Most of y'all pay accurately, quickly, promptly, and we have no problems. It's a few people that maybe we've just lost communication with. We don't like losing communication. If you don't let Ed know that, you need some extra time, then we're probably going to have to cancel your orders. But if you let Ed know, don't worry, it won't be a problem. All right, the Runaways is sold, and that just got one bid to Ivan R for $45. Ivan R for $45. Thank you, Ivan R. That was the Runaways. That is sold. Appreciate that. That is gone. That is gone. Let's go ahead and put that right over here. You got Otis in a Otis is if Tanner moves, Otis moves. He's a very well trained, and Ghost is melodic metal. Yeah, Ghost is melodic metal. But Robert, you asked first. If you want it, let me know. This is sold to Nick Galetti and Scott Williams. Now, Scott, if Robert decides he wants one, those goes to him, $24.99. We got Alice Cooper at $42. We got Alice Cooper at $45, okay? So Guy Shard has Alice Cooper for $45. Next over here is Kiss. This is Carnival of Souls, $24.99. Everything in this crate is on sale, new vinyl. These have been around now for almost 2 months. Kiss, I've had 2 copies sitting around for 2 months. No one's bought them a sticker. Can I get somebody bought in at $24.99? Kiss Goes Grunge, $24.99. Let's get another Japanese pressing up. And how about this one here? It's loaded with hits. Mr. Mister. Mr. Mister is a $35 start. It is near mint minus. It has Take, These Broken Wings. It also has Kai Iriri. Mr. Mister is a $35 start. All right, let's go back up here to the top. So Alice Cooper was at $45. And we have Kiss is sold to Brian Reynolds for 24, and Melanie Clausen was next. Those are both gone. I've got 3 George Harrisons. This is a big percentage markdown. These were $38.99. Y'all let me down on one of my favorite artists of all time. They reissued Extra Texture. I ordered 3 copies, and I never have sold a single one. Probably because the OG is very common, but man, a nice, beautiful remaster. They've done the jacket sticker, the die cut lettering. George Harrison's just $24.99. Those were $38.99. So you can pick up Harrison now on sale for $24.99. And Japan, we sold a few of these. This one's been around almost for 2 months, and I have 1 copy left. The last copy theory. Japan Quiet Life, half-speed master on red vinyl, $24.99. All right, so Alice Cooper over here. Guy Shard has it for $50. Everybody else is out, going once, going twice. And guess what? I got another Chicago box set. This time, it's Chicago 1979 to 2008. There's some more studio albums. Man, they've got a lot of material. There's another one, $15 start, $10 start, wherever y'all want to take it. Chicago's up for bid. So we got Japan, we got George Harrison. Also, I've got Duran Duran. And this is one of those deals where when they originally came out, we sold a ton because Duran Duran's catalog was essentially out of print. I saw them in stock. I was like, I'll go ahead and try a couple more. And here they are. And that's a good album. That has some of my favorite songs on it by them. Girls on Film and Planet Earth. Great song, $24.99. All right, so over here we got Michael Rudolph getting to Japan for $24.99. And then Alice Cooper has a new bid for $51. We're not done yet. There's Duran Duran. And here's another George Harrison, this time Dark Horse. Dark Horse is $24.99. That's another George Harrison remaster stereo. We ordered 3. I've sold 1. I know exactly who 2. Jerry Stone. Now we have 2 copies left. And so there's George Harrison. We got Chicago at 15. And now 15. Michael McCullen on a Duran Duran for 24. Final call if you want to get a bit of Mr. for 35. And here's a last copy. I know for sure I've sold these since this has come in. It's just a victim of an old sticker. Almost 2 months old now. Rage Against the Machine, Tanner. $24.99. Rally Ralla Family. $24.99. There's Otis. He's rallying around my legs. He's sniffing. We got Slipknot. Unbelievable. I think this was a special request, and then I ordered an extra copy, and look what's here. The last copy, almost 2 months old now, was $36.99, now $24. That is rarely discounted. Rage Against the Machine, are you kidding me? Stephen Parton was first on that one. Christy Barnett second, then Aaron Civic. Some of these I'm only going to have one of. Some of these I'm only going to have one, and that's the only one I can get for that price. Will I have more in a couple weeks at the original sticker? Probably. But right now, these are $24.99. Here's Rat, Dancing Undercover. This one's an old sticker, May 25th, probably from a Hatchet Ed crate. Now just $24.99. Glenn Kesey's going to pick up the Slipknot, though. That's sold to Glenn Kesey. I still got a Duran Duran left, Planet Earth. Where are we over here on Chicago? Susie has it for $25. Where are we on Alice Cooper? Guy Shard has it for $55. That's another final call. Paul Catrich, it's up to you. And now the CD's at $28. Mr. did not get a bid. A Japanese and 80s classic. Take These Broken Wings. Beautiful to have on Japanese vinyl. A $35 buy it now there. $35 buy it now on Mr. Folks, this is crate number 1 of 8 I've already got made up tonight. And I have a feeling we'll be able to sell almost everything in these crates. And then I've got the stuff left over from the last crate. From the last time we did this, I'm going to try to discount those even more. Rad is sold to David Tate. Everything in here is $24.99. I'll keep it very easy. Everything in this crate is $24.99 on sale. This is another crazy one. Do what? Alan Jackson's Greatest Hits, victim of an old sticker, $24.99, the Greatest Hits collection. I keep my system very thorough, though. I go by these stickers, even if I've ordered more since then. If it has an old sticker, it's going on sale. That's a 2 LP, Chattahoochee. Also, I got Tears for Fears, The Hurting. And, I've grabbed 2 records. I'll show them both at the same time. Kiss is $24 and Tears for Fears is $24. Lick It Up and The Hurting. I haven't had an OG copy of The Hurting in months, maybe a year. But there's 2 Kiss. These are also been here for about 2 months. Tears for Fears, and Kiss. There's 3 that should definitely sell. The Ramones is already sold. That was a CD box set. Already sold for tonight. Let's go back up here to the top. Travis Wood had the CD for $28. Susie went out. That sold to Travis Wood. He got the other one as well. That's fitting. That sold to him for $28. Guy Shard, you get Alice Cooper for $55. And now Amanda Darby was first on Alan Jackson for $24.99. Tony Clem was first on Kiss for $24.99. Brian Call second. Scully Mack third. Danny Thomason fourth. Ryan Eaton fifth. Alan Smith got Tears for Fears. And that is sold. Next is what? The Smiths, The Queen is Dead for $24.99. The Smiths, The Queen is Dead. Wild. Next thing I have over here is more auctions. What do we have? What do we have? I've got going up for bid right now. Let's see what's going on with this copy of Little Feet Laura has tagged here. Ooh, it's a white label promo. Some of these have sold for as much as $175. Little Feet self-titled. This is a 1971 USOG, a white label promo with the original company inner sleeve from Warner Brothers. It's in VG condition, and we're going to put that up for a $30 start. That's a white label promo copy of Little Feet. $30 start on that. Brian Call was first on the Smiths, $24.99. And one more, I should be ashamed of myself for putting this artist on sale. Rush, Caress of Steel. I've only got one, and we've already filled up our first crate tonight. And folks, that's crate number 1 of many. E Pluribus crates. E Pluribus unum crates. And here comes Otis. He's got his water bowl, Tanner. He's got his little keychain water bowl. I think that's a sign. He's thirsty, yes. He has brought it to me, and then he took it back up the ramp. So Otis is trying to say, yo, I need some water, dog. He called me a dog. Otis, you dog. There he is. Tanner's, there you go. He dropped it right here at my feet. He knows what he's doing, doesn't he? Oh, man. If we get through here. These are Japanese, if you need to take them out. Okay, and then, so what happened here? The Smiths went to Brian Call, Robert Johnson second, Alan Smith third. We're right in the hot and the heavy in a new vinyl crate. Brian Call also got Rush. Little Feet has a bid for $30. Russell next on Rush, then Dennis Daly. What could be next? What in the world? $24.99 for Jimmy Page and the Black Crowes, but this has been here since April 28th. That seems pretty crazy. Jimmy Page and the Black Crowes, one copy, $24.99. That is black vinyl. And one copy of Beck Hyperspace. Beck is $24.99. And Blackberry Smoke, Like an Arrow. 3 in a row there, all $24.99. $24.99 on all those. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It's another Japanese pressing, and this time it's going to be a Jeff Beck that I don't recognize. What is this Jeff Beck title? I don't know. We're about to find out together. The Best of Jeff Beck. Interesting. Japanese pressing. The vinyl is exactly what you would expect. Near mint minus and pristine with insert. There's the Obi. I don't think I've had that one before. The Best of Jeff Beck. That's going to go up for $35. Everything in here is $24.99, and that includes Ivan R. on Zoso, Jimmy Page and the Black Crowes, Kristen Barnett second, Oso third, Edwin fourth, Warren Hardin fifth, Scott Dwallow sixth. And then what Beck, and then Scully Mack wants Blackberry Smoke. Okay, and then maybe they're claiming Beck. I forgot we got a Beck in the bin. Glenn Kesey says, what Beck? Hyperspace. Glenn, that's yours if you want it, and if not, I think Alan Smith does. Let's show 3 more $24.99 records. The Beatles Revolver, are you kidding me? A stereo remaster. Johnny Cash, what volume is this? Volume 2, are you kidding me? That's been around, though, for 2 months. I don't know how, but that particular volume's been around for almost 2 months. And then NWA, Straight Outta Compton. Straight Outta Compton. We Love the Police. $24.99, NWA. All right, so he passes on Beck. So Alan Smith, you do get Beck Hyperspace for $24.99. This is a white label promo of Little Feet, and Mr. Blood Vessel has it for $35. Tommy Flowers, just FYI, Chasing Heart, you have been outbid. There is a bid for $35. The next thing we had was Ryan Eaton put Best, and Ryan Eaton Best was for the Beatles. Yes, Best, is that right, Ryan Eaton? Best for Beatles. They are the best, right? $24.99. And then JetBlue was potentially next. JetBlue was first, though, on NWA. Remind me one more time who you are, JetBlue. Remind me one more time who you are. But you get NWA. And then Jetstream put Rev, and that was probably for Revolver, so you were probably third. Brandon Lack second on NWA. Little Feats at 32. There was already a bid for 35. What Johnny Cash? That's Volume 2 Unchained. Kristen asked. Moses definitely went ahead and got one. And then Kenny next on NWA. Mark next on NWA. And Janet Gray. I'll just say that for whoever's watching. Janet Gray is JetBlue. And there's one Johnny Cash for whoever wants it. Guess what? Another George Harrison. That's the only thing left in here. George Harrison, 33 1/3, $24.99. Another remaster stereo analog, $24.99. So just a quick recap on what's left so far. We have one Duran Duran self-titled left and Johnny Cash American 2 Unchained. Now, that leaves just George Harrison. The original 3 copies I ordered of that. The original 3 copies I ordered of Extra Texture. And I sold one, and I have 2 left of Dark Horse. Only thing left in there is George Harrison. Those are available. And then the best of Beck back here, the Japanese pressing, I'm looking for a $35 start. Now Little Feat's at $37. In the $24.99 bin, Lucero, 2 LP, Lucero self-titled, $24.99. Has everybody hit the like button on Facebook? Has everybody hit the like button on YouTube? I'd greatly appreciate it. We have Miley Cyrus's newest album. We're down to 1 copy, and that's it. Something Beautiful, $24.99, and no doubt Tragic Kingdom. I know for sure I've ordered those and sold them since 2 months ago. That's just a stray copy type deal, $24.99 on that. Guess what? I've got another Chicago box set, and this one's really cool. This is the complete Carnegie Hall, and it's pretty much a replica just like the original vinyl box. It's got all the extras. Really, really cool. The Chicago Carnegie Hall set. It's got embossed lettering. That's a really good one there. $15 start. It has, look at all the stuff that comes with it. Chicago Carnegie Hall volumes 1, 2, 3, and 4. $15 start on Chicago. Back here at the top, Little Feat 37, we got JetBlue on Miley Cyrus. That is sold to JetBlue. Alan Smith on Johnny Cash. John Smetzer on No Doubt, then Kenny Stanley, then Paul Catridge, then Oso Adventure, then Scott Dwallow, and that just leaves Lucero there. I've got one Gorilla Song Machine, that's $24.99, and I've got TV on the Radio, Return to Cookie Mountain. I'm pretty sure this was a special order for a couple people, and I ordered 1 extra and maybe 2, and that's the only one that's left. Also, crazy to see this on sale, but it's been here about a month. Back to the Future. Huey Lewis, it's The Power of Love, $24.99. Macho Man Randy Savage, Be a Man, that's $24.99. Orange vinyl. And Flesh God Apocalypse Opera, copper and black marble vinyl, $24.99 on Flesh God Apocalypse, okay? Little Feat's moving to a final call, $37. I haven't heard back from the other bidders. I am going to go ahead and sell the best of Jeff Beck for a $35 buy now, if anybody wants that. Laura has officially delivered all the auctions tonight. Nice. So we're going to have some great stuff to go through. Right now, tonight's a big night. If you hadn't heard, on sale new vinyl. If you hadn't already, please make sure you have hit the like button on Facebook and YouTube. I'd greatly appreciate that. Chad's all hopped up on Monsters. I'm feeling pretty good. Macho Man sold to Brandon for $24.99. Danny Thomason was second. I've got 2 of Bootsy Collins, Bootsy's Rubber Band, a music on vinyl pressing, limited and numbered, now just $24.99. And Mayhem, unbelievable, Live and Ski. I think I ordered 3, we sold 1, and now there's 2 left, $24.99. Now Chicago's at $23. Now we need another Japanese pressing. What better than a UFO I've never seen before? Whoa! This is a really cool copy. I'm assuming it's missing the obi. However, I have seen some Japanese pressings that are promos that don't have obis, because sometimes the obi was not included. But how cool is this? UFO high-level cut. I've never seen this before, and it's on green vinyl. UFO high-level cut, a promo copy on green vinyl. Never seen this before. It is going to go up for a $35 start. UFO high-level cut on green vinyl. That's now up for bid. Now up for bid. All right, what's happened over here? Little Feat 40, CD 23. Ivan R. on Bootsy for 24. Matthew Sebastian on Bootsy for 24. Danny on Mayhem for 24. Warren Harden on Gorillas for 24. JH next on Bootsy. Chicago 25. and Danny wants to put back Mayhem. That's only a $25,000 restocking fee. Danny said, no problem for me. I'm a high roller. Little Feet over here is at 40 with Mr. Blood Vessel, and the Chicago box set's at 28. Our first crate of new vinyl has the following left. If anybody wants anything out of here, now's the time. If not, I might go ahead and try to slip in a quick crate of new arrival vintage, best new arrival check condition stuff. And then we're going to go through more. We've got a bunch to go through. We're just getting started. UFOs at 35. So the first chunk of the crate's pretty easy. The first thing we got is Dark Horse, Extra Texture, and 33 1/3. These are all George Harrison new remasters that have recently come out, really about 2 months ago, and they're $24.99 each. Y'all are making me sad. No fans of George Harrison. Unbelievable. Laura's shaking her head too. It's like, what is going on? I'm assuming one of two things. There's nobody that wants them, or everybody's just making really bad decisions right now. And I need you to turn around your life and make a good decision. Man, when you buy this record, when you wake up in the morning, you're going to look yourself in the mirror and go, yes, I'm a better person now. I bought a George Harrison remastered on sale from Chad last night. I now can go out in the world and be a better person and do better things. I feel better. I'm accomplished. And the first person on the wagon with me is Michael Butler. He wants one of each. That's what I'm talking about. When Michael wakes up in the morning, he's going to look himself in the mirror and say, yes, I've done something great. I have purchased the George Harrison albums that were on sale last night from Chad. I'm a better person. I feel good. I feel great, honestly. Karen Robbins says, give me a 33 1/3. Y'all have a chance right now to buy at least a set. There's 2 copies of Extra Texture. There's some other claims. Mark Stanley wants that last Johnny Cash we had. Mark, that's already been sold. Somebody already got that. Or did I already pull it for you? No, that's already been sold. There's no Johnny Cash left, right? Yeah, there was no Johnny Cash left. If I accidentally put it in the sold bin, then it needs to go to Mark Stanley. But I think somebody already got that. Okay, and then Brad Waite's got the Back to the Future. Thank God. I was worried about the history of the world, the future of the world, and the history. We're going to have to go back to the future and fix things. That's sold to Brad Waite's. Out on UFO. UFO's at 52, 55, and 57. Okay? Now, where are we on Little Feet? The last bit on Little Feet that came in was a final call to Mr. Blood Vessel for $40. It's a white label promo. UFO's now at $64. Chicago's at $29. So Cash is already sold. I had 2 copies. There's 2 copies in the sold bin. Let me go back up and I think I can still find it on my screen. Honestly, yeah, it was Alan Smith. Moses E. and Alan Smith. Yeah, Cash is already sold out. They're already gone. Okay, that means there's only 1 Duran Duran left for $24.99. 1 Lucero left. TV on the Radio, Return to Cookie Mountain. Flesh God Apocalypse, Copper and Black Marble Vinyl, and Mayhem. That's all that's left in the first bin for $24.99. Okay, our auction number 1 that's getting the most activity is High Level Cut UFO. This is a white label promo Japanese copy on yellow vinyl. White label promo Japanese yellow, excuse me, that's green, Chad. Green vinyl UFO High Level Cut. That just got a new bid for $70. This is Chicago at Carnegie Hall. Travis Woods has it for $30. Justin Deckelman wants Flesh God Apocalypse. A little bit of metal slipped in there. All right, final call. I've done my best sales pitch on George Harrison. I sold 4. Steve Lackey on Mayhem. That helped me out a lot. And if you're just hopping on, this was crate number 1 of 4 of $24.99 stuff I've already made up. And I'm going to be making more before the end of the night. But this is going to keep us busy for a while. All right, thank you. Do y'all remember that guy? They used to sell cards on TV. He just recently passed away. He's my idol, Tanner. That guy. I've gone into some of his sales pitches before. You know why you need to buy these right now? Because you're not a loser. Okay, let's go over here to John's cart and see what else we have over here. I think we're about to go through some new check condition stuff, or just a new crate right quick. Man, he's put out some. I just kind of flipped through this. Uh-oh, has he put out his 4th of July records? I just seen maybe a couple. It's that time of the year for John to put out his 4th of July records. Here we go. We're going to go through a whole crate of check condition stuff. You know what? I'm not even going to peek in it. I'm just going to bring it over. I kind of thumbed through it, but I'm going to be just as surprised as y'all are, as usual. Don West, maybe. I have no idea, honestly. He was really high energy. He'd sell those, 88 Donruss and tell everybody they were going to be worth $1 billion. Actually, some of that stuff on there they sold it was really good deals back in the day. I remember I saw somebody post a screenshot the other day. They had like legit Upper Deck signed Michael Jordan stuff at one time on there, which was it was expensive back then, but it would be at a steal now. Okay, so over here we got Chicago. This is sold to Travis Woods for $30, and Little Feet is sold to Mr. Blood Vessel. Now, I know you've bought from us before, maybe under a different name, right? This is sold over on YouTube to Mr. Blood Vessel, and that was for $40. This white label promo, okay? High level cut, UFO is the final call to George Sambarez for $70. Final call to George Sambarez for $70. All right, there's that. New arrivals check condition. Let's go ahead and get started. Great start. Iggy Pop, blah, blah, blah. 1986 EMW press, VG Plus $29.99. It does have the original on the sleeve. What a great place to start. Iggy Pop. How about the Mahavishnu Orchestra, the Intermounting Flame, VG Plus $17.99. We have Orpheus Ascending. This is VG Plus $17.99. Boston, Don't Look Back, VG Plus $24.99. Head East Self-Titled, VG Plus $14.99. And Jay Giles Band Live, Full House, VG Plus $9.99. And the Monkeys Headquarters, original Mono Colgems Press, VG $9.99. Okay, he's under Mr. Blood Vessel. You got it. Thank you, George Sambarez. UFO is sold to you for $70. Thank you, George. That's sold to you. Green vinyl promo. Very nice, very nice. That is sold. Oh, I know what else we can do tonight, Tanner. Ed's damaged inventory. I reached out to both of my sales rep. We just got to restart again because most of that's now too late for us to send back. There's a couple things that we have a green light on, but I know where it is. But if you can bring it even closer to me, I'd greatly appreciate it. We'll see if Tanner can actually help out a brother. We got Mike Bartlett on the Monkeys. That is sold to Mike Bartlett. Iggy Pop over here, VG Plus $29.99. That is VG Plus $29.99. Dr. Zebo on Full House. That is Jay Giles. And let's put up some new auctions. But I think y'all like some of the damage inventory too because it'll be on sale. But man, it's just we get so much going on here. We forget to send back damage stuff and it expires. They already cut it out, and we basically have to sell it at cost. If y'all know, when I get stuff in immediately, we just set it aside because we can get our money back on it. So y'all probably going to get some great deals on some bent corners and scene splits tonight. Lead Belly, this is a 1970 USOG compilation. It does have some spine splitting, but that's Lead Belly with guest guitarists Josh White and Sonny Terry, a 1970 OG EX $15 start. That's one of them right there. Yep, that's it. How many more crates?
I think that's it.
This is it? Okay, whole crate full. Well, that's going to be fun. It's good. There, I see some really good titles in there. Baseball card, Don West. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, that sounds right. Okay, in here, this is New Arrivals check condition. Iron Butterfly Live, VG Plus $14.99. And the Hollies, Music and Words by Bob Dylan. VG condition, the Hollies, $9.99. And Styx Paradise Theater, EX $17.99. New check condition stuff here. Our next Japanese pressing, I saw some interest in the Monkees. What if we put up a Japanese pressing? This is their second album, More of the Monkees. I'm a believer. I couldn't leave her if I tried. More of the Monkees is a $35 start. There's the LP. There's the Japanese insert. The cover, the Obi has a couple pieces of tape on the back. There's More of the Monkees. Nice. $35 start on that. Here is the Baby's Head First, VG $9.99. And Captain Beefheart, Dear Spot. This is Captain Beefheart and the Magic Band. Clear Spot. I don't think I've ever seen that one before. Clear Spot. 1972, Captain Beefheart, $29.99. The cover does have quite a bit of damage on it. It's got a lot of creasing on the corners. VG Plus vinyl, but that was one I've never seen before. Over here, Lead Belly has one bid for $15. The Monkees is a $35 start. And guess what we have? Another CD box set, and this time we have something pretty dang incredible here. Let me get a quick confirmation on this one. I'm auctioning some CD box sets as well tonight. Somebody just said a moment ago, this looks like it's going to be a very fun night. It is going to be a very fun night. Thanks for tuning in. Let's put this up. Some of these have sold for as much as $200. This is Queen. These are all 2 CD editions of the albums News of the World, Jazz, The Game, Flash Gordon, and Hot Space. Queen, it looks like it comes with a poster, and these are all 2 CD editions. Flash Gordon, Hot Space, The Game, which I believe has bonus tracks and demos. Yeah, live, different stuff like that. Take 10 demos and live tracks. So that's a total collection of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 2, 4, 5, 10 CDs. 10 CDs. Queen is going to go up for a $25 start. I'm looking at the Discogs page right now. Queen, how nice is that? $25 start. Beefheart is sold to Ivan R. Thank you, Ivan. That's sold to you. Uriah Heep, Sweet Freedom. VG condition, $9.99. U2 live under a blood red sky. U2 is VG $14.99. Over here is Robin Trower, Caravan to Midnight, EX $12.99. And Buffalo Springfield, again, Hello, Mr. Soul. I dropped by to give a reason or something like that. Great song from Buffalo Springfield, EX $29.99. And there's an Alice Cooper, Flush the Fashion. Alice Cooper is in VG condition. It has the original on her sleeve. He's only $14.99. Lead Belly, $15. Lead Belly, $16. Lead Belly, $18. Lead Belly, $18. Queen is a $25 start. Arnold Adams is in. Let's go ahead and make the Monkees a buy it now for a $35 price tag. That is the Monkees. I'm a believer. I couldn't leave her if I tried. Now, if you're just tuning in, we're going through new arrivals. These are new and sealed records, or excuse me, these are new check condition arrivals, not sealed. We've already done 1 crate of on-sale new vinyl. I'm probably going to do at least 8 or 9 more tonight. And I bet we can sell almost everything. Monkees can be bought for a $35 buy it now. Steve Lackey first on the Uriah Heep. That's sold to Steve Lackey. Amanda Darby on the U2 Live Under a Blood Red Sky. That is sold to Amanda Darby. Now Queen's at 30. Jerry Rock on Alice Cooper. Then Danny Thomason. Russell, you were next on Uriah Heep. Now Lead Belly's at 19. How about Buddy Colley's Greatest Hits? That's on the Coral label. VG Plus $29.99. There's Peggy Sue. How about Herman's Hermits? With the hop sticker, Mrs. Brown, you've got a lovely daughter. I'm into something good. That's a good one there. Hop sticker has 2 of their biggest hits on it. I'm into something good. It's a great song. Jackson Brown, Late for the Sky. VG Plus, $9.99. Woke up this morning feeling fine. That's Herman's Hermits there. Mahavishnu Orchestra, Birds of Fire. VG $9.99. And the Aristocats. Wow. The Aristocats, storybook and record from Disney. VG Plus, $19.99. Queen's at $30. And over here, Lead Belly's at $21. Our next Japanese pressing is You Wanted the Best, You Got It. The hottest band in the land. This is Kiss Love Gun. Shock Me. Make Me Feel Better. This is a Japanese pressing. Just like we had on Rock and Roll Over earlier, the vinyl is pristine. No gun, just a Japanese insert and a nice Japanese jacket. Maybe a little bit of a ding up here on the corner. Just a little bit of corner wear. Not really a ding, just some wear. But there it is. Christine 16. Love Gun. That is going to go up for a $35 start. Lead Belly's at 21. The Aristocats is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. Kristen's out on Lover Boy. Curtis Marachi put AT. AT, let me know what that's for, because I don't think there's an AT in here. How much is Herman's Hermits? Chuck, that was EX $9.99. Susie Breedlove next on the Aristocats. Then Brad Waits, Kisses at 35. And Diego wants Maha Vishnu Orchestra. That's sold to Diego. We have Joy to the World, Three Dog Night, Let Me Serenade You. This is VG Plus $14.99. Shambhala, great stuff there. Orpheus is VG Plus $14.99. And we have Humble Pie Smoking. Humble Pie, VG Plus $17.99. Also, Iron Butterfly Heavy, very psychedelic, VG $9.99. And Grand Funk, All the Girls in the World's Beware, VG $9.99. That is Christine 16. Lead Belly. The last bid on Lead Belly is Tim Voldness at 21. We also had Kiss at 35, Kiss at 36. Chuck Haley does want Herman's Hermits. Woke up this morning feeling fine. The Queen box is sold for just $30. Seems like a steal to me. $30, and that was sold to Ivan R., the Queen box set. Sold. Let's go ahead and grab another one. What is the other one you say? Let's grab this one right here. Here is the other one. This is essentially volume 3. All two CD sets. Made in Heaven, Innuendo, The Miracle, Kind of Magic, and Queen the Works. Let's put that one up for a $20 start. Now that's up for bid. Queen CD box set, now up for bid. Scully Mack on Humble Pie and Russell Snedgear on Grand Funk. Those are all sold. Are we done on Lead Belly? The last bid that I called out was Tim Voldness at 21. Are we done on Kiss? The last bid I called out was 36. Surely not. Over here we have Best of the Doobie Brothers. This is VG Plus $9.99. The Cars Greatest Hits. That's VG Plus $24.99. Dr. John in the Right Place. Dr. John's VG $19.99. The Beach Boys is in Shrink Wrap. Friends. VG Plus $26.99. What about Hollywood Drag? That's a cool cover. The Darts. Hot Rod record. That's a 63 mono. 1963. VG Plus $26.99. Beatlemania was just about to set in the United States. Queen has a bid for $20. And the Mamas and Papas deliver. VG Plus $14.99. This cover looks different on the back. I don't know if I've ever seen a cover that looks like this. It looks like something that's been pasted over. See this Mamas and Papas? I don't know if I've seen one. It has like their horoscope signs. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm sure some of y'all have also seen hundreds of these, but I don't remember this back jacket on the Mamas and Papas. $14.99. What is Kiss? It's a Japanese pressing. VIP 6435. Near mint minus and pristine. No Obi, no gun. Very nice though. Queen has a bid for $20. We're going through new arrivals. Great check condition record titles in here. Dr. John, so to Diego Sanchez. Then we're going to be doing a blitz of new vinyl on sale. All the auctions tonight are pretty much surprises, so I wouldn't go anywhere. Great stuff here. Lead Belly sold to Tim Voldness for $21. Next thing we have is the Roaring Silence. That is Manfred Mann with Blinded by the Light. A classic. VG Plus $14.99. Shirley Ellis, The Name Game. I've never seen that before. It's VG $9.99. Shirley Ellis, The Name Game. Also, Strawberry Shortcake and Her Friends, a picture disc. VG Plus $14.99. Joe Bo Bing on the Hot Rod record. That's sold to Joe Bo Bing. And then also Robin Trower, Victims of the Fury. That is EX $17.99 on Robin Trower. And Jigsaw, that has a one-hit wonder known as Sky High on it. VG $9.99. The Queen box, another one for just $20. A 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 CD box set from Queen, just $20 and sold to Arnold Adams. Are we done on Kiss? It has crept up slowly to $38 with Scott Nicholson. Love Gun, that is now with $38. Next is Kelly Vlodarchek on Strawberry. Did we pull the Hot Rod record already? We did. That's so to John Bobing. Next on Strawberry was Michael Reed. Michael Butler on Shirley Ellis, and Susie was third on Strawberry. Here is the Animals. This one is called Animal Tracks. We got to get out of this place. Dear Lord, don't let me be misunderstood. Those are two great songs. VG $9.99. Jeff Coleman on Jigsaw. And now let's go ahead and put up another auction over here. Next thing I have is Lightning Hopkins, Lightning Strikes. Lightning is a 66 OG mono. It does have cover wear and tape on the seams. The vinyl's VG. Lightning Hopkins is going to go up for a $15 start. Now up for bid. Here is America. I've been through the desert on a horse with no name. VG condition. That first track's really good too. Down on the riverside, America's $9.99. Uriah Heep, that's their self-titled album. VG plus $14.99. There's a lot of records in here. I feel like I've already read through 3 crates and we're just halfway through. John had this thing packed. There's probably 70, 80 records in here. Dr. Zebo on the Animals. Jerry Metal Guy Guerrero was second on that one. And we have Richard Betts, and that's Highway Call. Richard Betts is in Shrink, VG plus $19.99. Ozark Mountain Daredevils, this has Ooh Jackie Blue on it. EX condition, $17.99 on that. And we have Utopia, VG $9.99. Oops, Wrong Planet. Of course, with Todd Rundgren. William Howe on America. I've been through the desert. And now we have Love Gun. It is sold for $38 to Scott Nicholson. Love Gun, a beautiful Japanese pressing. Japanese pressing. I thought that one would sell for more. It's done. I'm putting it away. And guess what? I'm going to put up something else, but I'm going to go ahead and show a couple more new arrivals out of this crate. Great new arrival check condition bin. We went through 6 John crates last night. There's 4 over here right now, and I think I can hear Laura in the back getting some stuff ready. She'll have some crates up here too. How about Pat Travers making magic? EX $17.99. Mitch Ryder, all hits. Mitch Ryder's VG plus $9.99, and the Who Hooligans. That's VG $14.99. And Rodney Allen Rippey, Take a Little Easier. Excuse me, Take Life a Little Easier. Never seen that before. It's on Bell Records, VG $9.99. No one's been on Lightning Hopkins, just a $15 start. I'm about to make it a buy it now. It is VG with a VG minus cover. Our next Japanese pressing is going to go up right now. It is a Sammy Hagar. And Sammy Hagar is going to go up for a $35 start. It does have the Obi. It's near mint minus and pristine. It has the Sammy Hagar stickers. But first, let me show you this. There's Sammy. There's the sticker sheet, which is almost like hop stickers. See, they're clear. They basically go on the jacket. It's got the track listing. I've never seen that just like loose like that. Usually they're stuck to the cover. I don't think they came in the U.S. like that. I mean, I have seen like stickers on this, but usually they were on the shrink wrap, right? So Sammy Hagar is a $35 start. Vanilla Fudge, You Keep Me Hanging On. VG plus $14.99 for Vanilla Fudge. That's a classic. We just had the mono remasters of those not too long ago. But there's Vanilla Fudge. Also over here, hold on, give me 1 second. VG plus $14.99. Uriah Heep Sweet Freedom. That's VG plus $14.99. VG plus $14.99. Give me 1 second over here. Is Facebook hung up? Maybe not. Okay, just everybody's being really quiet all of a sudden. David Barwick has Sammy Hagar for $35. Climax Blues Band Flying the Flag. EX $17.99. It's eerie when there's 299 people watching and it goes silent for like 3 minutes. I feel like I'm in the middle of an auditorium and everybody's just like staring at me. I'm like, okay, anybody out there? Is the mic working? We have Robin Trower, In City Dreams. Usually there's something going on. A comment, a remark, a question, an answer, a claim. VG plus $14.99 on Robin Trower. Outside Inside the Tubes. Everybody might be patiently waiting for the new vinyl on sale. Outside Inside the Tubes, $14.99. Nobody been on Lightning Hopkins. That's going to go up for a $15 buy it now. That is Lightning Strikes, Lightning Hopkins. There's everybody. Y'all are still with me. I have a feeling all 299 people on all 5 platforms tonight are just patiently waiting. Sammy Hagar has 1 bid for $35. I'm about to sell it. Uriah Heep Live, EX $22.99. How about Roy Head, Treat Me Right on Scepter Records? It does have a crease right here. Vinyls in VG condition, $9.99. I also have the heavy metal compilation. How cool is that? A 2 LP. It does have a clip corner. EX $34.99. And then over here, we got the Ides of March vehicle. Ides of March is in VG condition, $9.99. Green Warner Brothers label, VG $9.99. We have Donovan Fairy Tale, that's EX $9.99, and we have the Rose Garden, EX $17.99. So here's the update. Nobody bet on Lightning Hopkins records. That might be the first time in the history of me selling records ever that I've put up a Lightning Hopkins record in any grade and did not get a bid. It was a $15 start. And then Brandon Lack offered 10. And then Garrett wants to know what it is. It's called Lightning Strikes. It's a 66 US mono original with cover wear and tape seams, VG condition. Sammy Hagar 36, Sammy Hagar 37. Rod Bryan on Roy. Roy Head, so to Rod Bryan. Jerry Guerrara, everything in here is sticker price. These are new arrivals. They were marked just moments ago, so they're sticker price right now. Sammy Hagar 38, Sammy Hagar 38. Let's go with the routers. That is VG plus $9.99. Also, we got Elton John Rock of the Westies, VG plus $14.99. The Doobie Brothers, One Step Closer, VG plus $9.99. And Captain Beefheart, Top Secret. I've never seen that one before. VG plus $29.99. Now, since I put away Lightning Hopkins, which I thought would bring $25, $30, $35, $40, there has been an offer and 3 claims. So, Brandon, here's what I'll do for you. If you want this, I'll sell it to you for $15. If not, I'm going to sell it possibly to Garrett for $15, Nick Bargeron for $15, Danny Thomason for $15. We'll see who gets it for $15. I thought he would get a bid $20, $25, $30, $35, $40, $45, $50, $55, $60. But it didn't. And Brandon says he'll take it for $15. Now Sammy Hagar is at 38 with David Barwick. Final call on that because Nick Bargeron's out. I'm not going to go through this crate in detail again. It would take about another 20 minutes. Let's go ahead and go into something new. But here is the classic early Queen albums. Another CD box set. You're talking about self-titled, Queen 2, Sheer Heart Attack, Night at the Opera, A Day at the Races. That is a very cool 10 CD Queen box set. Queen 40th anniversary. That's going to go up for a $20 start. All right, so there was 4 people on Lightning Hopkins. After it didn't get a bid, it did sell for $15 to Brandon. Garrett was second, then 2 people after him. All right, so the next question was Pat Travers info. You'll have to give me 1 second. And then Melanie Clausen on Manfred Mann, Blinded by the Light. And then HM, I'll give you $15. Heavy metal is $34.99. That is a very firm price. I'm surprised 2 or 3 people hadn't already claimed it. But first, I'm going to read the titles that's left in here. Let me go ahead and put up another auction. It's a picture disc. Everything in here is sticker price. John just marked all these today. We at least got to give him a chance for sticker. Bob Seger, Stranger in Town, an original picture disc, $15 start on that. Here's what's left. If you need a price, let me know. Mahavishnu Orchestra, Orpheus Ascending, Boston Don't Look Back, Head East Self-Titled, Iggy Pop, Blah, 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 Iron Butterfly Live, The Hollies, the words and music of Bob Dylan, Styx, The Babies Head First, Robin Trower Caravan to Midnight, Buffalo Springfield Again, Buddy Holly's Greatest Hits, Jackson Brown, Three Dog Night's Greatest Hits, just $14.99. Surely, Eddie Guerrera, you won't let $5 keep you from buying this, so you could enjoy some sweet Three Dog Night action. Orpheus, we have Iron Butterfly Heavy, the best of the Doobie Brothers, the Cars Greatest Hits, the Beach Boys Friends, the Mamas and Papas Deliver, Robin Trower Victims of the Fury, Uriah Heep Self-Titled, Richard Betts, that's Highway Call, Ozark Mountain Daredevils, It'll Shine When It Shines. John Bobing wants Boston Don't Look Back. So to John Bobing. How much is Orpheus? Orpheus is VG plus $14.99. How much is Boston? Already sold. Utopia. Pat Travers is called Making Magic. EX Condition, about a VG or VG plus cover, $17.99. Mitch Ryder, VG plus $9.99. The Who Hooligans, VG $14.99. Rodney Allen Reapy, VG $9.99. Take Life a Little Easier. Vanilla Fudge, self-titled. You Keep Me Hanging On, VG plus $14.99. Sherry Darnell says she'll take Three Dog Night, but Gary said he will take it. Okay, he made an offer earlier. He gets it for $15, which is sticker. Ivan R on Iron Butterfly. Now, was that for heavy or was that for Iron Butterfly Live? Let me know on that one. And then Ozark Mountain Daredevils. What was the price on Ozark Mountain Daredevils? That is EX Condition, $17.99. Uriah Heep Sweet Freedom. Climax Blues Bad Flying the Flag. Robin Trower and City Dreams. Outside Inside the Tubes. Uriah Heep Live. Heavy Metals, a 2LP compilation. EX Condition, $34.99. The Allman Brothers. Black Sabbath. Blues Image, Buffalo Springfield, Alice Cooper, Deep Purple, Delaney and Bonnie, The Doors, Eagles, Faces, Foghat, Jay Giles, Go Near Ring, Grateful Dead, Jimi Hendrix, James Gang, Dr. John, Led Zeppelin, MC5, Van Morrison, T-Rex, War, and yes, $34.99 on that. Ivan R wants both. And what was that? That was for Iron Butterfly Heavy and Iron Butterfly Live. Those are all sold. Next over here is a final call. Actually, let's go ahead and sell some of these. The Queen box set sold to Jeff Brent RTO for just $20. Unbelievable. 10. I should have broke those up and sold them individually. That is sold, Jeff. Are you a first-time buyer? If you are, that is sold to you for $20. And make sure you let us know, and we got to get you registered, okay? Scott Dwallow on heavy metal. It took some people to remember what that was. So did Scott Dwallow, $34.99. Kenny Stanley second. What's Sammy at? You got extremely lucky. I'm going to give 60 seconds on it. David Barwick has it for $38. You have exactly 60 seconds to place a bid. It is at $38. I was taking a deep breath to call it sold. And then Bob Seeger. Bob Seeger is at 15, and now it's at 20. Danny, everything in here is sticker price. They actually should be marked more. So let me know if you want this. If not, then Ozark Mountain Daredevils is sold to Bob Reiger. So let me know if you want it. Everything is here sticker price. They should be marked more. I should double the price of all these. This should be a double crate, or wherever price I tell you, it should be twice as much. Ozark Mountain Daredevils. Danny, let me know if you want it. If not, it's sold to Bob Reiger. Next thing is heavy metal. We've already done that. Michael Rudolph wants to know how much Rippy was. Y'all are basically getting paid to buy these. They're so cheap. Next is Rippy. What was the Rippy price? Rippy was right here. Rippy was VG condition, $9.99. Next is Brian DeLon wants Iggy Pop. I'll make sure Robert Barnett doesn't want it. This is a new arrival crate from John. Everything in here is sticker price. If not, then I think they should be 3 times as much. Y'all are basically getting paid to take these. And now Dave Soretin is at $39. Now there's a new bid. I apologize to whoever had the high bid for the longest. I got to take his bid. I had took a deep breath to sell it. Now there's a new bid. And now there's another new bid. And now Sammy Hagar's at 40. And then Michael Rudolph said sold. So he gets Rodney Allen Rippy. That means Brian DeYoung gets Iggy Pop. And that means Danny Thomason gets Ozark Mountain Daredevils. Thank you. Now, here's what's left in here. The Ides of March vehicle, great. Donovan. We got the Rose Garden. We have the Routers. Elton John, Rock of the Westies, the Doobie Brothers, and Captain Beefheart, top secret. Danny says it's killing me. It absolutely kills somebody to pay sticker price. It's just not in their blood. There's some people, they're just like, listen, Chad, I'm going to buy records from you, but if I have to pay sticker price, I'm out. But if it's marked $24.99 and you sell it to me for $24, I'm in. I'm in. But some people's like, dang, Chad, you're killing me. $24.99, no way, but make it $24.98 and I'm in. Orpheus is in VG Plus condition, $14.99. That is Orpheus self-titled. Dave Soretina tried a last-second bump, and then David came right back in, and now I'm selling to David Barwick for $40. Thank you. So I try to sell auctions as quick as possible. If I'm right in the middle of answering 12 questions and something's been sitting back there for 3 minutes and all of a sudden somebody that hadn't been on the feed all night hops on and says, what is the high bid on such and such record? Then I've at least got to give them a chance to bid. If they bid, I've got to take it. If not, and then sometimes I've made a split decision. It's been up for like a long time, and then I'm like, okay, I got to sell it, and then a question will roll in at that same time. Then I'm kind of stuck. That's what happened that time on that Doors record when Mark Fallon showed up. And I was like, man, this puts me in a bad spot. But usually we'll take the bid and then we'll go on. Sometimes I've been like, man, it's been up for like 20 minutes. I got to sell it. So thank you, Dave Soretina, and thank you, David Barwick. Okay, Bob Seeger is sold to Kenneth Dudley for $20. Is that another first-time buyer? Who is the other buyer? RTO, where are they at? Yes, first-time buyer. Jeff Brent, RTO. Make sure you message our page. We need your email address and your mailing address, and then also we need to get a first-time buyer form from somebody else. Who was the other person? Who was the other person? The other person that I think I just sold something to was Kenneth Dudley. If you're a first-time buyer, just say yes, first-time buyer as well, okay? Now, so Jeff Brent and Dave Dudley, those are all first-time buyers. And then how much was Captain Beefheart? How much was Orpheus? And then how much is Uriah Heep Live? Orpheus is right here, VG Plus $14.99. Captain Beefheart, top secret. Never seen that one before. VG Plus $29.99. And there was one more question. Uriah Heep Live EX $22.99. Now, we sold a lot of records out of there. I'm looking at my crate over here. This thing was completely full. We probably just sold 40 LPs out of there, even though half the crate's still left. These vintage crates, you can sell half of it, which is quite a bit. One more read-through. I'm going to put up auctions. I'm not going to tell the prices, just the titles. Here is our next LP going up for auction. A great Eric Clapton to have as a Japanese. No Reason to Cry. Hello, Old Friend. Kenneth Dudley's bought before. Thank you and welcome back. Sorry I didn't recognize your name. Clapton's Near McMinus and Pristine. There's the insert. A $35 start. We got Orpheus, Captain Beefheart, Uriah Heep, the Doobie Brothers, Elton John. If I didn't answer your question, just ask again, okay? If I didn't answer it, just ask again. The Routers, the Rose Garden, Donovan, the Ides of March, the Tubes, Robin Trower, Climax Blues Band, Uriah Heep, Vanilla Fudge, The Who, Mitch Ryder, Pat Travers, Utopia, Richard Betts, Uriah Heep, Robin Trower, Mamas and Papas, the Beach Boys, the Cars, the Doobies, Jackson Brown, Buddy Holly, Buffalo Springfield, Robin Trower, the Baby Sticks, the Hollies, Head East, Orpheus Ascending, VG Plus $17.99, Fred, and Maha Vishnu Orchestra, the Intermountain Flaying. Folks, we are going to go ahead and put up another auction as well, and that is Fleetwood Mac, Black Magic Woman. Fleetwood Mac is a 71 Pittman OG compilation, EX with a nice jacket, a $25 start. Fleetwood and Eric Clapton. How much is the Hollies? The one where they're covering Bob Dylan. The Hollies, Words and Music is in shrink, vinyls VG, $9.99. All right, now tonight is featured for new vinyl on sale. We're going to go ahead and knock out this other $24.99 crate. And for those that I was just talking about that loves on sale new stuff, you're here at the right time at the right place. So welcome, and let's go ahead and get started. Some of this is just victim of the last record theory. Some of it's victim of Hatchet Ed, which means that it's probably something we sold a long time ago. Everybody's already got a copy, and probably about the only way I can sell it now is if we discount them. So everything in here is $24.99. We only had a few records left in the last stack. Randy Klein, let me know if you want the Hollies for sure. If not, James Goggin wants it, and then Fred Morris does want that Orpheus Ascending. Let's go ahead and pull that Orpheus Ascending. That is right here. I left it in the back so I could find it. And this is sold to Fred Morris, okay? And then here's that, and here is on sale new vinyl. Everything in here is $24.99. This is crate number 2 of at least 9, and I think I can make more before the end of the night, so we got a lot of ground to cover. Holy moly. Can you believe this has already been laying around for a month? And it was our last copy, so $24.99 on Gene Simmons. 180 gram, 2014 remaster, Radioactive, Alanis Morissette. This has been here almost 2 months. I usually order these 5 at a time. This is $24.99. Alanis Morissette, Jagged Little Pill. And Jeff Buckley Grace, that is $24.99. Randy Klein says he will take the Hollies. All right, so whoever was second on that, he is actually going to go ahead and take the Hollies. And whoever asked about Uriah Heep and Captain Beefheart, it is still available. So that is sold. And these are going to be very busy crates, okay? It's going to be like quick action. Fast acting to acting. It's going to be very fast, okay? We have Bob Riger on Gene Simmons, sold to Bob Riger, $24.99. Scully Mack was second. Stephen Parton on Alanis Morissette. Kerry Bailey next on Gene. There's one Alanis Morissette left. There's Jeff Buckley. I know what the next record is from the top. It's been laying around forever. Oingo Boingo, Dead Man's Party. How about $24.99 now? Red vinyl. Also, Whiskey Myers Firewater. We sold a bunch. I ordered like 3 or 5 copies of all of his albums. I think this is the only one left. We might have self-titled laying around too. But that's $24.99 for Whiskey Myers. Nickelback, The Long Road, $24.99. Most of this stuff's being sold at cost or below cost. And a lot of it's either a month old, 2 months old, or just a random stray copy that I feel like I've had forever, I'm ready to sell off, okay? Kristen Barnett on Oingo Boingo, then Brian Reynolds, and we got Melissa Bailey on NB for Nickelback. Thank you on that. We have, can I get Japanese anime? Yes, I actually can get stuff like that new and sealed, like brand new stuff. And I rarely can get like a lot of the, well, a lot of it's not all that vintage, but I think you know what I mean. Yeah, there it is. There's Whiskey Myers self-titled, $24.99. Melanie Clausen takes that other Alanis Morissette, $24.99. And I sold a couple of these, and it's my last stray copy. It's been around now for about a month. The Teaches of Peaches. Peaches is $24.99, and Hank Williams III's Greatest Hits. That's just $24.99, and so is the Virgin Prunes. If I die, I die. That one's been around for about 2 months. Last copy. Some of these are just one copies, and the only way I can put you on a waiting list is if you're willing to essentially pay the original retail sticker, which that happens quite a bit because we're going through so much new vinyl tonight. Eventually, it will hit somebody and be like, wait a minute, I didn't know he even had that to begin with. And we can order a new copy. But right now, that is the on-sale price, one time. It's a one-time deal tonight. Sandy Villa, you were third on Atlantis, only had 2 copies. Amanda Darby, I got you down on Peaches. That's so to Amanda Darby. Scully Mack on Hank III, so to Scully Mack. Stephen Riley, second on Peaches, only had 1. Wow. No bid on Fleetwood Mac, Black Magic Woman, that amazing compilation for $25. Wow. No bids on Eric Clapton, No Reason to Cry, Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine with Obi and insert. $35. Are you kidding me? I'm not kidding you. This is at $35. You need to listen to some Peaches and report back. Okay. Yeah, I ordered that for somebody. Maybe it was a special order, and I ordered a couple more. We sold one live. I remember it, but that's been a stray copy. I feel like I've read it 100 times. And over here, we have the very best of Screaming Jay Hawkins. That is $24.99, last copy. And Star Wars, The Themes, that's $24.99. The Fleetwood Mac over here is sold to Danny Thomason for a $25 buy it now. Let's do another CD box set I had over here on my shelf, and this is Cheap Trick. Live at the Whiskey, 1977, a 4-CD box set, and that is remixed and remastered, and that is a $10 start on Cheap Trick. Over here, we have Willie Nelson, Phases and Stages. Willie Nelson is $24.99. This is Phases and Stages, a Vinyl Me Please. A Vinyl Me Please, $24.99. Phases and Stages, 50th anniversary, all analog cut by Ryan Smith, and that is a Vinyl Me Please, now at $24.99. What a great deal on that. Holy moly. Okay, let's go ahead and put up some other auctions. Somebody said, can we run Stevie Ray Vaughan? I'm going to be honest. I posted a hot picture, but there was only about a tenth of what we're selling tonight. But I have found Stevie Ray Vaughan, and here it is. This is a 1986 OG. It is Stevie Ray Vaughan, Live Alive, a $35 start. There is just maybe a little bit of cover wear up here. Other than that, it's nice. No condition notes on the vinyl. Stevie Ray Vaughan, a $35 start. James Goggins, second on Fleetwood Mac. Danny got it first. Jeff RTO has Cheap Trick at $10. Matthew Sebastian on Willie for $24.99. B Smoker also on Willie for $24.99, and my crate is really full. So let me go ahead and swap out crates right quick. We're going to pause there on the Willies. 2 crates full tonight, and we're going to fill up a lot more at this rate. I also seen a claim for the Virgin Prunes. First, let me grab another empty crate over here. And also, this is going to help me tonight when I'm doing a huge order of new vinyl, because this is going to help me know what I've sold out of, what I don't need to order again for a while, and some new stuff we haven't had. So there it is. And then we got John Stevens on the Virgin Prunes for $24.99. Cheap Trick had a bid for $15, and so John Stevens got Virgin Prunes. And we have Stevie Ray Vaughan 40, Cheap Trick at 20, and Stevie Ray Vaughan 40 again. Wow, it hurts me to discount a Beatles record. A mono remaster of A Hard Day's Night, the U.S. mono edition, remastered, $24.99 on that, and 1 copy of Blondie, self-titled. Folks, everything in here is on sale, $24.99. And Ryan Eaton on Willie. We only had 2 and they're gone. That was a Vinyl Me Please Willie Nelson. Matthew Sebastian got 1 and B Smoker got 1. So right now we're in a $24.99 crate. I have another crate, 2 crates that are $29, and then we've got 1 that's going to be like a straight percentage. And that's everything that's like originally $45 and up. Mo 5 stuff, 2 LP deluxe editions, remastered stuff that was originally $50 or more. That kind of stuff is in another crate. All these right now are $24. There's some great titles in here too. Speaking of the Beatles, here's an interesting one here. Japanese Flag Series. Japanese Flag Series, number 28. The Beatles, number 5. This is going to go up for a $45 start. That's one in the series I don't see as often. The Japanese Flag Series. So on the back of these Obies, they had a U.S. Flag Series, a UK, a U.S., and then a Japan Flag Series. And I think there's at least one other country. The Beatles is going to go up for a $45 start. And then Robert Warner gets a Beatles out of here. That is $24.99. and we have Melanie Jennings on a Beatles for $24.99. So everything in here is $24.99. It's all new and sealed, including Papa Roach. This is my last resort. Now $24.99 on that. I've got 2 of those and the Offspring Conspiracy of One. That's been around for about a month and a half, and now it's only $24.99. And I have Fate's Warning. Unbelievable. I kind of sold a bunch of these right off the bat, then I ordered 5 more, and I feel like I've read it off about 20 times, and I have. Take advantage live at the Dynamo on red vinyl for just $24.99. The last bid that came in on the Cheap Trick box was Jeff Brent RTO at $25. I'm about to sell it. Stevie Ray Vaughan's at $65, and we're looking for a $45 start on the Beatles. No bid yet. Over here, we have Danny Thomason on PR for Papa Roach. That's $24.99. Everything in here is on sale. Fate's Warning was $38.99, so $14 off on that. Cecil Grofkoff says he'll take one. Now Cheap Tricks at $26. I've only got 1 copy of another Vinyl Me Please. This time, Dolly Parton, Pure and Simple. First time ever on vinyl, numbered to 2000. $24.99 on that. Sean Druin on Fate's Warning. So does Sean Druin. Also, we got 2 copies of Kiss. Peter Criss solo album remastered for $24.99, and we have 1 copy of Vixen Rare Vintage 180 gram Vixen $24.99. Are you kidding me? And then we have Stevie Ray Vaughan, we have the Beatles, and where are we on those? No bid on the Beatles, but Stevie Ray Vaughan is at $75. And where are we on Cheap Trick? Give me 1 second over here. Now, first thing is Dolly. That is sold to Matthew Sebastian. Dave Surrett in a second. Stevie Ray Vaughan 76. Brian Reynolds on a Peter Criss. Kristen Barnett third on Dolly. Unfortunately, only had 1. And Dave Surrett on Vixen. Danny Thomason next. Then Kenny Stanley. Then Sean Druin. This next record almost went to the 29 section. I'm going to go ahead and do it for 24. It's the newest album by Little Feat. That's Strike Up the Band. I've only got 1. It should be on red vinyl. It has a barcode over the barcode. It should be colored vinyl. The Cheap Trick box is at 32. Stevie Ray Vaughan's now at 80. And Steve Lackey wants a Fate's Warning. So we're down to 1 Fate's Warning. 1 Fate's Warning. $24.99. That'll be the only time I'll ever have that for $24. If I had to reorder it tomorrow, guess what? It would be $38.99 again. Kenny Heathcock said, Chad, give me a Little Feat. Sold to Kenny Heathcock for $24. Luckily, this next record, I've got 4. And I was worried I didn't have enough for the pre-order, and I double ordered them with 2 different distributors. And that's how I ended up with extras. I've chipped away at them, but I have 4 copies left of NXS Listen Like Thieves. 40th anniversary, $24.99. $24.99, Listen Like Thieves. Bob Riger on Peter Criss, and that's so to Bob Riger. These are really cool. It has the poster, the insert, everything just like the original. That is so to Bob Riger. NXS, a 40th anniversary, new edition. All right, no bid on the Beatles, Japanese Flag Series number 28. You can pick that up for a $45 buy now. I think the bidding may be concluded on Stevie Ray Vaughan. I see Travis Woods is out. And that means that's a final call over there to Michael Baker for $80. Okay, so there's the Beatles, and it can be picked up for a $45 buy now. The Beatles number 5. The Beatles number 5. That is done. All right, then over here we got Fate's Warning, and that's the last copy. Sold to Curtis Marachi, Michael Snared on an NXS. And where are we on the Cheap Trick box? Live at Whiskey, 1977. Bill Samus has it for $40. Thank you, Kenny Heathcock. Welcome to Coletco. Welcome back to Coletco. How about Ghost Bath? This is a Rose Thorn Necklace, Red Swirl Vinyl, $24.99 on that. And we have... let me not show these back to back. Let me just do one first. Revenge. Revenge is just $24.99. NXS is a single LP. It is on black vinyl to my knowledge. Yeah, it is a new 40th anniversary, $24.99. Next is Amanda Darby on NXS. There's 2 left. We got Kiss, so to JetBlue, Melissa Bailey second. All right, let's go ahead and sell Stevie Ray Vaughan. And Stevie Ray Vaughan is sold to Michael Baker. And that is sold for $80. That is done. That is done. Let's put that back in the sleeve. And so far tonight, I'm trying to, as a request from somebody last night, I'm trying my best to keep all of Laura's sticky notes with the auction, okay? So that helps y'all with research. I was told last night, please try to keep those with the records. I'm very bad about laying them around. They fall on the floor, but we got them now. All right, so there is another KISS record coming up, but I'm not going to show it right now. I'm going to jump ahead to the red clay strays made by these moments. That should be on colored vinyl. That's $24.99. And one copy of Clutch, Slow Hold to China. That's on orange vinyl, $24.99. All right, listen to some of these auctions we have because most of them were unadvertised. Mississippi Blues, Led Zeppelin Coda, The Muppet Movie, Top Gun, Elvis Costello, The Who, I don't know, Jimmy Smith, The Rolling Stones, Thelonious Monk, AC/DC, Otis Redding, Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd, Jimi Hendrix, The Monkees, Kiss, Soilwork, The Killers, Dandy Warhols, The Stones, Miles Davis, Hawkwind, Miles Davis, The Remains. Let's do that one right now. The Rolling Stones, Otis Spawn, John Lee Hooker, Booker T, Memphis Slim, The Yardbirds, Albert Collin, Men Without Hats, and The Feelies. All right, here's The Remains, and this is a 1966 U.S. Pittman OG, a garage rock album, mono, very desirable. Some near mint copies have sold for as much as $300. Right now, there's no copies for sale on Discogs. It's in mono. Let's start this for $95. The Remains. That is now up for bid. Now up for bid, okay? And then we had Cheap Trick at $41 and Darren Chrisman on Clutch for $24.99. And I am dying of thirst, and I'm not ready for another monster yet. I might stroke out, so let me go ahead and get this invention. I don't know who came up with it, but it's 2 parts hydrogen and 1 part oxygen. I don't know who thought of this originally, Tanner, but whoever did is a stone cold legend. Please be some cold waters in here. Okay, good. I was getting worried. I didn't see any in there. Whoever came up with this contraption here is a stone cold billionaire, I'm sure, Tanner. There's Otis. You feeling okay, Otis? You have anything to say to the great Coletco customers? He looks tired. He put his head down and he's feeling like Chad did last night. Man, I fell asleep fast when I got home. Whew, I've been up for a long time. I was up long enough I could have passed like one of those Navy SEAL type deals where they make you stay up. I could not pass the physical fitness part though. No way. No way. Here's this right here. Bob, I wonder if you have the Bob, I wonder if you have that Russian kit. There's some Russian picture discs that are out there. I wonder if those are the ones you have. You know those Russians aren't going to make anything too high quality. Okay, so The Remains was a $95 start. Cheap Trick $45. We got a request for The Killers, Dandies, and Remains, and here we go. So let's introduce these again because I stepped away to get some water. This is The Remains. It's a 66 U.S. Pittman OG mono, VG, almost VG plus, none for sale on Discogs. Other VG copies have sold for as much as $165. Near mint copies sell close to $300. This is a $95 start, and Reverly 1969 has a bid in. The other auction is Cheap Trick Live at the Whiskey. And this is a CD box set with Bill Samus for $45. And we're about to sell it if no one else wants to bid. And now there's a new bid with Jeff RTO for $46. Okay, so our next is Crazy Nights, $24.99 for Kiss. Crazy Nights. And let's go ahead and show these for $24.99. Star Wars, Lo-Fi. I think I sold a couple originally. I have 4 left. It has been here about a month, and I've shown them a bunch, and we still got 4 copies. So Star Wars is $24.99. JetBlue on Kiss, that's sold for $24.99. And now I have another crazy discount. They've been here for a month, though, surprisingly. System of a Down Toxicity, $24.99 on that. The Remains does have a bid, going once, going twice. Let's go ahead. I did see some of y'all's requests. I'll start working them in. But for right now, how about for those about the rock, we salute you. This is an 81 U.S. Specialty OG. It is EX++ Near Mint Minus. It's a really nice copy. It does have a saw mark where it was in the cutout bin. AC/DC for a $35 start. $35 star. Is this Bob Lugwood? It is. Bob Lugwood Mastering, AC/DC, beautiful copy. All right, and then we have System of a Down. So to JetBlue and Stephen Riley. Danny Thomason was third on that one. And one more Kiss record, and that's Asylum. $24.99. Another 2014 remaster. Every once in a while, kind of like Zeppelin or Metallica, Black Sabbath, I'll go through a certain artist discography and I'll order everything. I just did it the other night with Metallica and Pantera, and I always do it with Pink Floyd and Led Zeppelin. Kiss is one of those bands. I usually order everything, we sell out of them, and then I'll order everything I can get again. Like they'll all come in at once. And that's what happened here. So this is sold to who? Dave Seretna. That is sold to Dave Seretna. Thank you on that one. And we did sell a Star Wars to Kristen Barnett. Okay, there's way too much left in here. Everything is on sale for $24.99. Y'all know I rarely discount new vinyl. All the time. We'll have somebody relatively new, or maybe somebody that just started watching. I guess that's the same thing. They'll be like, Chad, will you take 25 for Jeff Buckley? And I'll be like, no, all new vinyl is always sticker price. Always. Until this rare occasion, about once every 30 days, sometimes 40 days, there's a rare night where I discount stuff. And these are on sale new LPs for $24.99. Everything in here is $24.99. We'll start once again, a great album, Jeff Buckley Grace. This is highly regarded. A highly regarded album, Jeff Buckley, $24.99. And then I got back-to-back Whiskey Myers. We got Fire, Water, and we got Self-Titled. Those are $24.99. Over here is AC/DC. It is an OG EX++ near mint copy. We have a high bid at $40. The remains is at $105. And this Cheap Trick box set is still getting bids. Now it's at $60 with Bill Samus. Now it's at $60. And then we have Jeff Buckley, is sold to Jason Fornerat for $24.99. Let's try to sell everything that's left in here. The very best of Screaming Jay Hawkins, $24.99. One left. That's on colored vinyl. Star Wars The Themes. This is also on colored vinyl, $24.99. Star Wars The Themes, that's also $24.99. Blondie, her debut, great album. This is good stuff here, $24.99. MT Matt, AC/DC 44, now 45. Papa Roach, $24.99. Natasha says she wants it, but she can't do the Roach cover. Well, I can take a Sharpie and mark all that out for you if you want me to. I can take some duct tape and just cover all that up. $24.99. This is My Last Resort. And Whiskey Myers Firewater, that is sold to David Tate. $24.99. And we have The Offspring, Conspiracy of One. $24.99. The Offspring, Conspiracy of One. One left of The Offspring, Conspiracy of One. One left. NXS, Listen Like Thieves, $24.99. And Ghost Bath, Depressive Black Metal with Raw Emotion. There has to be somebody out there that needs some depressive black metal with raw emotion. You've got to be kidding me. $24.99. Dandy Warhols has not sold yet. I've got it on deck. I was going to sell the remains first. Natasha says I'll do both whiskeys. Well, one's already been sold, but I will sell you Self-Titled for $24.99. Rebecca Howard on Ghost Bath. There you go. And then we have AC/DC at $46, and we have Red Clay Strays, $24.99. And then here's the other Star Wars left. So we got Lo-Fi, music from volume 1 through 3, multicolor splatter. We got Lo-Fi Star Wars, and we got Star Wars The Themes. One of my favorite themes is from that new movie. It's not, is it on here? Ray, is it Ray? Yeah, Ray from episode 7. I like her theme. It's a, I guess John Williams did that one too. Yeah, it's like it starts off of a flute, I think. You don't really think about it until you see it in the movie or when you hear it on the soundtrack. But that's a really good one. Okay, so of course themes means like, you know, there's little themes that play whenever somebody's appears on the movie. You know, there's Layla's theme, there's Yoda's theme. And then there's some other stuff on here like Duel of the Fates. Very cool stuff. Okay, that's called the themes, and then this is Lo-Fi. That's all that's left in there. Are we done on Cheap Trick? Did the other bidders say out? Always make sure if you're done bidding, you say out. Hammers up to Bill Samus. He's had it for about 4 minutes at $60 on that. That's live with the whiskey. Dr. Zebo wants the Offspring. And then Reverly 1969 has the remains at $119. And then AC/DC's at 46 of MT Matt. Denise has the remains for $120. And I'm going to go ahead and do a little crate condensing. And what I'm going to do is put the other $24.99 stuff that didn't get grabbed in with this crate, which is where are the other? Here they go. Yeah, so that way I can free up some space and keep everything together for a final recap tonight. So in case you missed the first leftover, right here they are. We still got George Harrison Dark Horse, George Harrison Extra Texture, George Harrison 33 1/3, Duran Duran Self-Titled, Lucero, TV on the Radio, Return to Cookie Mountain, and Mayhem Live and Ski. Those are all $24.99. $24.99. Bill Samus, you get Cheap Trick for $60. AC/DC is sold to MT Matt for $46, okay? And then Reverly 1969 is back in on the remains at $121. Looks like we got a few new people on tonight, so welcome to Coletco, everybody. This is Tuesday night. It's a special night. It's the first of the month, and it's time for on-sale new vinyl. It's time for on-sale new vinyl. It is the first of the month. That's what's left so far after 2 crates. And before I do anything else, we're going to go ahead and do another one. And this time, it's going to be $29.99, but this stuff originally was more. So here's some of the price tags of records in this bin. $39, $44, $39, $39, $44, $38, $44, $39, $29, $34, $29, or excuse me, $39, $38. So everything in here now is just $29.99. That's it. Everything in this crate. So this stuff was even more expensive, and now it's at a crazy price of $29.99. On sale, this one is $29.99, okay? Papa Roach still available. It is still available. And then Susie wants 1 each of the George Harrisons. Great. Fantastic. Just what did I do with them? What did I just do with that crate? I'm having trouble keeping up with stuff tonight. There we go. It's right here. All right, so Papa Roach, there is 1 left. Yes. Yes, and then 1 each of the George Harrisons. That means we only have 1 extra texture left. We only have 1 extra texture left. So those 3 are all sold. And over here is what? Bill Hannum, let me know if you want that. Remains is still at war. And Bill Hannum says he'll take Papa Roach. Okay. That is sold. This is my last resort. Now, that took a big chunk out of the crate. So there's that. And now let's do the $29.99 crate. Then don't forget, we'll be showing some new vintage stuff tonight. We've already done a check condition bin, and I've kind of flipped through the other John stuff. It looked really cool. I have a lot of requests for the Dandy Warhols. I'll do that as soon as we sell the remains. But first, I'm going to go ahead and put up the incredible Jimmy Smith, I'm Moving On. And this is a 67 OG in EX condition on Blue Note. Jimmy Smith, it's Van Gelder stamped in the dead wax. I don't think I've had that one before. I'm Moving On, a $25 start. Everything in here is $29.99. A lot of music on vinyl. A lot of 2 LPs. I know what the first one is. It looks like Corn. It is. Life is Peachy. Now $10 off, $29.99 music on vinyl. Y'all are officially buying a lot of these at cost or below cost at this point. Corn is $29.99. I have 2 copies of it. Also, I have 2 copies. We had about 10 come back in stock. These have already been laying around, though, for a month, and that's Pearl Jam Unplugged. Wow. Pearl Jam Unplugged. That is unofficial. It is a 2 LP red vinyl. Pearl Jam Unplugged. 2 LP red vinyl. That is available. When I go through all the crates I've already got made up, you know what we'll do next? I'm going to go through the rest and sort through some more, or we'll have to continue this tomorrow. I don't know which one to be first. $29.99. First on corn is Stephen Riley, $29.99. Kristen Barnett was second. Matt Barnhill is back in on Jimmy Smith at 30. Jason Fortnerack gets that last Pearl Jam. Stephen Parton next, then Robin. Only one corn is left. How was the cover on the remains? Let's go over on the remains again. This is the remains. It's a self-titled album. It's on this yellow Epic label. The vinyl, of course, is VG. Almost VG plus, and that's conservatively graded, so it might pass as a VG plus for most people. The cover just has some like discoloration, like some aging on it. A little hint of wear, but nothing heavy. The top seam is starting to split, or is split. It's pretty weak right in here. So it is a VG minus cover for sure. It's a VG minus cover. High bid on this is Reverly 1969, a new buyer, and that is at $130, okay? Jimmy Smith at 32, Jim Sedal gets corn. Now we're at $29.99 for whoever's tagging tonight. Next is Gorillas. Now this is $15 off. I think y'all know how many of these I've already sold, but I can't believe it. These two stray copies have been around for about a month and a half. I think I finally sold everybody who could possibly want one at retail. Now somebody can catch the last two, just $29.99. That does have the hit song Feel Good Inc. And then I've got White Zombie, Devil Music Volume 1. These have been here for about a month and a half as well. I can't believe it. I know for sure I've sold some since then. These are just getting down to like our last copies. Will I have these in stock again? For sure. $29.99 on White Zombie, 2 copies of Gorillas. The next album's also a White Zombie, so let me skip that one. And let's jump ahead to Obituary. Hey, there's some metal. Obituary. Slowly We Rot. Music on vinyl, that's $29.99. There's some metal. Somebody said, where's the metal on sale? There will be metal mixed in. We've already had several. Those seem to go immediately. Also, there is a crate of new arrivals in tonight. New stuff. But it's only one record. And actually, let me go ahead and grab my laptop because I can't believe we got even more of these in. How many did they send me? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Wow, they sent me 15 of them. Unbelievable. Let me go grab my laptop right quick. I wish I knew where they were getting these. Let me go up here and grab my laptop. Tanner's still up here. Is my laptop up there? Up there? Is it there? Was it there? Was it close? I'll take that in my case. Appreciate it. Thank you. You want me to finish off that blue juice there? That looks pretty bad. That one's been sitting around for a while. Also, the flip crate. I'll go through that in just a second. Unless Tanner hadn't marked it. We'll figure it out. Let me go ahead and knock out something right in the middle of this discount crate just to keep you on your toes. More of these did come in. The OG, new old stock they've been sending me. Yes, new old stock. David Lee Roth. And here's what I've got to do, though. A couple came in damaged. I'm sure that was bound to happen. When you start ordering this much new vinyl, there's always a chance that they're going to come in damaged. But let me go to the first 15 right here. And let me see if anybody's watching. Okay, so these are new old stock, David Lee Roth, and we have quite the waiting list. And there's 2 with seam splits, though. Let me pull those out, and let me read off the first 13 people, okay? So these are original pressings. I'm talking about like old cutout records from 1988. These are not reissued. These are original sealed cutout records. That's why they have cut corners. This was old stock, probably an old warehouse find that my distributor came across. These are original pressings from 1988. They're sealed. The reason they're still sealed and they found them because they're cutout. They're old cutout records. I think I've already sold 20 or 30. I still got about 18 people on a waiting list. The first 13 are right here, and that's for Jennifer Corbin, El Terrible Torrio, Vaughn Galipsy, Stacy Metternich, Alonzo Breezy Brinsnow Jr., William Howe, Jeff Halsworth, Sid Blair, Randy Klein, Craig Ruth, Brandon Jones, Brad Waits, and Patrick Lear. Jennifer Corbin, El Terrible Torrio, Vaughn Galipsy, Stacy Metternich, Alonzo Breezy, Brinsno Jr., William Howell, Jeff Halsworth, Sid Blair, Randy Klein, Craig Ruth, Brandon Jones, Brad Waits, and Patrick Lear. So these are 13. They're all sold. And these are all nice, as you can see, except for just the saw marks, but they're going to have that. They're old cutout records. And then there's 2 here that have seam splits. And I'm going to see if these next 2 people are watching. And that's Kristen Driscoll and Greg Gallier. Kristen Driscoll and Greg Gallier. Are y'all okay with seam splits? If not, then you can wait for more. They may not ever come in. I don't know. Or you can pass, and the next person in line is base kicking 1. So y'all let me know if you're watching. If not, I just got to message them and make sure they're okay with a seam split. So, I mean, it's not like I can guarantee more of these. I still can't believe we are getting them in. And then if anybody else wants to go on a wait list, that's why there's so many people on a waiting list now. I was like, man, if we get more of these in, that's amazing. You can still get a 1988 OG record sealed for $28.99. So I'm going to go through, and if anybody else wants on that waiting list, let me know. So I left off by tagging Korn and Pearl Jam. That was the first couple records, okay? And then, sorry for walking away right in the middle of everything, Melissa Bailey got a White Zombie for $29.99. Jimmy Smith got a bid with Matt Barnhill for $34. Matt Barnhill, $34 on Jimmy Smith. Melissa Bailey got a White Zombie, $29.99. Brian DeLeon got a Gorillaz, $29.99. Melissa Bailey, that's her other White Zombie. Jimmy Smith, $35 with Donna. Brandon Lack gets the other White Zombie. Amanda Darby, you were third, only had 2. Ryan Eaton, you get the second of both Gorillaz. Danny Thomason next on White Zombie. Then Bill Hannum. The Remains got a new bid for $140. And then Matt Barnhill went out on Jimmy Smith. That's after Donna bid $35. Then Reverly bid $145 on the Remains. Let's put Hendry on the David Lee Roth waiting list. Let's put Ivan R. on a David Lee Roth waiting list. Susie put Sky. That's probably for the David Lee Roth waiting list. Scott Williams on the David Lee Roth waiting list. Ryan Eaton on the David Lee Roth waiting list. Scott Markheim on the David Lee Roth waiting list. And we have Men Without Hats. That is sold to Stephen Riley for $19.99. The Remains is at $152. And then we have Steve Weaver gets Obituary for $29.99. Donna gets Jimmy Smith for $35. Now, if you're done bidding Donna or Reverly, y'all make sure to let me know. Donna's out, so Reverly, $19.69. You do have the Remains for $152. OG Mono VG, right now, none for sale right now on Discogs. $152 on that one. The only thing left right now is Obituary. Slowly Rewrite, $29.99 on Obituary, okay? Now, yeah, the Jimmy Smith is sold to Donna Turner. You got the Jimmy Smith for $35, okay? I'm assuming those 2 people with the seam splits are not watching, Kristen Driscoll or Greg Gallier. If you don't want these seam split David Lee Roth, let me know. If not, I got to go to the next people, Bass Kicking and John Durden. So there's that. I'm telling you, if you want on the David Lee Roth, that's great. If you don't want on it for an OG, then that's okay too. If anybody else lets me know. Let's get back to the $29.99 on sale. Another White Zombie. This time I've only got one. Astro Creep 2000, $29.99. I've only got one Blind Melon. Y'all know these are some of our best sellers. There's just a stray copy that's been lingering around for a month or 2. There's Blind Melon. Snoop Dogg, Rhythm and Gangsta, just $29.99. And then MoFi for $29.99. Are you kidding me? The Sisters of Mercy, First, Last, and Always, $29.99 on the Sisters of Mercy. Let me show one more. Lamb of God, Wrath, $29.99. Wow. So one more time. If anybody wants on a waiting list for an OG, original seal, David Lee Roth for $28.99, just let me know. I've still got 20 on back order. They sent me another 15 copies. That's pretty wild. First thing in here is White Zombie is sold for $29.99 to Stephen Parton. Stephen Parton also got Blind Melon for $29.99. Amanda Darby was next on White Zombie. Glenn next on Blind Melon. Pickle next on Blind Melon. And then a Dragon Master, and that is Rebecca Howitt, right, on the Sisters of Mercy. That is sold to Rebecca Howitt, and then to Dragon Master. And then Kristen next on Blind Melon. Jason Forterat on Sisters of Mercy. Sean Drew next on Zombie. And we have, that's Rebecca Howitt, and James Hicks wants a Snoop Dogg. All right, let's go ahead and sell the remains. And Reverly, are you a first-time buyer? I am almost positive. I'm almost positive you are, but the remains is sold to you. Let me go ahead and start a new crate. Let's put up some all-new auctions. I got some other CD-related stuff to put up for auction. Box sets and maybe other miscellaneous items tonight. I might even get back into some of those metal cassettes. If not, then we're definitely going to be selling them Thursday night. All kinds of cool stuff here. And Scott Arnold got Lamb of God for $29. Stacy, you did get a Stevie Ray Vaughan. Yes. And let's go ahead and tag this to Reverly 1969 for $152. Okay. That is sold. Yes. And the next two people still on the waiting list is Bass Kicking and John Durden. Right now, I'm waiting to hear back from Kristen Driscoll and Greg Gallier. If y'all were out there watching, Kristen Driscoll and Greg Gallier. First-time buyers, if you're on YouTube, you can fill out the first-time buyer form, which is in the description of this live video. If you're on Facebook, the only thing you've got to do is send us a message on Facebook. Here is so far all the CD box sets we've sold tonight, including some Queen that went really cheap. I'm going to put these right over here. Thanks, everybody. And I'm going to start these on a table. Tanner, I hope okay's right here. This table's kind of blocked. But is this a Taylor Swift t-shirt? Oh, my gosh. Is this for sale, Tanner? Do I see a Taylor Swift t-shirt? Wow. Where did this come from? The 1989 World Tour. Oh, my gosh. We might have to put that up for bid right now. I got to make sure there's a couple people watching, though. There's a couple major fans. I got to make sure they're watching. And then over here, we have Obituary still left, Snoop Dogg. We have Sly Lives, $29.99. a.k.a. The Burden of Black Genius, the soundtrack, $29.99 on Sly. Stone Sour for $29.99. Are you kidding me? That is House of Gold and Bones Part 1, $29. And Third Eye Blind, a collection, $29.99. All right, what's in the Japanese bin? There's about 70 Japanese pressings left. It would take me several minutes to read those off. How about I just start putting up some more? David, you've missed a lot of Japanese lately. I need you to put on a pot of coffee, and you need to be here for the next several hours. Next thing we have is the Dandy Warhols live. 13 Tales from Urban Bohemia live at the Wonder. The Dandy Warhols is a 2014 USOG limited edition on Peter's green vinyl, original inner sleeve and shrink. The Dandy Warhols is a $25 start. Right now, we're going through $29.99 on sale new vinyl. The first thing we have is Charlie Buck on that last Obituary for $29.99. Next is Brandon Lack on Third Eye Blind for $29.99. Diego Sanchez on Sly for $29.99. Robba next on Third Eye Blind. And we have Stone Sour and Snoop Dogg still left. What about Portishead? Portishead self-titled, $29.99. What about Mastodon, Emperor of Sand? Mastodon, just $29.99. Are you kidding me? And Doom Inc., Black Label Society, just $29.99. Are you kidding me? Next auction is going to go up right now. It is a Japanese pressing of what? The Alan Parsons Project, Vulture Culture, APP. A Japanese pressing, a $35 start. David, when I get a moment here in a second, I'll read off what's left. There's a lot, though. I usually don't do it till we get down to like a handful. We have Alan Parsons, a $35 start. That's really clean and nice. With OB and insert, $35 on that. Dandy, $25. Dandy, $30. Dandy, $45. Dandy, $50. Curtis on Mastodon for $29.99. Sean Thompson, are you a first-time buyer? If you are, just say yes. And this is sold to you for $29.99. That was originally $40. What title was Sisters of Mercy? It was First, Last, Always, but they're already sold out. This on-sale new vinyl, it's whatever's in here. If there's one, there's one. If I sell out, we may not can get another one for that price. Right now, we got Black Label Society. I only have one, and it's sold to Kenny Stanley. Jim Gerhardt was second. And then over here, Brandon Jones was third. Dandy Warhol 60, Dandy Warhol 65. And we also have, oh my gosh, just $29.99. These have been here, though, almost 2 months. Isn't that crazy? How has a record like this been laying around for almost 2 months and not sold to restock? That is $29.99, Iron Maiden, Fear of the Dark. I'm actually going to walk up front right quick and see what's on the racks. I may have, before you leave, Tanner. Is Tanner up here? I think Tanner's still up here. I'm going to walk through the racks and see what's up here because I may need these, as usual, crated up like we do. And then, yeah, some of these, anything May, well, I think you could fill them up in about 2 crates. If you want to put the May stuff away. Actually, a lot of it. And then I promise I'll fill it back up because I know you just got done doing all this, didn't you? Or no, maybe it's been a while. Oh, it's probably been since the dollar sale, hasn't it? Yeah. Yeah. Everything, about everything there we can discount. I almost forgot about our racks up front. But yeah, up front we've got about another 2 full crates. Wow, we're going to have a lot of stuff sold tonight. Okay, there's Iron Maiden. Kristen Driscoll, Greg Gallier, are y'all out there? Let me know, and let's see what happens. Sean Thompson's in the system. Thank you, Sean, for your purchase. David's in on APP. I had a feeling you didn't have that. David, I'll try to go for the throat and go up just the ones I don't think you have that I've never put up before. Dandy 75, Dandy 80. Curtis on Stone Sour. Just $29.99. Who gets the Iron Maiden? Stacy gets an Iron Maiden. Stacy Metternich. Brian Reynolds gets an Iron Maiden. Here's who was next on Iron Maiden. Glenn Kesey, Mark Stanley, Steve Weaver, Sean Drewen, Kenny Stanley, Scott Williams, Jamie Butler. Holdus, Smolus. What did I just say? How about Black Label Society? Scoolage. Scoolage has a very, very, very light seam split. But another reason it's on sale, $29.99. That's on translucent emerald green vinyl. Holy moly, what do I have here? This is Queens of the Stone Age, the 2011 Definite Edition with bonus tracks, $29.99. Holy moly, I got the newest album by who? Lil Wayne. These have already been out for a month. The Carter 6, already $29.99. That sold very well. Anything that's about a month old, I am clearing out. I think we can sell off almost everything, and they'll give me pretty much a fresh start on our entire new vinyl inventory, which will be amazing. I mean, I can go from a fresh plate and try to reorder all this stuff. Okay, first thing we have here is Glenn Kesey on Black Label Society. That is sold. Ivan R. on Queens of the Stone Age. Ivan R. sold. Jim Garhart next on Black Label. Daniel Strom next on Queens of the Stone Age. And Lil Wayne sold to Rod Bryan and Robin Glenn. That's sold. Where are we on the Dandy Warhols? The last bid on the Dandy Warhols was Jeremy Bryan at $86. Are we done? David Johnson gets APP for $35. Poor Snoop Dogg. He's the only thing that's left in there for for $29.99. He was $39.99. Poor old Snoop. We already sold one. He's the last one remaining so far, but we're not done yet. Right, Tanner? That's right. Next thing I have is, let me go ahead and show. Oh, my gosh. These are just all single shots, and they're great titles. All right, here we go. I'm going to do 3 in a row. Black Label Society, Godsmack, and Whitesnake. Wow. All $10 off. Actually, 9 off Black Label, 10 off Godsmack, and 10 off Whitesnake. $29.99. That's Whitesnake's greatest hits. Godsmack self-titled. Black Label Society, last copy and only copy. Snoop Dogg is sold to Sean Drew, and there we go. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. Japanese crate. Japanese crate. Something David Johnson doesn't have. Here we go. Joe Walsh, recorded live. You can't argue with a sick mind. I don't see this one too often. With a gigantic Obi. Joe Walsh live, a Japanese pressing, beautiful near mint minus and pristine vinyl. What is this? Is that the inner sleeve? Gosh, it weighs 10 pounds. It has an insert inside of it. Very thick inner sleeve. It's almost as heavy as like a UK jacket. And there's the cover, $35 start. I don't know if you're into live albums, but I don't get that one very often. All right, first on Black Label side, he was JetBlue. JetBlue 004, sold. Glenn Kesey second. Robin Glenn got Whitesnake. And Godsmack is sold to Pickle 2369. Can you remind me who you are on YouTube, Pickle 2369? Who is Pickle 2369? You got Godsmack. And then Brian Reynolds put AS. And that was an autocorrect for something. Then Romelu next on Whitesnake. Jim next on Black Label. Brandon next on Black Label. Bill next on Black Label. Christopher Dean on Joe Walsh at 35. Dandy Warhol's at 95. Final call on that. Next is The Godfather. One has a scene split. One doesn't. The Godfather soundtrack. Either way, they're on sale. $29.99. $29.99 for The Godfather. Those have been around for about a month. I remember I ordered 5 of them, maybe 4. We've sold a couple, I know for sure. Chad needs a drink of water. Here in a minute, about 9 o'clock, I'm going to go up for a monster run. Right, Otis? Otis, you want some monster? Ruh-roh? You want some monster, Otis? Uh-oh. Here he comes. You want a Monster energy drink? Uh-oh, what's Tanner doing? Huh? I wish y'all could see this dog right now. It is literally a live teddy bear. For those that don't know, Otis is Tanner's dog, and they are still here late once again working. Pickle was Melanie Clausen's husband. Okay, so let's just put that under Melanie Clausen if that's okay. If that's okay, we'll bill y'all the same thing. Romelu on Godfather, that is sold to Romelu C. And there's one left with a light scene split if anybody wants it, okay? The Dandy Warhols is right here, and this is sold to Jason Fornerat for $95. Joe Walsh has one bid for $35, and that's a final call. I think I can get the house camera. Situated where maybe it's going to be tough, but maybe we can get an Otis camera. Tanner can get them to behave. Yeah, I think I can get them on camera. So give me 1 second, see if we can get this thing. I'll get it set up here in a second. Let's see here. Hey, there's the top of my head. Oh, it's upside down. Hold on a second. Okay, there we go. Whoa, maybe not. Oh no, what have I done? Okay. I don't know what I just did. Let me not mess with that too much. Okay. First thing we have is this. Jaco Pastorius. Just $29.99. We got Takedo for $29.99. Are you kidding me? And Husker Du Zen Arcade, $29.99. Husker Du Zen Arcade. Let's see here. Let me see if I can rotate this. No. Ah, there we go. Okay, if we can get Otis to get right there, we can show him on camera. I'll tell Tanner. If we get Otis to sit right there, we can get him on camera, okay? I've got it set up for the grand Otis appearance. There's that. Okay. Now, we got Dragon, Rebecca on Husker Du for $29.99. And we have Takedo sold to Sean Druin. Okay, and Joe Walsh is sold to Christopher Dean for $35. Let's put up some new auction. Let's put up some new auctions. $35 right now. Chad just got a haircut today. Chad just got a haircut, so I'm feeling pretty fresh. I just got a haircut. Okay, so there's that. And I don't know what carton arc is. Y'all been saying that. I still don't know what that is. Hey, I got a camera set up to put Otis right here so he can make an appearance, okay? If he can get him to place right there in front of those two crates. The camera is set up. I've got it ready to go.
It's gonna be right here.
He's got to be right there. Yeah. Let's see here. Oh, wait a minute. Almost. He's upside down. Free cam. There it is. Yeah, I can. Let's see here. Otis, you have no idea how famous you are right now. And as y'all can see, he is very well behaved, very well trained. I'm also squatting down so my head doesn't get in the way. What's that? Hey, Otis, look up here. Yep, now he's going to come to me. All right, that's the end of the Otis show. Good job. You just made a lot of Coletco people happy. Okay. All right. Yeah, he's literally like, I said it the first time I saw him, it's like a teddy bear that's alive. It's absolutely amazing. Okay. So the only thing left in this $29.99 crate, we're doing on sale new vinyl, $29.99. There's only 3 records left. There's only 3 records left. The Godfather soundtrack with a light scene split, that was $38.99. And Jaco Pastorius is $29.99. Jaco Pastorius, legendary bass player, music on vinyl, that was $38.99. Now it's $29.99. That's all that's left in the $29.99 crate. We haven't had our first air horn tonight, but we can very soon. We got to sell these last 3. Godfather with a light scene split and the 2 there. All right, and now let's put up some new auctions. Next auction is going to go up right now. Mississippi Blues. And this is 1927 to 1941. Yazoo. L001. This is a U.S. reissue of an unknown year, a compilation, a Mississippi Blues compilation. And this is a $25 start. $25 start. That's all the new stuff, those 2 crates, okay? And Kristen Barnett on Jaco Pastorius, and we're only 2 records away. No record, no air horn yet, but I'm going to put these right here behind me in case somebody changes their mind. Jim Sedal changes his mind. Sure, but man, the Godfather soundtrack. Down, 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 down. Down, 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 down. Maybe that just sold it. $29.99. Brando, Pacino, James Caan. Okay, Mississippi Blues, $25 start. Unfortunately, it doesn't have scene split, but there's that. All right, and then I've been out for a while. What's with the crown and number? I've been out for a while. What's with the crown and number? I have been out for a while. The crown and number. I have no idea, but I tell you what. We have Otis' non-shedding golden doodle. I think that's what he is. I think Laura's right on that, but I don't really know for sure. When Tanner steps back up here, I'll ask him. All right, let's go through a crate of new vintage stuff quickly. I mean really quickly, because we have no time to spare to go through all the new vinyl on sale. But I'm going to try to slip in one more quick vintage crate just because it looks like there's some interesting stuff in here. And we got plenty of auctions to put up, okay? There's that. There's that. There's no cannoli. Golden Doodle, right, Tanner? Golden Doodle, yes. Lorindo Almeida, Acapulco 22. Very Nice cover. This is in shrink wrap. $19.99, Lorindo Almeida. We have John Mellencamp with a press photo. That's pretty cool. $24.99 on John Mellencamp. Gas Mask, their first album. Gas Mask is a 1970 jazz rock, $34.99. And we did sell The Godfather, so folks, that's a clean out, and that's an air horn. And I probably need to let Tanner know I'm going to blow an air horn before Otis, because that will probably scare Otis to death. So let me go ahead and tag this to David V. Thank you, $29.99. And then we have a Chart Action 83. Boy, this looks like K-Tail. Oh my gosh, K-Tail alert. K-Tail alert. Chart Action 83. Are you kidding me? $14.99. We did sell The Godfather. We now have an air horn, but we also probably need to I don't want to blow it unless Tanner comes back here and I'm like, well, hey, we got to blow the air horn. Otis might completely fall off the rails. We got Queens of the Noise. This is a Japanese pressing of the Runaways. We had one earlier with Obi. Here's another one without Obi. There's Joan Jett. There's Lita Ford. There's Sherry Curry. There's the Runaways, a $35 start. Chart Action. That is sold to Tim Graham, then Mike Massey, then Stacy Metternich, then Susie Breedlove. Over here, we got Freedom Rock. This is amazing. $49.99. It is a 4LP compilation, very popular compilation, Freedom Rock. $49.99. K and JJ Israel. That's a 1968, $24.99. That is that JJ Johnson and Kai? Who exactly is this? It's not Kai Winding. It is, yeah, it might be. K and JJ Israel, $24.99. Who are the, it is, yeah, J.J. Johnson and Kai Winding. My intuition was correct. $24.99 on that. Gas Mask is a must grab like the group If, Killer Horn Section Jazz. That is right here, Gas Mask. That's the recommendation from Derek Clark. And NXS, Listen Like Thieves, an OG copy. $34.99 for NXS with the original inner sleeve. Also in here, we have Jules and the Polar Bears, Got No Breeding, $19.99. These are all no condition notes. Kenny G, Duotones, $19.99. Berlin, Pleasure Victim. Berlin is $24.99. And Tommy Boyce and Bobby Hart, Test Patterns, $19.99. Also, Bram Tchaikovsky. Bram Tchaikovsky is $24.99. And we have the big three, a 1963 mono. That's with Cass Elliot. That's pre-Mamas and Papas. The big three, $39.99. Susie Breedlove on Freedom Rock. That's sold to Susie Breedlove. K-Tail is not Freedom Rock, or Freedom Rock's not K-Tail. Already sold to Susie, though. The Wholehearted, Cabbage Creek. 1978 Bluegrass album, $14.99. And we have John Fahey, Leo Kottke, Peter Lance, $14.99 on that. And Chicago was $9.99. The Edgar Winter Group, the Yellow Epic label, OG first label, Frankenstein, mastered by Bob Ludwig, $29.99. Sam and the Sham and the Pharaohs on tour, $24.99. Godly and Cream is $19.99. Kenny G again, Silhouette, $19.99. The Best of Chad and Jeremy's $9.99. And we have Camouflage Rufus with Shaka Khan, $9.99. That is a full album. Nobody bid on the Runaways, a $35 buy it now. Nobody bid on Mississippi Blues, a $25 buy it now. So if somebody wants to grab those, be my guest. A Japanese pressing, Queens of Noise, nice, with original inner sleeve, $35 buy it now on that. What do we have on Mississippi Blues? Just $25. Those are buy it nows. Going through a new vintage arrivals crate here fast. I mean fast. I think we sold 2 compilations. I've told John, I've said, listen, if you got great compilations back there, put them out for sale. We always sell compilations. Those are going right over here. First Diego on Fahey. Fahey is right here. That's sold to Diego Sanchez. And then William APM on the J.J. Johnson and Kai Winding. I'm really surprised no one's bought NXS yet. Rod Bryan gets the Blues for $25. And then over here is the Queens of Noise. Tim Graham, the Runaways is $35 because El Terrible wants it if you don't. How much are the 2 Kenny G records? The 2 Kenny G records are both nice top copies, $19.99 each. One's in Shrink and Hop, and that one's also nice as well. The Elegant Sound of the Royalettes. The Royalettes Royal Ets, that's a 66, $36.99. The Royal Ets. Edgar Winter was $29. OG label, 10 gram passes. So this is sold to El Terrible for $35. We need some more auctions up. Next thing though in here is Pete Townsend Scoop. That's a 2LP, $26.99. And Jefferson Starship Spitfire, $14.99. 10 gram on Kenny G. 10 gram on Kenny G. Those are sold and sold. We have Donovan in concert, $9.99 on Donovan. Elton John Blue Moves, a 2LP. Elton John is $24.99. Also, Todd Rundgren Acapella, $19.99. And Utopia Deface the Music, speaking of Todd Rundgren, $19.99. Next auction is Led Zeppelin Coda. This is an 82 US OG specialty press. Original inner sleeve, Led Zeppelin Coda. A $35 start. Travis Woods got the Kenny G albums. Travis Woods got the Kenny G albums. The Runaways was so terrible for $35. Okay, there's that. And Freedom Rock Susie was $49.99. 2 albums in one. Magic Bus and My Generation. The Who. Magic Bus and My Generation. That's a 2LP gatefold. $39.99. And we have Mick Vicar soundtrack, $14.99. Tom, you're out. Tom, you're out. That's another Godfather quote. All right, here's our next Japanese pressing. Styx is called Cornerstone with Obi, Near Mint Minus, and Pristine. Beautiful vinyl, $35 start. There's the insert. There's the gatefold jacket with Obi, $35 start on that. Johnny Winter, Third Degree, $19.99. Sam Brown, that's in shrink from 1988 with hop sticker, $19.99. Gas mask, just a little bit of cover wear, maybe up here along the top. But the vinyl is no condition. It's 1970 jazz rock. Gas mask is $34.99. Yeah, it's EX or better for sure. Tonsil Records and Bram Tchaikovsky Funland, $19.99. Fresh Air is $14.99. Also Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, a 69 purple label, storybook and record, $26.99. How cool. No condition notes either. Snow White. Steve Warner's $14.99. Let's Life's Highway. The Smurfs All-Star Show was $19.99. The Prince and the Paupers, $14.99. Another Disney record. Life and Harmony, a Sesame Street record with George Benson and Dr. Johns and Bette Midler and James Taylor and Carly Simon and Ernie and the Cookie Monster. Minnie Riperton, Perfect Angel, and Shrink and Hype. That's a 1974 press, $66.99. That is Minnie Riperton. And here is Big Country, Peace in Our Time. Big Country is $24.99. Over here is Jetstream is sold on Gas Mask. That is sold right here. Jetstream on Gas Mask. That is sold. And then Kelly Vlodarchek on Snow White. And then Kelly Vlodarchek on the Sesame Street record. Those are all done. And then over here, I'm just going to read what's left in here, and we're going to go right into another $24.99 crate. Another crate of on-sale new vinyl, $24.99. I got a couple mini guitars, I think a couple, and that hadn't been shown, and some drum sets we got to tag, okay? Maybe we can sell some more on some waiting list. Here's what's left in here. I've got Big Country. I've got Minnie Riperton, The Prince and the Pauper, The Smurfs, Steve Warner, Fresh Air, Bram Tchaikovsky, Sam Brown, Johnny Winter, Mick Vicar, The Who, Utopia, Todd Rundgren, Elton John, Donovan, Jefferson Starship, Pete Townsend, Edgar Winter, The Royalettes, The Elegant Sound. That's on MGM, a 1966, no condition notes. $36.99. Rufus featuring Shock and Con, The Best of Chad and Jeremy, Godly and Cream, Sam and the Sham. Chicago, Wholehearted, Cabbage Creek, that's Bluegrass. The Big Three with Mama Cass, Pre, Mamas and Papas. Bram Tchaikovsky, Tommy Boyce, Bobby Hart, Berlin, Jules and the Polar Bears, NXS, Mellencamp, and Lorindo Almeida. Berlin was $24.99, nice copy. Nobody bid on Styx, $35 buy it now. Nobody bid on Led Zeppelin, $35 buy it now. These are all available, $35 and $35. These are available. Styx, Cornerstone. It's a Japanese pressing, $35 buy it now. Nice with Obi and that foil insert. It is available. And Jeff Church is going to go ahead and grab Coda, Led Zeppelin Coda. That is sold for $35, okay? That is done. Let me jump over here and make sure I haven't got anything else. Give me 1 second. Okay. Make sure I've got messages from a few people while I'm thinking about it. And let's get into the next crate of on sale new vinyl, all new auctions. That's all happening right now. One more thing I needed to do over here. We're good to go. All right, so let's do this. Let me put this right here behind me. Those were new arrivals. What happened to the check condition stuff that was left? It was also over here next to me. Is Kristen Driscoll or Greg Gallier watching? Kristen Driscoll or Greg Gallier? I wonder if they're watching. And there's that. And here's another crate. Everything in here is going to be $24.99. Some of this stuff is pretty recent in here. I went ahead and this crate got like split up. And there's like 5 in here from just like 3 weeks ago, which are right off the bat. And then the rest of it's about a month. And then some of it's 2 months old. So here we go. And these are going to go up for $24.99. Okay, here we go. What was the last LP? What was the Chicago? And Tim Graham's looking. I have not seen a copy of Hot Rocks yet. When I run across it, I'll let you know, or I'll go ahead and put you on a waiting list. So far, I made up about 8 crates of new vinyl, but there's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 more I hadn't gone through already. I knew we were up to like 18 or 20 crates of new vinyl. And some of this even over, how recent is this? There might be a couple over here I pull out. There's some stuff over here and then just a couple in the back, okay? So here we go. Everything in here is on sale, $24.99. But first, let's go ahead and put up the Muppet Movie soundtrack. The Muppet Movie soundtrack is a 79 US Presswell OG EX, a $20 start on the Muppet Movie. And then over here is going to be the Rolling Stones. And this is England's newest hit makers. And it is a 64 mono OG with the company inner sleeve from London. Nice. 64 mono, a $20 start on England's newest hit makers. That's up for bid. And then we got to answer, what was the last LP? We got to answer the Chicago and the Laredo Almeida. Let's go ahead and knock that out. The last record in the crate was Laredo Almeida, Acapulco 22. That's what he just asked about. That is $19.99. It's in partial shrink wrap. And then the Chicago numerical, it's the chocolate bar. That is Chicago 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's Chicago 10. It is $9.99. That's the chocolate bar cover. That is now up for bid, okay? There's that. Muppets, a $20 start. Stones is a $20 start. And that's available if anybody wants it. Nice copy. It's in Tower Records. It's in partial shrink. Like the shrink is like a third. It completely covers the back, but a third on the front. All right. On sale new vinyl. Is everybody with me? Okay. Big deal here. Big deal. On sale new vinyl. $24.99. Everybody with me? What do we have? Wasp, Dominator, Gatefold, $24.99. Wasp, Dominator, $24.99. Just one left. Sabbath, Volume 4, Supernaut, Wheels of Confusion, Snowblind, only one, $24.99. What else do I have? Jelly Roll, Ballads of the Broken, Cherry Red Vinyl, Jelly Roll, $24.99. I've got 2 of them. And let's pause right here on Def Leppard. Are you kidding me? On Through the Night, my last copy, $24.99. First thing is a quick update on the auctions. Also, somebody asked about singles. Somebody asked about 45s earlier. Also had a question about more CDs and cassettes. I do have a few more box sets over here. We're going to start chipping away at them right now, okay? This is a CD box set of the Atlanta Rhythm section, the Polydor years. It is many albums in here. How many total albums? There's several. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 or 9 CDs to complete Polydor years of Atlanta Rhythm section. That's going to go up for a $10 start. $10 start. Everything in here is $24.99. So Rolling Stones 20, Rolling Stones 20, Rolling Stones 25. William, I would grade the vinyl EX or better. Yeah, it's a non-check condition record, so it's EX or better. I think you would be very happy. Stones 22, Stones 25. So Man 66, that's Scott Oman, right? Scott Oman got Wasp for $24.99. Muppet did get an official bid for $20 with Bob Goodyear. Jeff Halsworth got Black Sabbath for $24. JetBlue was next. Romelu was next. Brian was next. Scully Mack was next. Steve Weaver next on Wasp. Ryan Eat next on Sabbath. Robin Glenn got Def Leppard. Bill Hannum next on Volume 4. Sean Druin next on Def Leppard. Sean Druin next on Def Leppard. And Random Rhythm Section 10. Next, I've only got 2 left. I think I'd originally ordered 5 because I never had it in stock. Weezer. Everything will be all right in the end. That's now just $24.99 for Weezer. And Placebo, Sleeping with Ghost. I've shown it a lot, it seems like, probably because it's been around for about a month. Placebo, let's knock $5 off and try to sell them. $24.99. And I've got Fugazi, and this one is Steady Diet of Nutting, a Steady Diet of Nothing, not nutting, Steady Dieting of Nothing. $24.99 on Weezer. Atlanta Rhythm section, $10. I think I'm making up words again tonight. Nodding. I don't know what I said. Steady Diet of Nothing. $24.99 on Weezer. Next is Atlanta Rhythm section 10. Kristen Barnett on Weezer. Everything in here is on sale. A rare occasion we have is when we do this. On sale new vinyl. $24.99. We have Mark Stanley on Weezer, and that is sold to Mark Stanley. $24.99. A Steady Diet of Nothing. Yeah, something like that. England's newest hit maker, the Rolling Stones. This is in VG condition. It's a 1964 mono. No, it does not have the photo. It is in VG. It has the company inner sleeve. And this is England's newest hit maker. This is the Rolling Stones. It is on the red mono label. And here has been the bids. 20, 20, 20, 22, 25. It's still at $25, and it's a final call. It's a final call. $25. $25. And what is that? The Rolling Stones. What is the Muppets at? It's had one bid for $20 for about 3 minutes, and I'm about to sell it. We sold Weezer to Kristen Barnett. We sold another one to Mark Stanley. Atlanta Rhythm section got a bid for 11 and then 12. And the next record in here is another Jelly Roll, Whitsitt Chapel. It's also $24.99. So is Slint, Spiderland. It's also $24.99. And so is the Postal Service Get Up. Now, this I found in an old Paul crate. I think I just ordered more for somebody. This was left over from a Paul crate of stuff he ordered. That's now just $24.99. The Postal Service. And I've got 2 Pharoah Sanders, Loving Us All, $24.99. William APM, did I see you say you'll take this? I might have lost you there doing something, William APM. If not, I'm going to put it back over here. But if you do decide you want it, just let me know. I'm going to make sure it doesn't get misplaced over here with the other new arrivals. And whoever asked about Chicago, it's still available too. Now the Stones has new bids. Now Muppets has new bids. Now Atlanta Rhythm section has new bids. And here's more Fugazi. And this one is called In on the Kill Taker. It's $24.99. And here's Art Blakey Moaning. Wow. All of a sudden, a lot of great jazz right in here for just $24.99. We're right in the middle of an on-sale new vinyl crate. And here is The Magic of Juju, Archie Shepp, Verve by Request. That's now $24.99. I can't believe that's already been around for 2 months. Wow. And Grant Green, Idle Moments. That's also blue vinyl. That's been around for about 2 months. $24.99, folks. This is all on-sale new vinyl, and so is Stereo Lab. Mars Aquatic Quintet. Stereo Lab is $24.99. Okay, Ryan Eaton on, hold on a second, let me go up a little higher. Muppets 21, Muppets 22, Stones 28, Atlanta Rhythm section 14. We have the Muppets at 23, Stephen Riley on PS. As I write this letter, that is P.S. I Love You by the Beatles. But he wanted the Postal Service. That is so to Stephen Riley. $24.99. P.S. I Love You. That is so to Stephen Riley. The Postal Service. Muppets 25. Muppets 25. Ron Eaton second on Postal Service. Come on, Balloons. Come on. Where are you? Whew, thank God. There's the Balloons. I was getting worried. Next is Romelu on Art. That is for Art Blakey Moaning. Sold. Atlanta Rhythm section 15. The Muppets 27. Romelu C. on Grant Green 24. James Bragg on Stereo Lab. Sold. Natasha Pickett on Stereo Lab. Sold. Jamie Butler out on the Stones. CD 15. RG Shepp is The Magic of Juju. $24.99. James Allen says, never mind, I have it. There's another Stereo Lab if anybody wants it. $24.99. Those were $38. I think we might be done on the Stones. Final call. The last bid that came in on the Rolling Stones. Dennis Neil Jackson, $28. The Atlanta Rhythm sections at $16. The Muppets is at $26 with Bob Goodyear. Continuing in $24.99. Whiplash soundtrack, just $24.99. That is a steal. And some of these are pretty recent. I don't know why I'm doing them on sale. Chad's doing something crazy right now. Johnny Blue Skies, $24.99. That one's been around for about a month, though. And then AC/DC. Are you kidding me? The Razor's Edge. This has been around for about 2.5 weeks. Why am I putting it on sale? I'd have to look in my mirror. I'd have to go home, look in the mirror, and ask myself, Chad, why are you putting this stuff on sale? I don't know. Trying to get a bunch of stuff sold tonight. Why are you doing this? We got William APM on Archie Shepp. Great jazz titles in here. Now just $24.99. The School was the one he just bought. That's Archie Shepp. Also the one that Donna asked about. The Magic of Juju. That is a jazz album. Atlanta Rhythm sections at 17. And Brian Reynolds on AC/DC. He's officially been thunderstruck. There's one left. Now we have filled up another crate. Let's swap out crates right quick. I got to do some crate swapping. Let me do some crate swapping right quick. And let me go ahead and swap out some crates. And I am putting up a new crate over here. I don't know if y'all can see it or not, but it's empty, and hopefully we're about to fill it up. We have Evangeline versus the Machine, Eric Church. Taylor Swift self-titled. Steel Panther, Feel the Steel. Cosmos Factory, red vinyl. Keith Richards, red vinyl, Main Offender. How much are these? $24.99. How much was the Stones? $28. That's sold to Dennis Jackson. How much is the Muppet movie? Whoever has the high bid, they're getting it. I hope everybody was done bidding. This is sold to Bob Goodyear for $26. Thank you, Bob. That is sold to you. No, it's not. El Terrible already had a bid in of $27. Then Bob Goodyear, you bid $26. El Terrible already had a bid in on Facebook at $27. This is still at $27. It's a final call. Atlanta Rhythm section. The last bid that came on this on Romelu for $17. I put up this Atlanta Rhythm section for a $10 start. Here's been the bids. 10, 10, 11, 12, 12, 13, 13, 13, 14, 14, 15, 15, 15, 16, 17, 17, and we're at $17, and that's with Romelu C. $17 with Romelu C. Henry's Choice, you're out. Brian got AC/DC. Sean Druin put DC. I'm assuming that's for AC/DC. That's sold to Sean Druin for $24.99. Everything in here is $24.99. Kenny next on AC/DC. Susie got Steel Panther for $24.99. Curtis was next on Steel Panther. Romelu got Taylor Swift for $24.99. Danny Thomason got CCR for $24.99. Robin Glenn got Eric Church for $24.99. And then over here, Jetstream wants Jelly Roll Wits of Chapel for $24.99. AC/DC's already sold out. Bob Goodyear says he's done on the Muppets. Atlanta Rhythm sections at 18, now 18, and now another 18. Jamie Butler has it for 18. Next thing over here is the Monkees live in Japan. I ordered 2 and we never did sell any. How about $24.99? That's a live bootleg unofficial. The Muppet movie is sold to El Terrible Torrio, and that was a winning bid for $27. That is gone. Pharoah Sanders is sold to William APM. William, these have very little seam splits on them right there. I hope that's okay. If not, just let me know. $24.99. Brent, we're doing on-sale new vinyl. We have a lot still left in this crate, very surprisingly. We still got about a half crate of auctions to run. I still got a full crate of Japanese over here. We are selling the heck out of some new vinyl on sale, as always. We got a long ways to go in here. But first, here's an 83 Canadian reissue. A 1983 Canadian reissue of Pink Floyd, A Saucer's Full of Secrets, EX, $25 start. Keith Richards, red vinyl, sold to Romelu C. Everything in here is $24.99. Are we done on Atlanta Rhythm section? Jamie Butler has it for $18. I'm assuming everybody's done bidding. Next is Throbbing Gristle's Greatest Hits, orange vinyl. Can y'all believe those already been around for a month? But there it is, $24.99. Mastodon, Crack the Sky, $24.99. Winger green vinyl, $24.99. Porno for Pyros, those have been around for 2 months now, $24.99. Grateful Dead, that's from that original order, that huge Greatest Hits pre-order we came in. We sold almost 55 copies. I think in the pre-order, it was a bunch. $24.99, something like that. Shania Twain's on red vinyl, a 2 LP. And then we got Jackson 5, the Ultimate Collection. Unbelievable what's still left in there for $24.99. I do owe an air horn from the last crate. The last crate of $29.99 stuff we pretty much sold out. I'm going to have to blow the air horn for a couple reasons. One, as a thank you that we didn't do earlier. And number two, to make sure everybody's awake and with me right now, because I think there's some people, honestly, pretty much asleep right now. I'm going to have to do a test, earth to whoever, earth to Coletco people. $24.99. Let's read through this again. Hopefully there's a bunch of claims. I had to walk up front right quick and make sure the world wasn't ending. I did walk up front. The world is not ending. Everything looks normal right now in Lebanon. But right now, we got Robert Warner on Throbbing Gristle for $24.99. Pink Floyd, $25. Atlanta Rhythm Section, $19. Susie on Grateful Dead, $24.99. Darren Wortman on Mastodon, $24.99. Dave Surretton on Winger, $24.99. Curtis Marachi on Grateful Dead, $24.99. Jetstream was next. LPs, 1. Already sold out, though. Atlanta Rhythm Section, $19. Now we're tied again at $19. Sean Druin on Winger. Sold to Sean Druin for $24.99. Next is Brandon Lack on Whiplash. That was the biggest discount Forest sticker so far tonight. $24.99. Romelu on Shania Twain, $24.99. Bill Hannum, we've already sold out of Wingers, but Romelu gets a Jackson 5 for $24.99. Natasha gets a Shania Twain for $24.99. Guy, we've already sold the Jackson 5. Robin Glenn on Shania Twain, Atlanta Rhythm Section 20. We're sold out of Shania Twain, so Jeff Church, I'm flat out. David Suddy, I've already sold out of Winger, and now the CD box set's at $21. Now Pink Floyd's a final call. 1 bid for $25 with James Goggin. Atlanta Rhythm Section CD box set's at $21. Let's go through these $24.99 records one more time. We have Jelly Roll, Ballads of the Broken, Red Vinyl, $24.99. Placebo, Sleeping with Ghost, $24.99. Fugazi, $24.99. This is a steady diet of nothing. Nothing. There's 2 Fugazis for $24.99. Pink Floyd Information, a EX copy of a 1983 Canadian pressing. Saucer Full of Secrets, 83 Canadian. This CD box set, no joke, is at $21 and it's had over 58 bids. It's at $21 with over 58 bids, and that's with Romelu C for $21. Don't ask how that happens, but it's happened. 58 total bids, it's at $21. And then over here, Mike Massey on Fugazi, that's $24.99. And we have Jelly Roll, Wits at Chapel, $24.99 on Jelly Roll. We sold one, there's one left. And Slint Spiderland, $24.99. There's been absolute war. I'm talking steel cage death match. They've brought out the metal folding chairs, the baseball bats wrapped in barbed wire. There has been steel cage death madness, whatever you want to call it. It has been wild on this Atlanta Rhythm Section box set. It has been a slobber knocker. It is wild. Here we go. And this is a Taylor Swift t-shirt. This was literally laying back there on the table. I was like, guys and gals, we got to put this up for auction. It's an extra large. It looks like one that would have been sold at the concert. I really don't know, though. Honestly, don't know where it came from. 1989 World Tour. There you have it. Arlington, Texas. That was a random date I seen. Taylor Swift t-shirt, extra large. It's got to be worth a $10 start. Let's put that up for bid. I saw that laying back there. I was like, we can't let that go too much longer. Dustin Hodges, that's sold on Fugazi, $24.99. And then over here is Atlanta Rhythm Section, the Slobber Knocker. Romelu C has it for $21. Now it's at $25. And we got one Pharaoh Sanders left, Loving Us All, $24.99 on that. Over here, Fugazi, this is $24.99. Fugazi, $24.99. We have the Magic of Juju, Archie Shep, that is $24.99. And this is Stereolab, Mars Aquatic Quintet, $24.99. This is nothing to do with a box set. No, nothing to do with a box set. And then we got Johnny Blue Skies, Passage D Desir, $24.99. The Monkeys Live in Japan is $24.99. And Porno for Pyros, $24.99. Porno for Pyros, $24.99. That is available. Splatter vinyl. That's what's left in this crate of $24.99. Now the CD box set's at $26. We're up to over 70 bids now. And Pink Floyd, this got one bid for just $25. That's surprising. This is really surprising. James Goggin, 25, one bid. The Atlanta Rhythm section bid count is outpacing, that is outpacing Pink Floyd by over 1,000,000%. Next thing we have is our next auction, and this is going to go up for bid right now. It is Miles Davis, 7 Steps to Heaven. Miles Davis is a 63 U.S. Terre Haute OG with company inner sleeve, VG Plus condition, a $30 start. Miles Davis, 7 Steps to Heaven. That's a $30 start. All right. So right now, this is what's left for $24.99. Anybody else? If not, I think I'm going to go ahead and do the next batch I have, which is like a straight percentage, okay? I'm going to pull out my old handy-dandy calculator for that one. Atlanta Rhythm section's at 30. Taylor Swift is at 35. And let's see what else we have over here. I have, these are $24.99. I have Porno for Pyros. We have Live in Japan. We have Johnny Blue Skies, Stereo Lab, Archie Shep, The Magic of Juju, Fugazi, Pharoah Sanders, Slint, Jelly Roll, Placebo, and Jelly Roll. I'm going to put all these over here in the other leftover $24.99 records. If anybody decides you want any of those, they're available. We'll do a big recap here at the end, okay? There's that. Now the shirt's at 40. Now it's at 45. Now the CD's at 31. And Miles Davis is also up for bid. Y'all would not believe the music-related t-shirt collection we have here stored inside of this building. I bet if we put them all together, they would fill up 5 tubs. I know where 3 are right now. There's a metal rack over here in the photo room. And I pulled a couple off one night, all those Iron Maiden t-shirts we had that we sold off. There's probably 70, 50 maybe on this rack over here. We'll go through our eras, no pun intended. We'll go through our eras. Right now we're working on CDs, and eventually we'll get back to other miscellaneous stuff. At some point we'll be going through our t-shirts. It could be in a month, it could be in another year. We just have time right now for vinyl every night. Occasionally I'll slip in something, but as y'all know, we got so much other stuff to sell. We've had this discussion before. I could go live 24 hours a day. We wouldn't get through everything. We wouldn't even scratch the surface doing 24 hours a day. Wouldn't happen. I haven't had a coin and knife auction in what now? Almost 2 months. We could have those every day. I haven't had one in forever. So, yeah, there's just not enough time. Not enough time in the day. We've been stockpiling CDs. That's why we have 10,000. I still got all these Elvis 45s over here. I hadn't touched the Beatles 45s over here. What else is over here? There's so much stuff over here I hadn't touched in so long. We only have so much time every night. About a good 8 hours if I'm lucky. About a good 8 hours if I'm lucky. So, this is going to be, let me do some math over here. So yeah, let's do 25% off. Okay. Yeah, let's do 25% off. 33, yeah, 44.9 times 0.75. Yeah, that's what I usually do. So here we go. Let's update where I've been away. This is the highest stickered stuff that I have on sale. So everything in here probably starts at 44. There's 49. There's 54. There's 59. There might even be a couple records that are like 64 or 74.99. And it's all going to be 25% off, okay? So I left off by saying this. We put up a Miles Davis, which I've already forgot even what that is. And then we had a Taylor Swift t-shirt and Atlanta Rhythm section. I remember saying the t-shirt was at 35 and then 40. And then Atlanta Rhythm section is still being bid on. It's at 31. Miles Davis, Jeff Miller did bid 30. So somebody knows what it is. It's a 63 U.S. Terre Haute OG stereo VG Plus. It is OG. Also, Jim Davis bid 30, and then Taylor Swift 50. Okay? Atlanta Rhythm section has a new bid for 35. And then Justin Garrett put JR. What is JR? Justin Garrett? JR, was that for Jelly Roll? If so, in the last crate, let me know which one. No CDs tonight. I hope I didn't say that. Did I say that? Did I say that? I hope so. That's not true. Miles Davis, 32. And then over here, we have the condition, like new. Like new. And what else? Okay. So here's the final calls. Atlanta Rhythm Section CD box set. Jamie Butler, $35. Near mint. Miles Davis is at 32. Jim Davis. Jim Miller, you're out. Taylor Swift shirt. Final call to Guy Shard for $50. Okay? Everything in this crate is 25% off, which is about what the $24.99 records end up being when most of them are around the same sticker price originally. These are kind of random prices. I'll show it to you. I'll tell you what the price is, okay? Justin, there's 2 Jelly Rolls. Let me know which one you want. Whitsett Chapel or Ballads of the Broken. There is one of each. I'll go ahead and pull them for you right now before I get too deep in this crate. And we have 1 Whitsett Chapel left, and he got it. And we had 2 Ballads of the Broken, so now there's 1 left. These are $24.99 each. Thank you, Justin Garrett. Okay, so the first record is $33.74. $33.74. That's the 25% off. And that is Celtic Frost Vanity Nemesis. I can't believe that's been here for almost 2 months, but it has. That is $33.74. And then Sepultura. This one was $46.99, so it is $35.24. $35.24 on this one. $35.24. That is the on-sale price of $46.99. So there is Celtic Frost and there's Sepultura. Romulus Seed, let me know if you want in an Atlanta Rhythm Section. Guy Shard, I'm going to sell you Taylor Swift. Thank you. That's sold to Guy for $50. Miles Davis is over here. What was the last bid? The last bid on Miles Davis was Jim Davis at 32. Now, Romelu put 36. I guess that's a bid for Atlanta Rhythm Section. $36. Celtic Frost at $33.74 is sold to Matthew Sebastian. All right, and then over here on Sepultura, there is Sepultura is $35.24, and that's sold to Chris Caldwell. $35.24. That's the on-sale price of that. Okay, there's 1 Sepultura left for $35.74, $35.24 if anybody wants it. Let me peek at this next price. This next price is $54.99 at 25% off, $41.24. $41.24. Rick James Collected. That was originally $54.99. This was $55. Now it's $41.24. $41.24 on Rick James Collected. That's a 2 LP. Jim Davis, or I should say Jeff Miller, are you done on Miles Davis? I'm about to sell it. Rick James is called Rick James Collected. This is a 2 LP. It is $41.24. And this next record, $64.99. $64.99 at 25% off is $48.74. That is Susie and the Banshees, The Rapture. $48.74. Romelu, you're out on Atlanta Rhythm Section. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Folks, this is the Rolling Stones Beggar's Banquet. Check this one out. It is a 1968 Euro original copy. Blue Decca label. Original on her sleeve. EX. An $85 start. OG Euro Beggar's Banquet. $85 start on that. Susie and the Banshees is $48.74. Just FYI. Romelu C, the Atlanta Rhythm Section is back to you. Next over here at $44.99. So now this is $33.74. That is Journey's Greatest Hits. $33.74. Journey's Greatest Hits. That is available. It's a 2 LP remastered collection, $33.74 on those. And then next at $49.99 at 25% off. These are now $37.49. Smashing Pumpkins. That is Siamese Dream. That is the new Record Store Day Essential on Red Smoke Vinyl. I have 1 there. I think that's all I have. Maybe 2. I've got 2. And those are $37.49. $37.49 on those. All right, so we got to go ahead and sell Miles Davis. I lost somebody. I never did hear back from them. I got to go ahead and sell this to Jim Davis for $32. That sold for $32. Wes Wild on the Smashing Pumpkins. That goes to Wes for $37.49. Yeah, $37.49 on that one. And Rami Lucy also gets one. Rami Lucy also gets one. So that is, yeah, Wes Wild and Rami Lucy. And that was $37.94, okay? That's it. Atlanta Rhythm Sections at 45 of Rami Lucy. Wow. This is still getting bids. Unbelievable. Rami Lucy has it for $45. Justin Garrett gets a Journey, and Journey is $33.74. There's one left. Those were $44.99. Jamie Butler's out on Atlanta Rhythm Section. What a battle. 45 of Rami Lucy. Man, I'm exhausted. Holy moly. I don't know if I want to put up another CD box set or not. That was absolute war. I caught these in stock not too long ago, and I ordered a bunch actually, and we have 2 left, and now they are $35.24, and that is the Titanic soundtrack. They've been around for about a month and a half, and it has an 8-page book. It has a movie poster, replica of the New York Times. That does have the Celine Dion. Now they're $35.24. Dave Serena wants The Last Journey, and the 25% off price on that was $33.74. The Rolling Stones is an $85 start for Beggar's Banquet. And then over here, this is the on-sale price for this, which is $49.99. It's $37.49. The only copy I have left of Frank Sinatra Collected, $37.49. That is available. Atlanta Rhythm Section is sold, and that is sold to Rami Lucy for $45. I feel like we need an air horn for that one. Let's go ahead and put up another auction right quick. The next Japanese pressing is actually a John Lennon compilation. It's called the John Lennon Collection. The John Lennon Collection is a Japanese pressing. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine, and it's going to go up for a $35 start. It does have an insert. It has a cover and an obi, and there's the John Lennon Collection. Frank Sinatra Collection is also collected. It's sold to Rami Lucy. And now this is, wow, the on-sale price for this is $33.74. $33.74. This is Bill Withers' Greatest Hits, $33.74. Bill Withers' Greatest Hits. This was $44.99. Folks, that is Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab. And somebody who's first on the next record might go ahead and take all 3. I'm going to show them at the same time. I've got 3 Foreigner MoFis. They're $33.74. Head Games, Double Vision, and Self-Titled, $33.74. Rami Lucy got the Bill Withers. That is sold to Rami Lucy on the Bill Withers. Nobody bid on the Rolling Stones. It's an $85 buy it now. John Lennon Collection is a $35 start. The next thing I have over here going up for bid is Jimi Hendrix, Axe as Bold as Love. And this is a 68 OG first pressing. A 68 OG first pressing in stereo. It's in VG condition. It's a $25 start on Jimi Hendrix. There's 3 Foreigner on sale, $33.74. The next auction was, or the next item was $49.99 originally, and now it is $37.49. The Dunkirk soundtrack, music by Hans Zimmer, that is now $37.49. Rami Lucy wants Foreigner, Foreigner, and Foreigner. All 3 are sold to Rami Lucy. They're all sold. And now Kenny was next. Jeff Hallsworth was next. Brent asked the Stones info, and Kathy said she wants the Stones. Brent has dibs right now. This is a 68 Euro OG of Beggar's Banquet, a nice copy, EX condition. I think this is a pretty desirable press. $85, buy it now, EX vinyl. It has the original Decca stereo inner sleeve, nice gatefold jacket, $85. Jimmy and John are up for bid right now. Scott has Jimmy for $25. Lillian has, Scott has Jimmy for 25. Lillian has John for 35. Brent said he will take the stones for $85. I'm surprised bidding didn't start on that, and it didn't get bid up to $190. It sold to Brent for 85. This next record was originally $54.99. How much is it now, you may ask? After you take 25% off, it's $41.24. It's my last two copies of Stabbing Westward, Darkest Days. Stabbing Westward. These have been around for a little over a month. Let's go ahead and put them on sale. Stabbing Westward is $41.24. Darkest Days, $41.24. I have two of those. And this one here was $46.99. $46.99, and the on-sale price for that at $46.99 is $35.24, and that's my only copy of the Best of Manowar. The Best of Manowar. How much is that? $35.24. Jimi Hendrix has a new bid for $26. Stabbing Westward. The price on Stabbing Westward was $41.24. Let's give one to Lily McCurry. Let's give one to Craig Rutherford. Another MoFi on sale, Carole King Tapestry. The on sale price for $44.99 is $33.74. Only one MoFi Carole King Tapestry there. Are we done on Jimi Hendrix? It will be up to Scott Arnold. Lily McCurry, I'm going to go ahead and sell you the John Lennon Collection for $35. Thank you on that. Let's get that in a new sleeve. Welcome everybody to CollectCo. It's Tuesday night, and what are we doing? We're doing on-sale new vinyl. I think I've already been through 4 or 5 crates. Everything that's left is in about a half of a crate right now. Right now, we're going through some of the more highest price point stuff of the night. This is all titles that are 25% off. I do a straight percentage on these because, one, they're all kinds of random prices, 44, 46, 49, and plus they're a little bit more. So we do a flat 25% off, and that's how we do that. Kenny Stanley wants the Manowar, and the Manowar is the on-sale price for that is $35.24. Romelu gets Carole King, and the Carole King right here is sold to Romelu, and that price is $33.74. Let's go over the Jimi Hendrix again. Jimi Hendrix is a 1968 US OG first press. This is the first out of the factory when he put out his second album here, Axis Bold as Love. This is the real deal, the OG, the first label, Tricolor Steamboat Stereo. There's only one other more desirable press, and that is the OG Mono. I've only ever had one, I think, and it was pretty beat up, and we still got quite a bit of money. A near mint mono copy of this album is hundreds of dollars. Maybe might fetch $1,000 to the right person. Good luck finding a near mint any of these. That would be a tough find. Hendrix is an OG VG. There are no Sabbath records left, Jeff. And Lily McCurry wants a Titanic, and that was right here, $46.99. So Titanic is $35.24. There's one left. $35.24. I don't know why Tanner blocked us off over there, Laura. There was tables closed off. You couldn't walk right here. Hey, Laura just dropped off a new crate. New crate. There's a new Laura crate over here next to me. We're going to be doing that in just a second. All right. Now, we have Jimmy at 30, Jimmy at 35. That's getting new bids. Do you have any more X's Bonded by Blood coming in? I honestly have no idea. New vinyl, you cannot say. I cannot say. Probably the people who are making them can't even say. As in, not as in a secret, but just nobody usually knows on stuff like that. Okay, so this next record, it was $54.99. How much is it now? It's $41.24. Morgan Wallen. That is One Thing at a Time. It's been here for about a month and a half. It's my last copy, $41.24. Let's put up some new auctions. Next new auction is going to go up right now. It's Kiss Unplugged. Wow, this is the 2014 U.S. reissue. The 2014 U.S. reissue, that is a $30 start. $30 start on that. Morgan Wallen's $41.24. Everything in here is 25% off. That is sold. Next over here is this. This was $49.99. The on sale price of $49.99 is $37.49, and that's Gorillas Humans. It does have nothing wrong with it, right? Yeah, nothing wrong with it. Gorillas is $37.49. Jimmy's at $37. Now Jimmy's at $38. There's Gorillas Humans. That was $50. Now it's $37.49. It is a 2LP. It's new and sealed. Wow, I should lose my card for putting this on sale. Y'all should be ashamed of yourself. Rush is now $33.74. $33.74. That's Rush Clockwork Angels. $33.74. That's a Gatefold 2LP. Jimi Hendrix 37. Jimi Hendrix 38. Next, also for $33.74 is Yola Tango, and then Nothing Turned Itself Inside Out. That is $33.74. That was $44.99 as well. And then Kiss is a $30 start. That is the 2014 remaster. Brian Reynolds got the Rush. The price on that is $33.74. And then over here is, this one was $46.99. And this is now $35.24. Give it away now. The Red Hot Chili Peppers Greatest Hits, $35.24. $35.24. Red Hot Chili Peppers Greatest Hits. And also $44.99 is Kid Rock's Greatest Hits. Greatest Hits, $33.74 on Kid Rock. Where are we on Jimi Hendrix? It's up to Scott Arnold if he wants to bid again. Melanie Clausen has it for $38. She's had it for a couple minutes now. It is an OG copy. Justin Garrett on Red Hot Chili Peppers. That price is now $35.24. So to Justin Garrett. New vinyl on sale. Has everybody done me a favor? I know it's already getting kind of late, but if you hadn't hit the like button, please do that. On all platforms, we have 294 people watching right now. That includes Twitch and YouTube and Facebook and X and anywhere else. We got 294 across the board. We're doing straight percentage on sale new vinyl. I think I've got a half of a $24.99 crate, a half of a $29.99 crate, and then we'll probably go ahead and knock those out, and we'll probably show the lower crate, and then after that, I'll start sorting more new vinyl. And anything that doesn't sell, I'm going to post as a flip video in the morning, and there's going to be a lot of people watch that doesn't get it, that will get some of the leftovers, okay? So the first thing we have is Garrett Soppet on Yola Tango. And Garrett, that was $33.74, and that's sold to you. And then Romelu on that other Chili Peppers. Boy, I've said some provocative stuff tonight. Chili Peppers. Chili Peppers is $46.99. This is now $35.24 to Romelu C. Jimi Hendrix is now at $40. Danny Thomason on Kid Rock featuring the smash hit Ba Wada Danga 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 Dingy Dingy. That is sold to Danny Thomason, and that is now $33.74. He has been to Coletco before. Kid Rock has. Jimi Hendrix is at $41 and now $42. And the last thing here was originally $59.99, and the on-sale price for this is $44.99. This was $60. Nasty Savage. Nasty Savage, $44.99 on that. Nobody bid on Kiss. It's a $30 buy now. Hendrix is now at $42. We're not done there. We're not done there. I have said some really bad faux pas tonight. I apologize for all the youth and children watching. This has been I've had some major faux pas. I guess I need to get my head back in the right place. Holy moly, I don't know what's going on. Okay, maybe I need to go chug one of those ice cold monsters up there. Scott Markheim, first on Kiss was Melanie Clausen for $30. And then Scott Markheim second, and then El Terrible Torrio. All right, so first, any more audio file? You know, there's a good chance there could be some more MoFi scattered around. I still got, how many more crates to sort? How many did I say? 9. I got 9 more crates to sort. Of course, a lot of that stuff's probably pretty recent. However, I have slipped in some stuff, okay? There's that. First, let me go put away some of this other stuff that's sold in the operations room, including the T-shirt and the other CD box set. So let me put that stuff right there. So that's done. And over here, let me say that this crate is full. Let me move some stuff around. Plus, I wanted to go through the other new vinyl that was left over from the last time. I think there's a couple MoFi. Yeah, there's a couple MoFi pressings left from the last time we did on sale, and Analog Productions. Can you believe it? I can't. Sorry, I'm trying to create room to move my crates around. There we go. Another full crate. We're going to end up selling a lot tonight. Holy moly, 5 crates already, and I still got a lot more to get to. Goodness gracious. Good golly, Miss Molly. Holy moly. Holy mackerel. Oh my gosh. Where's that monster? Oh, we got to go through the damaged stuff too. I got damaged records as well. And I'll have to sort through those and see what's going on, okay? So, let's see what we left off here. Jimi Hendrix got a bid from Brent for $42. Melanie's out and Scott's out. Brent, that $42 bid may do it. Kiss sold to Melanie. Scott was second. El Terrible third. Scott Williams fourth. And then Garrett was fifth. And then here we go. So let's go through what's left on the straight percentage stuff. But first, Jimi Hendrix is sold for $42. And that is sold to Brent Robley. Let's go ahead and put up some other new auctions. The next thing I have here for us is the Monkees, Pisces, Aquarius, Capricorn, Jones, a 1980 Japanese pressing. No Obi, just a $20 start. The Monkees, Pisces, Aquarius, Capricorn, Jones. And then over here, I have, let's do this one. I don't know what it is. C4AM 95. Home taping is recording music. Here we go. Thank you, Laura. I should have just went to the Laura note. Band is Champs. Album is 3. A 97 OG. Discogs list of genres as indie rock, heavy metal. Wow. That's kind of a big difference, sort of. Indie rock, heavy metal. With insert, EX edition, Champs. A $30 start on that. So here's what's left in the 25% off stuff. Originally $46.99, Sepultura Chaos AD. How much, you may ask? The price now is $35.24. $35.24 on Sepultura. Here is Rick James Collected. Originally $54.99. Super Freak. Super Freak. Give it to me, baby. $41.24. That's a double LP MOV pressing. Susie and the Banshees. Listen to this. $64.99, the most expensive in the crate, now $48.74. The Rapture. It's an import only. I know it's pricey, even on sale, but that's the only way that's available. Blue vinyl too, $48.74. There was only one Titanic left. The price on Titanic was $46.99 originally, now $35.24. There's one left. The Dunkirk soundtrack, numbered, dark green vinyl, Hans Zimmer. That was $37.49. That was 25% off. Also, $37.49 was Gorillaz Humans. Yola Tango was $44.99, now $33.74. And we have Nasty Savage. The last bid on Nasty Savage, or excuse me, the last bid. This is $44.99. That was $60. Now you can get it for $44.99. Champs has one bid for $30. Final call if you want to get a bid on the Monkees, okay? If anybody else just changes your mind, you want anything out there, just let me know. I'm going to put that over here with the other half crate. And speaking of half crate, the next two things we're going to do quickly is the other $29.99 records I have sorted. And it's about just a half a crate, as you'll see right now. Then we're going to go through this new arrivals crate that Laura has prepared. So 2 quick discount crates, Laura crate, and then I'm going to sort some more on sale. So I have a feeling most of y'all probably don't want to go anywhere, right? You can't. I won't let you. I will lock up your phone where you can't leave. We have Nasty Savage for $44.99. I'll put some kind of like freeze on your phone where you're constantly on Coletco Live. Susie and the Banshees is sold. And this is $64.99 at 25% off. And at this point, this is where people start saying Chad has officially lost it. Susie was $48.74. That's so to Jim Davis. Thank you. Okay, everything in here is $29.99. $29.99. First record. Unbelievable. I don't think I've ever had one of these on sale before, but it has been here almost 2 months. A Perfect Circle 13 step. $29.99. Also $29.99 is the Psychedelic Furs Talk, Talk, Talk. How much? Just $29.99. Also, we have Portishead Dummy. How much? Just $29.99. Also, what in the world? Van Halen 50. How much? $29.99. How much? Ministry $29.99. What in the world? All right, Champs is sold for $30. That is sold to Rebecca Howitt. And over here, we got the Monkeys, a Japanese pressing for $20. Next thing is Stephen Parton on a Perfect Circle, $29.99. That's sold to Stephen Parton, $29.99. Next thing over here, Romelu on PF, Psychedelic Furs sold to Romelu, $29.99. Scott Dwallow second on Perfect Circle. And from the last crate, Susie Breedlove says, you know what? Give me one of those Rick James collected, Chad. And these are $41.24. After the discount, they were $55. This is sold to Susie Breedlove. And then we have Dave Soretin on Van Halen for $29. That was insane. Brandon Lack second, then Michael Rudolph, then Pickle. Chris Caldwell on Ministry for $29. Then Mark Stanley. The only thing left is Portishead Dummy. What else do I have? This was originally $46. This shouldn't be in the $29. This should be more in the straight percentage. Killing Joke, self-titled. Now $29.99. Steve Weaver, somebody's already got that. Nasty Savage. Sorry, somebody's already got Nasty Savage. That's already been claimed. Here is Killing Joke. That is $29.99. That is available. And we have what? Another Ministry, The Land of Rape and Honey. That is $29.99. We need new auctions. How about Fly Me Into the Danger Zone or something like that? The original Top Gun soundtrack. It is an 86 US OG. Unfortunately, the cover does have quite a bit of wear. It's got some like impressions right here. Looks like somebody used it like when they were tracing something. So quite a bit of indentations on the cover. The inner sleeve is a little crinkled, but it is the OG Top Gun soundtrack. You may have heard of that guy. He's probably one of the most famous people on earth, Tom Cruise. Top Gun's a $20 start. That's now what for bid. Who is Henson on Twitch? Henson? Who is Henson on Twitch? Could you let me know so we could verify that? And that was Shannon O. Shannon Price. Boy, y'all throw me a curveball when I don't recognize who you normally are. Give me 1 second. Where do you normally... Okay, you usually watch on Facebook. Okay, he usually watches on Facebook. Okay. So Killing Joke is $29.99. That's sold to Henson on Twitch. Let's make a note. Henson is Shannon Price. Chris Caldwell on Ministry. And next is Killing Purple. I don't think so. I can check right quick, but I don't think so. No, it's not. They start on Discogs overseas at $51 plus shipping. So $29.99 I don't think is a bad deal whatsoever. Way below wholesale cost on those. That's why they were originally $46. And if you don't want it, then Jim Davis does. Mark Stanley next on Ministry. Okay, and then Top Gun has a bid for $20. There we have it. Foo Fighters, Skin and Bones. Foo Fighters is $29. Beck, Sea Change is $29. And Neil Young, Freedom. Unbelievable. That's ended up discounted for $29. And then The Clash, London Calling. That is $29.99. Remastered. That was a good crate. Everything in there was... The most popular crate so far tonight has been $29. It's right in that meaty part of the curve, not falling behind, not showing off. That is $29.99, everything that's left there. So it's up to B Smoker on the Killing Joke. If not, it goes to Jim Davis. Garrett was next. Chris Sheridan on PH. That's for Portishead. And let me show y'all what's left there. Top Gun's a final call to Dan Moran for $20. We're about to sell it. Also over here, we have a 65 USOG mono. This is in VG Plus condition. It is going to go up for $30. It's called Monk by Thelonious Monk. Just a little bit of cover wear right up here in the top left corner. Monk is at $30. Top Gun's at $20, now $22. Vinyl, one more time, the details on that. The vinyl was super clean. No condition notes. The cover does have a little bit of wear up in here. That's the high bid on that. And then I'm assuming B Smoker's passed. And here's the order. There's 2 Killing Jokes. One went to Henson. Then you asked the question, and then 2 other people claimed. It's yours if you want it. If not, there's 2 other people behind you. Shakedown gets that last Portishead. Now Top Gun is at 23. He says he's going to pass on Killing Jokes, so this is sold for $29.99 to Jim Davis. Thank you on that one, okay? Kenny Stanley got Nasty Savage, yes. Kenny Stanley got Nasty Savage. Steve Weaver commented Nasty Savage earlier, but it had already sold. And I was like, I know somebody bought it, I just don't know who. Okay, here's what's left in here for $29.99. We had Foo Fighters, Skin and Bones, a 2 LP, $10 off, $29. Beck, $10 off, a Gayfo 2 LP, $29. Neil Young Freedom, Keep On Rockin' in the Free World, 2 LP, $29.99. The Clash, London Calling, 2 LP remaster, sold to Cyclone Doug. That's all that's left there at $29.99. That's it. That's it right there. And let's go ahead and knock out this other half crate of $24.99 stuff I have, right? Where is it? Yeah, here is our next crate of $24.99. So let me move some stuff around, mix some of these up so there's not back-to-back titles. And there's only a few in here, okay? Let's put these right back over here behind me. Excellent. Moved a lot of merchandise tonight. There's only a few in here, and then we're going to go through a new arrivals crate from Laura. Susie wants a Neil Young. Are we done on Top Gun? So here was the bids, 20, then 22, then 23, now 24. And just so y'all know, Monk does not have a bid. It's a mono, 65 OG, VG Plus, 35. Both Neil Youngs are sold. Thank you. I think y'all know nice, clean OGs of those usually sell for 55, 75. We've sold some for over 100 before. These are sold to Susie and Josh for 29 and 29. Done. See you later. Now, a short but sweet crate of $24.99. First thing is Coldplay, A Rush of Blood to the Head. That's $24.99. Petra, that is Come and Join Us. It is on yellow vinyl remastered. Petra, just $24.99. What else do we have? Towns Van Zant, My Last Copy, Vinyl Me Please, $24.99. Cyclone Doug also wants a Foo Fighters. That means the only thing left in the $29.99 crate is Beck. That's it. That's the only thing left because Cyclone Doug is going to get Foo Fighters. That is sold. Thank you on that, Cyclone Doug. Okay, Garrett caught in on Monk at 30. Right behind him is Patrick at 35. Melinda Gerhart gets Coldplay for 24. Petra on Sean Drewen on Petra for 24. Also, this is the newest album by Sparks. Now $10 off. I actually only originally ordered 2. I was like, wow, a new album from Sparks. I ordered 2. We only sold 1. It's been around since May 21st. Now they're only 24. It's with the lenticular cover. Same thing for Stereolab. I was like, wow, Stereolab has a new album out. I ordered 2 and we only sold 1. I know exactly who bought them too. Natasha Pickett. I remember that night. There was 2 Sparks and 2 Stereolab. I was like, hey, new album from Stereolab and Sparks. And now we have 1 left. I've only sold 1. And they're only $24.99 now. That's $15 off on Stereolab and $10 off on Sparks. $24.99. Chris Knapp on CP. And CP was for Coldplay. That's already sold. I'm assuming we're done on Top Gun. I haven't heard back from Ryan, I don't think, or maybe Dan Moran either. We're about to sell it for $24. Monk did get a bid. It was a $30 start, Garrett, and then $35, and now $38, and now $40. And Chris Knapp wants a Stereo Lab for $24.99. James Allen, you were second. And then I've got one Mud Honey left. Every Good Boy Deserves Fudge. That's $24.99. And here's that album I was talking about when the show started, Wheatus. I threw John a curveball. He was up here. I said, quick, John, what's your favorite Wheatus song? And, of course, we did find out the hit song on here is Teenage Dirtbag. Also, don't forget about Hump 'Em and Dump 'Em. That's $24.99. And we have Dark Horse Remastered. That's George Harrison. And we still got maybe one other George Harrison extra texture left from the other bin. $24.99 for George Harrison there. Okay. Over here, Monkeys 39 and then 40. Excuse me, Monk, not the Monkeys, Monk. This Monkeys is still available, yeah. A 1980 Japanese, no obi, it's $20 if you're talking about that one. Okay, next is Mark Stanley on MH. MH was Mud Honey, that's $24.99. Kristen Barnett on Wheatus, that's for $24.99. Everything in here is on sale, $24.99. Petra, so is $24.99 as well. Everything in here. Tonight's been on sale new vinyl night. On sale new vinyl night. So Petra's $24. Dan's out on Top Gun. Thank you for letting me know you're out. Rebecca Howard on Wheatus. Monk is at $42, now $45. So we can sell Top Gun. And Top Gun is sold, and that is sold to Stephen Parton for $24. Also, Take My Breath Away by Berlin on there. And Loverboy. And, of course, the great scored music from Howard Faltmeyer. And, folks, that's all that's left in this short but sweet. We're about to go through a new arrivals crate over here from Laura. And if y'all can stick with me late, like in over the next hour or two, I'm going to try to go ahead and do some more sorting and show more on-sale new vinyl. Because I think what I don't get to, actually, you know what? As soon as we're done with Laura crate, I'm going to go through the damage bin. The damage crate has some pretty nice stuff that's not too bad. I mean, we're just talking about light seam splits and maybe bent corners. And you're going to get some great deals. Light seam splits and bent corners. And most of it's going to be $24.99. And I see some stuff in here that I currently, there's a couple things in here I currently cannot get anymore. I see 2 Friday music pressings that I think are out of stock. And I see some pretty pricey stuff that you'll probably get for a steal because it's damaged. So, yeah. And you might see something that, if you want me to try to order you a better copy, we can do that. Petra is sold to Craig Honeycutt and Todd Doris on George Harrison. And the last bit on Monk's 45. And that just leaves Sparks and Towns Van Zandt. Wow, a Vinyl Me Please. If you had an OG of this album, what are these? A few $100s, couple $100? This is a Vinyl Me Please remastered on colored vinyl for $24. And we have Sonic Gut Punch, a new album from Sparks with a really cool lenticular cover. That is $10 off, $24.99. Johnny Silva, we are fresh out of Wheatus. Now, the only way I can get more of those is if you want one at sticker price. When we're sold out, if we're sold out of the on-sale stuff, that's it for those. By the way, is Greg Gallier or Darren Chrisman watching? Greg Gallier or Darren Chrisman? I still got to show this David Lee Roth again. I think we're done on Monk. It's a final call to Donna for $45. I'm going to try to take us to 11:30 or midnight with vinyl tonight. Maybe 11:30 or midnight. Then we're going to try to do some CDs. It's probably going to take me 5 minutes after we get CDs set up to find the first CDs I'm going to show. I got a few stacks over here, but we got a lot of CDs still to dig out of the back. And Preston Rose wants that copy of Sparks. Awesome. They were a big deal. They're most of their albums. The reason I ordered this is because, you know, their original albums are pretty desirable and demand pretty good money. That's sold to Preston for $24.99. Donna, let's go over here with, let's sell this to Donna for $45, okay? And Jeremiah Lewis gets that last Towns Van Zandt. Great decisions on all those. So let's go through a new Laura crate. Nice. New Laura crate. But first, here's Towns Van Zandt, sold to Jeremiah Lewis. So everything in that little batch sold. The Monkeys is sold to Melanie Jennings for $20. I'm assuming David didn't want it unless I missed his comment. And right now, here's the no bid pile. Japanese sticks. All the Japanese pressings are near mint minus and pristine, unless I say otherwise. Covers at worst will have maybe humidity spots. If you want to see them specifically, let me know. 35 on sticks. Beatles, Japanese flag series, 45. Eric Clapton, No Reason to Cry with Hello Old Friend. More of the Monkees is 35. Mr. Welcome to the Real World, 35. Grease, 35. And Bright Lights Big City soundtrack, 35. I can't believe there's that many. Bright Lights Big City, Grease, and they're great titles too. Another Monkees with Obi, Eric Clapton, those are great titles. Like, typically not the ones that are left behind. Those are all 35, and the Beatles are 45. Those are all available. Those are all available. What was the David Lee Roth? It was more sealed original copies came in of Skyscraper. More original sealed copies came in of Skyscraper. And there was 2 people next on the waiting list, and I was going to make sure they were okay with a scene split. And that was Darren Chrisman and Greg Gallagher. I was waiting to make sure they're still watching so they can confirm on these, okay? There's those. Speaking of metal, Tanner brought me one of these, and he would probably be disappointed if I didn't go ahead and put it up for auction. He says these have been laying over here. Now, if anybody wants on those waiting lists, those are still coming in. Those are OG David Lee Roth albums. Yes, OG David Lee Roth. Real deal pressings. Sealed originals. And we've been selling the heck out of them. I don't know how they found those or where they came from, but that's them. Okay, here's our next auction. This is Black Sabbath. Excuse me for my Latin. Anno Domini. I've got to be close. But this is the Black Sabbath box set that comes with Headless Cross, Tear, Cross Purposes, and Forbidden. It's a 4 LP box set. And the starting bid, I was about to say, the high on Discogs on these are $229. I'm looking at what the last one sold for, and this is sealed. It's never been opened. Black Sabbath is a $115 start. Anno Domini. Anno Domini. $115 start. That is a sealed box set. Greg Gallagher says he's good with it. Okay, so let's give Greg. Let's give Greg a scene split. Because this right here, I don't know if I can get them or not. Okay? And I'm going to go ahead and give Darren this one as well. And I know he watches. I'll make sure he's okay with it, okay? When next time I see his name, hopefully I'll be able to get to him. And now that leaves 2 people on the waiting list. But tonight we added like another 10 again. And let's also put Chris Smith on the waiting list. And do you recheck pre-orders on Whole Lot of Records regularly? I don't look at the pre-order comments except for 2 times. 1, when I'm placing my order, and 2, when we're pulling them live. Okay? And Black Sabbath's $115 start. Darren Wortman's going to pick up one of the Japanese pressings, and that was Grease for $35. Thank you on that. Now, Darren, the cover of this one had a little bit of wear on the spine. Very bizarre. Other than that, it's really nice. Just going to make sure you're okay with that. Okay, there's that. Boom and boom. Now, how many Van Halen Balance did I order? That pre-order is not due till Friday. It's still getting comments. I hadn't ordered them yet. But I am going to order probably, 100 copies? How many do we have? By the way, thanks everybody. We're now at 10,000 members in Whole Lot of Records. 10,000 members now in our private group on Facebook. The pre-order for Van Halen Balance, orange vinyl, has 69 comments. Hey, look, Brian, there you are. I'm probably going to order 100 then. If I'm at 69 comments, I guarantee some people bought 2. Yeah, Jeff Hawes 2. Somebody asked who's doing the pressing. I have no idea. Somebody complaining about it. I have no idea who that is. Usually I see stuff like that and I delete it. I'm like, why are you complaining about it being a cash grab? There's nothing I can do about it. You need to call up Sony or whoever. Okay, here we go. Let's see what's in this Laura crate. I don't think it's a cash grab. You can buy a box set when it comes out. If you don't buy the box set, a lot of people wait for them individually. Most Van Halen collectors are going to get the box set and it individually. That's why we collect stuff. I do the same thing all the time for the Beatles. I buy the same stuff over and over and over. You do that if you love an artist enough. You'll buy the same stuff over and over and over. How much is balanced? $39.99. Let me share that pre-order. If anybody wants to go ahead and reserve one, please go ahead, because if we get like 10 or 15, I might order 125. So over there, let me find those. Also, Godsmack 1000 horsepower. Okay, we got a lot of ground to cover. No more questions. We got to go through a Laura crate. I have no idea what's in here. Let me go share this link. Let me go share this link so everybody can join. Wow, a lot of people still watching over here on Facebook. There I am, Chad Williams. And you can click on that. If you're not a member of the group, you can join. I'll approve you immediately. And here we go. So first thing we have, I'm going to go ahead and do this. Here's the Laura crate hop sticker. Wow, nice, Laura. Nice. Oh, where's my informational? I know kind of what it looks like. It looks like Garth as the guy from The Cure shopping in a record store. Am I close, Laura? He's kind of got the hair of, what's his name? Oh, man. I can't remember his name. That's, gosh, it's the guy from The Cure. Robert Smith. Smith, yeah. Robert Smith. It looks like Robert Smith, Garfield. Okay, so y'all know the rules. Y'all know the rules. There's 3 records I'm going to show. The first person to claim it gets the hop sticker. Here's the rules. First come, first serve. No putbacks. And you can't comment redacted, okay? She's covered up the title. Final call to get a bid on the Black Sabbath box. I don't think it got a bid. $115 to get that one rolling. It's sealed, brand new. Here we go. I'm going to show 3. I'm trying to figure out what it is. Huh. Drive-By Truckers, Southern Rock Opera Deluxe Edition, $54.99. Drive-By Truckers, Southern Rock Opera. I've never seen that before. The Horace Silver Quintet, $22.99, 2019. And Prince Controversy, $22.99, a 2022 press. There it is. Let me go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing. The next Japanese pressing is going to go up right now. And that is going to be a Japanese pressing of, what is this? The Wiz? I'm the Wiz and nobody beats me. I'm the Wiz and nobody beats me. The Wiz. Let's put this up. It is the Super Soul musical of The Wonderful Wizard of Oz. That is a $15 start. There's the Japanese insert. That is the Wiz. The Wiz. $15 start. I'm the Wiz and nobody beats me. Next thing we have over here is HS Horace Silver is sold to Donna Turner. She was first. Wow. And that means she gets the Laura crate, Garfield, Robert Smith lookalike, shopping at Coletco buying records. And look, that's our metal racks up front. He's in Coletco. There's hanging in Coletco a Laura crate poster and another Laura crate poster. That is sold to Donna Turner, D Jazzy over on Twitch. Henson is first on the Drive-By Truckers. That is sold to Henson. And then Kelly Vlodarchek first on Prince. Then Kristen Barnett. Romelu next on Horace Silver, then Jetstream, then Garrett Cyprit, then Matthew Sebastian on Drive By Truckers, William next on Silver, and then we have the Wiz at 15, Jim B next on Prince. The David Lee Roth is $28.99, and then the Wiz is a $15 start. And Black Sabbath can be bought for $115 buy it now. Sealed Black Sabbath box set, $115 buy it now. Let's keep going through this lore crate so we can show other new vinyl on sale. We've redacted this House of the Holy cover. This is $27.99. Thank you. Chad loves Led Zeppelin, especially this album. $27.99. There it is. The song remains the same. The Crunge. Where's that confounded bridge? The Allman Brothers Band collected. 2 LP. If this was new for music on vinyl, it would be $54.99. $37.99 for the Allman Brothers collected. We got Led Zeppelin, so did Jeff Brent RTO. Cyclone Doug on Beck. Oh, I bet you want a Beck from earlier. I saw you comment Beck earlier, and I was like, what is he commenting? Beck is $29.99. That is sold to Cyclone Doug. Thank you. Melinda next on Zeppelin. The Wiz is at 30, now 35, and now 40. And Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers live, Pack Up the Plantation. That is a double LP, a great live Tom Petty album, beautiful. $34.99. David Lee Roth is a waiting list. So one more quick story on that. I saw this in stock when I was trying to order David Lee Roth albums for somebody. When I clicked on it, it said 88 original release. And I was like, what does that mean? 88, does that mean these are OG copies? I didn't know what that meant. I ordered 5 of them, and when they showed up about a month ago, they were original sealed copies. We've never had them in stock. I'll get in 10, we'll sell them all, and then there's a waiting list. And then ever since then, we have never had these in stock. It's always been a waiting list. Right now, there's another 10 or 15 people on there. I've told everybody, it doesn't matter when they come in. If we do get more, no guarantee. They may not ever show up ever again. This is, I mean, they're not going to keep, there's no way they can keep making them. I mean, they're original pressings. Eventually, they've got to run out. Another 15 showed up today. I was like, wow. So I was going to say, eventually they're going to stop making them. They stopped making them back 40 years ago in 1988 or however long that was. Let's see, 25, 12, 37 years ago. 37 years ago. Okay, so next is Wiz at 55. JetBlue got the Allman Brothers. Kenny Cates was next. James wants on David Lee Roth. Jeff says, give Led Zeppelin to Melinda. Melinda. Give Led Zeppelin to Melinda. What is this box set you speak of? Led Zeppelin box set? I'm not aware of a Led Zeppelin box set. Unless you're talking about the Classic Records box set, that is like $25,000. The Wiz, the last bid on the Wiz with Donna was $55. And then if anybody else, so if they show up, we're lucky. I mean, we've been lucky every time. I need to find out what's going on. My sales rep honestly didn't know. He's like, it must have been a warehouse find. So we'll keep adding people. James Cohorn, Chad Sauls, Michael Rudolph, Chuck Wilson. What is Queen 27? My brain has shut down. We have David Bowie, Diamond Dogs. This is 2017, $22.99. And we have the Immaculate Collection from Madonna. That is a 2020 press, $34.99. $34.99. And Willie Nelson live at Budokan, a record store day, sealed, $29.99. So give the Led Zeppelin to Melinda Gerhardt, okay? So Melinda, you do get House of the Holy. What is Queen 27? And the last bid on the Wiz was with Donna at $55. Okay, now the next thing I have was Pink Floyd Pulse. Pink Floyd Pulse is $114.99. David Lee Roth is $28.99. $28.99. $28.99. Jerry Rock also wants on the Roth waiting list. And Stephen Parton wants a David Bowie. That is sold to Stephen Parton. Okay, moving right along. Chad's got to go get a monster. My brain is starting to shut down. LL Cool J, a 2014, $24.99 for LL Cool J. And let's pause right here with the ABBA singles, the first 10 years, $17.99. But first, I'm going to introduce new auctions. I'm the Wiz, and nobody beats me. That sold to Donna for $55. Thank you, Donna. That sold to you for $55. That is done. Let's see what else do I have over here in the Japanese bin. Oh man, I'm like crashing. It's amazing how my brainwave shut down. Mark Stanley on LL Cool J. Black Sabbath is sold to Henson. This I've got. Guess what? I've got another one if anybody wants it. $115. I've got another. And then Brian Reynolds also on David Lee Roth. Michael Rudolph on ABBA. That's sold to Michael Rudolph. ABBA. That is sold. And now we have filled up another crate. That was fast. Wow. Okay, so let me do a couple things right quick. Let me swap out crates. Let me put up a new auction. Let me do a little bit of this and a little bit of that. And then I've got to go up front and get a monster before... see, I can't. It's over. I'm at that point. It's like, Chad, you're done. Okay? You better go get that right now. Otherwise, you're screwed. There's nothing else you can do. But let me try my best to introduce these auctions. This is an OG Rolling Stones lenticular cover. Their Satanic Majesty's Request. It's a 67 OG stereo. Monos are very rare. VG, a $25 start. VG, Rolling Stones, $25 start. And then we have Otis Redding. Otis Redding is a 67 German repress, a German press of the complete and unbelievable Otis Redding dictionary. That is a $20 start. That is now up for bid. Let me go ahead and read two more records out of here. Sufjan Stevens, Seven Swans, a 2004 USOG, $39.99. And The Feminine Divine, Dexy's Midnight Runners. Wow, new album from them, or a relatively new album. Dexy's Midnight Runners, The Feminine Divine, $17.99. Let me step up here right now and go get a monster. All right, thanks everybody for tuning in. It's Tuesday night. We have already sold 2, 4, 6 crates. We still got quite a bit of new vinyl still to go through tonight on sale. Right now, we're going through a new Arrivals crate from Laura. A new Arrivals crate from Laura. Very nice. I'm stepping up here to get an energy drink. The other one has done its job, but it has said, Chad, you're done. Time for you to check out. And let's figure out where my sister Jill put them in the fridge for me earlier. And hopefully they're right here in this bag with my other half of my sandwich that I'm about to grab. Yep, there's that, and there's my other half of my sandwich. There's my ramen noodles my mom bought me. That's my supper tonight, and a few fudge rounds. If you can name a healthier supper, I challenge you. Ramen noodles and fudge rounds, are you kidding me? Psh, no chance. Ramen noodles and fudge rounds, I mean, if you can name something healthier, I would be shocked. So, there's that. All right. So, don't even try. Don't even try. Because you can't. Of course, health food is all opinionated anyway. It's all opinionated. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, quick snack break. Man, I feel so much better. I was actually right here behind the camera, just taking a quick snack break. Okay. So when I walked away, we sold the Black Sabbath. We had a lot of people going. David Lee Roth, thanks everybody. Michael Rudolph on ABBA. Rolling Stones 25. Otis Redding is in stereo. So Stones got a bid for 25. Otis got a bid for 20. Steve McGee got to Dexy's Midnight Runners. The generator is plugged up. We got a new empty crate over here to fill up. And I am at the bottom and I'm ready to go. So here we have Charlie Crockett live from the Ryman Auditorium. Nice. Charlie Crockett. Oh, no, Laura. There's no price on it. That's okay. We'll set it right over here. Also, we got Enter the Wu-Tang, 36 Chambers. Wu-Tang Clan is $24.99. Wu-Tang Clan, Enter, 36 Chambers. And this here is Touche Amore Lament. That's a post-hardcore album, $17.99. Weed. How about Reed? Wu-Tang Clan. Final call on the Stones, one bid 25. Final call on Otis Redding, one bid 20. And yes, I'm still working on Japanese. I will read what's left, David, in 1 second, okay? But how about Depeche Mode here? 2016 press. Depeche Mode is $32.99. Johnny Cash at Folsom Prison. That is on silver vinyl, $22.99. Silver vinyl, Walmart exclusive, $22. Kenny Cates was second on Wu-Tang Clan, or third, actually. Margot Price, Strays, is on pink orange vinyl, $14.99. And, okay, and the price on Charlie Crockett, thank you, Laura. She brought me one price sticky, and she says it's $27.99. $27.99. And Garrett says Crockett once it's tagged. Well, that's a good way to reserve it. Garrett, if you do want it, it's $27.99. Kelly Vlodarchek on Johnny Cash. I fell into a burning ring of fire. And there's Margot Price. That's $14.99. And Garrett said he will take Charlie Crockett. He was actually first to say sold, too. Jeff Hallsworth bid $101 on Depeche Mode. Just joking. He's claiming Depeche Mode 101. Thank you on that. And then Otis Redding. That didn't get another bid, right? Otis Redding is sold for $20. And that's sold to Corey Gaston. Thank you. Now, I want to let whoever know, whoever was the very first bidder on the Rolling Stones, I need to let you know you were outbid. And who was that? It was Kristen Barnett. Kristen, just so you know, you are outbid on that, okay? That's at $26. Next is Dinosaur Jr. Bug. That's a 2020 pressing, $24.99. All right. Here's some of the titles left in the first crate of Japanese. The Eagles' Greatest Hits, Kiss Destroyer, 38 Special, Tour de Force, Foreigner, Double Vision, Firm, Mean Business, Beatles, Hey Jude, Duran Duran Arena, Wham, Edge of Heaven, Pat Benatar, Precious Love, Rod Stewart's Greatest Hits, Lover Boy, Keep It Up, Night Ranger, Dawn Patrol, Lover Boy, Get Lucky, Debbie Harry Cuckoo, Michael Schenker, One Night at Budokan, Eagles, Hotel California, Benatar, Seven the Hard Way, Doobies, Volume 2, Best of, ABBA, Arrival, McCartney 2, London Town, Wings, T-Rex in Concert, Rod Stewart, Absolutely Live, Billy Joe, Innocent Man, J-Golf, Showtime, Christine McVie, Self-Titled, Steve Perry, Street Talk, Night Ranger, Seven Wishes, Miles Davis in Europe, Wham, Make It Big, and the Teacher soundtrack. And we also have Miles Davis here going up for auction. Miles Davis in Europe. It's a Japanese pressing. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It is a stone cold stunner of an LP. It has an insert and it has a beautiful jacket. Miles Davis, just no Obi. Wow, that's beautiful. No signs of wear whatsoever. $35 start on that. And then Space Orca on Dinosaur Jr. Now the Stones is at $27. And then T-Rex Japanese pressing. I'll put it up in just a second. The Smiths, Strange Ways Here We Come. 2009, that's $22.99. Miles Davis does have a bid for $35. Ooh, Kiss Icon. Seal, $29.99. Silver Black Splatter, essentially a Kiss Greatest Hits. Pink Floyd, The Piper at the Gates of Dawn. That's a 2016 stereo remaster, $22.99. And Foreigner, Jukebox Heroes. Foreigner is A greatest hits comp, it looks like, 1999. The Stones is still getting bids. Now it's at 28. Thomas Hujar on the Smiths. And now Garrett Seifert on Pink Floyd. And we have Alan Smith next on the Smiths. Miles Davis, 36, also of Nick Bergeron. And Amanda Darby next on the Smiths. We have, I don't know, Danielson? Yeah, Danielson Ships, a 2006 USOG, 1999. Brian Reynolds, he wanted the best, he got it. That's Kiss. That's sold to Brian Reynolds. AC/DC. I'm Back in Black. I'm at Coletco, and I am going to buy this record. AC/DC, $22.99 of 2015. And the Beau Brummels Triangle. That is a mono reissue on blue vinyl for $17.99. A 50th anniversary mono edition. Features the song Magic Hollow, $17.99. We got Thomas Hujar on Dan for Danielson. Miles Davis is at 40. Kristen's out on the Stones. Jeff Halsworth is going to get some Hell's Bells there. Ed Riviera second. And Stevie Ray Vaughan, The Sky's Crying. This looks like a music. It is. It's a music on vinyl pressing. That album originally came out in 1991. That is $22.99 for Stevie Ray Vaughan. So she's out on the Stones. So let's go ahead and sell this to Nick Bergeron for $28. Now, Nick, you're out on Miles Davis. It's at $40. I hope David Johnson was listening to that Japanese read-through earlier. Our next auction is Led Zeppelin. This is a live album. It was recorded in Madison Square Garden in 1973. It was the soundtrack to their concert film, The Song Remains the Same. And this is a 76 US OG specialty press, VG Plus condition, a $25 start. Stevie Ray Vaughan is sold to Nick Bergeron. He's also out on Miles Davis. Corey next on Stevie. Jeff third. Scott fourth. Maybe I need to order some new copies of that. They're not going to be that cheap, though. And we have Led Zeppelin 4. Nice. If it keeps on raining, the levee's going to break. Nice. $27.99 on that. And the high bid on Miles Davis right now is $40 with Donna Turner. Also, we have The Doors Morrison Hotel. That's a 2009 press. Morrison Hotel, 180 gram, $24.99. A classic album. Roadhouse Blues. Waiting for the Sun. You Make Me Feel Peace Frog. Indian Summer. Which ones I'm thinking of? Indian Summer. Why did you throw the Jack of Heart away? That's the Heinesen House. That's on L.A. Woman. Yeah, Heinesen House. I love that Doors song. The Heinesen House. That's on L.A. Woman. Next is George Scherer on the Doors. Thank you on that. And then we have Unusual Animals Volume 2. What is this? It's an alternative rock album, $9.99. Led Zeppelin is a $25 start. No bid yet. So, Jeff, make sure if you want to bid, you put LZ or Led, whichever, Led Zeppelin. You can spell it out. $25 start. Garrett, I'm assuming you're passing on Miles. If you do say pass, I'm going to go ahead and sell it for $40 to Donna. And the last thing in here is Swaps. And Swaps is on this green vinyl. Aether Defects. It's $9.99. A couple curveballs there at the end. All right, Led Zeppelin has a bid for $25. And Donna, you do get Miles Davis for $40. Let's put that in a new sleeve. And there we have it. So the first thing I'm going to show you is a quick recap of this lower crate. Then we're going to go through a damaged bin of new vinyl. Everything in here is going to be $24.99. I may flip through it. There might be some, I don't know. I'll see what's left in here, okay? But that's sold Final Call on Led Zeppelin, okay? And the next thing we have is... Oh, man. I hope y'all didn't hear that. That was my neck. What a relief that was. Led Zeppelin at 27. Next thing we have is a quick recap here. Holy moly, I'm falling apart. We got Tom Petty, an OG copy of Pack Up the Plantation. $34.99. That's a 2LP live. The Madonna Immaculate Collection. That's a 2020 press. $34.99. That's originally released in 1990, which is a pretty pricey OG when you run across it. Whit and Elson live in Budokan. That is sealed for $29.99. And we have Sufjan Stevens, 7 Swans, a 2004 USOG, $39.99. I know one thing. When I did that, I felt like a relief. It just like a relief just went down my spine. Wow, that was amazing. Led Zeppelin's at 27. Dave Seretna first on Foreigner. That is sold to Dave Seretna. Thank you on that. Now Led Zeppelin has another bidder at 30. And this is Touche Amour Lament. And this is $17.99. Genre for that's post-hardcore. Margot Price Strays on colored vinyl, $14.99. And the Beau Brummels Triangle, a mono reissue on blue vinyl, $17.99. Sorry, I smacked the camera. And then here is Led Zeppelin. Did somebody claim this? No, they're bidding on Led Zeppelin. The black vinyl Jimmy Page Remaster 27, and then the 2 10-inch Unusual Animals Volume 2, $9.99, and Swaps is $9.99. And Led Zeppelin's at 30. Okay, there's that. Now Led Zeppelin's at 32. There's that. And let's put up a new auction. And let's sort through this damaged stuff here. How many people we still have watching? 249 on all platforms. Nice for 10/18 on a Tuesday night. But there is more new vinyl coming on sale. This crate is damaged in some way or another, okay? So let me sort through here and make sure I want to make everything 24. Yeah, we don't want to leave that in there. That one says defective. I don't know what that means. That one's missing an empty jacket. That one was originally $55, and it just has a light seam split, so I might pull that one out. That will be 24. That's 24. I'll do those for 24. That's a defective record. Let me pull that one out. That is an empty jacket. These were originally 59. They have bent corners. I'm going to pull those out. I'll do that for 24, that for 24, that 24. That one was originally 49. I'm going to pull that one out. 38 was seam split. I'll do that for 24. 34 was seam split. I'll do that for 24. I'll do that for 24. These were 55 originally with seam splits. I'm going to pull those out. They're just going to be slightly more. These have light seam splits for 24. I cannot get this one anymore. These have bent corners. I'll leave them in there. Those are seam splits. I'll leave that. Why are these in here? Okay, those are bent corners. Those are really bad bent corners. Oh my gosh. And then those are bent corners and bent corners. Okay. So everything in here I have determined will be $24.99, okay? Everything in here I've determined is $24.99. That was not an OG Nirvana, or excuse me, Madonna. All right. These are seam split and damaged covers. They're just $24.99. So everything in here is damaged in one way or another. It could be a seam split. It could be a bent corner. Our next auction is Hawkwind, Quark, Strangeness and Charm. Quark, Strangeness and Charm. This is a 77 US Los Angeles original. It's in VG condition with the original inner sleeve. $20 start on Hawkwind. Okay, now I think I'm officially ready. I think Craig asked me twice, Craig Thomas, about 45s earlier, and I hadn't got it back around to them. It's just been one of those nights. But I'm going to go ahead and try to grab 3 out of here. And I'm going to go ahead and try to put up 3 singles. And I thought about that today, the way to the store. I was like, we got to get back into our singles. And so here we go. And I apologize for whoever's been asking. This has been one of those busy nights. So here's our first 3. These are going to go up 3 at a time for $10 starts. And this is Love Yourself with Whole Heart, Sufjan Stevens, The Kinks, Better Things plus 3 live single, The Kinks, and I don't know. It looks like Toro Wymont, but I could be way off. Those 3 singles for a $10 start. Japanese T-Rex, yes, on deck. Definitely. Led Zeppelin's at 40. All right, $24.99. Everything in here is $24.99. This first record was originally $39, and that's Zebra. These have really bad bent corners. I mean, they are... Yeah, okay, up here's the other ones. Yeah, they have really bad bent corners, either at the top or at the bottom. So, Zebra, $24.99. Now, when you get the shrink wrap off, you'll be able to flatten them, but they will have some sort of crease. Bent corners, $24.99. And I'll try my... I mean, they're all pretty similar. That one on the top there is probably the worst. But the shrink is really probably not helping it. It needs to be... The shrink needs to be taken off and then be flattened. That's actually probably hurting it right now where it's still shrink wrapped. But I've got 3, and they're $24.99. Susie, I'll give you this one here. It's not too bad. It does have a noticeable crease right there. But that's sold to Susie for $24.99. All right? Now, what was next? These 3 singles for a $10 start. We have a bid for 10, 10, and now 10. Now 11, now 12. Hawkwind has 1 bid for $20 with Jeff Birdsong. And Led Zeppelin's at 40, and somebody asked what it was, and then somebody asked to see it close again. This is Led Zeppelin. The song remains the same. An OG 1976 specialty press. We've graded the vinyl VG+. The jacket's VG+. Excuse me. It does have the insert booklet attached, and that is Led Zeppelin. The song remains the same. The high bid's $40. These 3 singles are being sold together. They're at $12. Next is Suicidal Tendencies. These are originally $38. They also have bent corners. There's that over there. This is the crease right there. And there's a big crease right there. But these are now just $24. Suicidal Tendencies. Crease covers. Those were $38.99. Everything in here is damaged, either most of it's seam split, and there are some bent covers. Garrett gets 1. I'll give you this one right here, $24.99. Chris Caldwell gets 1, and now there's 1 left. Next, I can definitely tell you this has a bent corner, Thor. Man, those got really hit. Thor is The Edge of Hell, $24.99. And Brian Call on the Suicidal Tendencies. And keep in mind, these all have some sort of damaged covers one way or another. They're all still brand new records. Thor is really bent. All right, so the Hawkwind is sold for $20. And that's sold to Jeff Birdsong. The 3 singles are sold to Preston Rose for $12. And I'm assuming everybody's done on Led Zeppelin. I got to sell it. These just have seam splits. Testament. Orange and brown swirl vinyl. Testament has some seam splits right there. $24.99. Garrett Cypher on Testament. $24.99. Those just have seam splits. Seam splits on those. Okay? I've only got 1 Jason Isbell, Foxes in the Snow. That is on the Go Vinyl Indie exclusive seam split. Seam split, $24.99. And that was sold very quickly to Garrett Cypher. Led Zeppelin's at $45. Next is Godsmack, seam split. Godsmack is $24.99. It does have a seam split. That's the only thing wrong with them. $24.99 on those. Testament is also sold to Mike Sharp. So Garrett got 1. Mike Sharp was next, then Thomas. Garrett did get the Jason Isbell. Led Zeppelin 45. Kenny Stanley next on Testament. Jason next on Isbell. Garrett Cypher on Godsmack. And Thomas Hujar on Godsmack. Those are sold and sold. Okay? And then we have Led Zeppelin at 47. These next look like they have bent covers. They do. This is the Sisters of Mercy. This is the Sisters of Mercy. Live, She Got Red Eyes, July 1983. They are bent covers. They have bent covers. $24.99. The Godsmack sold out in a hurry. They are sold. Everything in here, by the way, is damaged covers, either bent corners or seam splits. $24.99. And the first thing we had on Sisters of Mercy, we got one for Thomas, one for Robert, and one for Amanda Darby. Led Zeppelin still getting bids. Let's put up another auction then. Our next auction is The Who live at Leeds. This is a really cool record. You'll see why right now. It has all of the original inserts that came with it. This album, when it came out in 1970, came with 12 reproduction inserts. It has it's really cool. It even has, not everything's quote reproduction. It has some photos and posters. But it has a replica of their Woodstock contract, lyrics to My Generation. It's really cool. This has the poster, the Pete Townsend photo. It's a complete OG copy with all of the original 12 documents. VG on the vinyl, VG plus jacket, complete with all 12 documents or inserts, a $30 start. That is The Who. Really cool record there. It's a gatefold jacket. All right. Also in the $24.99, these have seam splits, and that's the Melvins' newest album, Thunderball. Melvin. Smoke is a color variation. That's what it says on the hype sticker. Smoke colored vinyl, the newest album from the Melvins, and these just have light seam splits. Not much wrong with those. $24.99, the Melvins. 3 copies. I've only got one Mr. Big. I've already been selling some of these, and all the thing wrong with this is a seam split. These are notorious for having seam splits. Mr. Big, it's a one-step, $24.99. Mark Stanley on the Melvins. Led Zeppelin's at $50 with Jeff Church. Travis is out. Final call on that. And The Who is a $30 start. There is a bid for $30. Next is Europe, the Ultimate Collection. Seam split. Europe. It's the final countdown. Kristen Barnett on Mr. Big for $24.99. Chad's going to take a drink of his Monster right quick. That was a really close zoom up of my head. I was trying to go to the overhead camera. That was a really close zoom up of my head. Hold on a minute. Let's try that again. There it is. I was trying to get my head out of the shot. There we go. There we go. That's more like it. Now we can deal blackjack. Okay. I did get a haircut. I saw that picture Sean posted of me. I was like, dang, I look crazy. I have that mad scientist hair. I came in one day, and I didn't even really look in the mirror. And Tanner was like, dude, your hair is crazy. And it was just like, I looked like Einstein. I was just like, I didn't even look at it, really. All right, so Mr. Big went to Kristen, Edwin second. Michael Rudolph got Europe, $24.99. Dave Seretna and Craig Ruth was next. I was like, yeah, I got to go get a haircut immediately. Okay, next over here is, next thing I have over here is Virgin Steel, Age of Consent, $24.99. That is, what's wrong with this one? A seam split? Just a seam split on that one. All right, so one bid on The Who. I'm about to sell it, complete with all the inserts. Led Zeppelin is sold to Jeff Church for $50. That's sold to Jeff Church. Thank you on that. I still got plenty of auctions over here to put up. We're doing on sale $24.99 damaged and split seam split records. Next is Ali Venable, Money and Power. And this is seam split, just $24.99. Edwin Riviera on Virgin Steel. That's sold to Edwin for $24.99. And whoa, Iron Maiden, Seventh Son. They do have seam splits, $24.99 for Iron Maiden. And Black Sabbath, Never Say Die. Seam split, that has Ozzy on it $24.99 on that. George Sherritt got the Who for $30. Let's put up some new auctions. First thing I have over here is... Okay, I'll put that away. And then Mark Stanley on Iron Maiden for $24. Thomas Hujar for $24. Bill Reese. So Mark Stanley and Thomas got the Iron Maidens. Bill Reese was third. Garrett on Black Sabbath. Edwin next on Iron Maiden. Mark next on Black Sabbath. James next on Iron Maiden. And Susie next on Black Sabbath. Okay, next auction I have going up is Miles Davis, the man with the horn. Miles Davis is at 81 USOG, a gold for military sale only. So this was definitely sold at a military... I always forget the name of those places. Anyway, a military base store. Miles Davis is OG, VG Plus, a $20 start. Not enough by far on Sabbath or Iron Maidens for everybody. There's only one copy of Five Finger Death Punch. It has a seam split. That's it. $24.99. The Cult Sonic Temple, green vinyl. That's $24.99. It has a seam split. Seam split, green vinyl. And then Skinny Puppy. And this one's called Viva Sec Viva. Skinny Puppy. These just have seam splits. A couple of them are really light. Just $24.99 on Skinny Puppy. All right, so now, as y'all know, when these come in damaged, I rarely discount them because we typically can get our cost, our money back on them. Just sending them back. That's basically what I'm doing now. And sometimes, though, people buy them already damaged because we don't know if we can get more in the future. If it's something limited edition. Y'all have probably seen a couple things in here that since they've come in, I've not been able to get them since they came in damaged. One was the Sisters of Mercy. I think we was never able to get that one again. So... let's read through those again. Then I've got a few that should be a little bit higher priced just because they were $50 records or more. I'll go ahead and show those, okay? But first, let's tag the rest of these. PX Commissary, PX Commissary, PX. There we have it. And then Mark Stanley on the Cult for $24.99. Mike Sharp on Five Finger Death Punch for $24. The reason we didn't send these back is because I've waited too late. It's just like time consuming to fill out the form and send photos and everything. So I just forget. Ed's so busy, and now I'm basically selling them at cost instead of just being able to ship them back and get our money back at cost. We're probably selling a lot below cost. Pickle was next on Colt, then Amanda. Skinny Puppy is sold to Jason Fornerat and Thomas Hujar, and one to Thomas Clark, okay? And Garrett, you were fourth and only had 3. Let's read through those one more time. I'm going to make Miles Davis a buy now for $20. An OG with a military sale only sticker. And that is going to be a $20 buy now. Laura just sent me the hot pictures for tomorrow. I might go ahead and pull those up and show them to you. Garrett on Miles Davis for $20. And let's put up some other auctions. I have $15 start to put up. I forgot about the blue stuff over here. We hadn't read off, I read off a bunch of that earlier and I hadn't really had time to get to it. Like John Lee Hooker, I'm in the mood. And John Lee Hooker is a 69 U.S. Abbey repress. It's a compilation. It's on the upfront label. John Lee Hooker is a $15 start. All right. There's that. And here's some of the hot pictures for tomorrow. What do we have? Hendrix, George Strait, Hendrix, Muddy Waters, Funkadelic, Zach Brown, Hendrix, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Hendrix. Led Zeppelin bootleg, Beatles, Elton John, Pink Floyd, Wicked, Mudge Crutch, Queen bootleg, Nick Cave, Beastie Boys. Led Zeppelin. Ooh, I wonder if that's that box set somebody was just talking about. There's Led Zeppelin box, and we got Minneapolis Genius, Allman Brothers, U2, Hawkwind, Bo Diddley, Grateful Dead, Miles Davis, White Line, Tom Petty, Allison Chains, Otis Redding, Dead Kennedys, Don Henley, Monster Mash, AC/DC, Sliding Easy, Kiss, and that's some of the featured auctions for tomorrow night. John Lee Hooker has a bid. Here's what's left. Zebras are $24.99. They do have bent corners. really bad bent covers, I should say. Zebras, $24.99. Those were originally $44.99, so those are $20 off. Friday Music. They should be on colored vinyl. I've got 2. You might can flatten that out. The shrink wrap's really holding it in place right now. Thor, also really bad bent corners, or I should say bent covers. That's on red marble vinyl. Thors are $24.99. The Melvin's Thunderball, those are just light seam splits for $24. And then Alley Venable is $24. And those are also light seam splits. Alley Venable, Money and Power, $24.99 on those. So those is all that's left. Let me grab the other ones. So this record was $54.99. Let's do them for $34.99, okay? $34.99. That's $20 off. And the only thing wrong with them are seam splits. And that is the South Park 25th Anniversary Concert at Red Rocks. This has Trey Parker and Matt Stone from South Park, Primus, Ween, Geddy Lee, and Alex Lifeson of Rush, $34.99. So those are double LPs. It's the South Park, $34.99. That's $20 off. Those were $54.99. I have 3 remaining. John Lee Hooker is about to sell for $15. It is a final call. Next auction needs to go up right now. It's called Soil Work, Natural Born Chaos. Soil Work is a melodic death metal album, limited to $1,300 on white vinyl with lyric insert and poster. That is a $20 start. South Park are sold out, $34.99. We got Kelly Vlodarchek, Curtis Marachi, and Travis Woods. Those are $34.99. Those are gone. John Lee Hooker has a new bid for $18. This one I'll do for $29. It was originally $46. It is Ace Frehley, Live Plus One, the expanded version. Frehley's Comic, Live Plus One. It just has a seam split. It has a seam split. Live Plus One. Those were $46. Those are also colored vinyl. That's $29. I've only got one. I've only got one. All right. Now, I doubt y'all want these. That says... Those are empty jack. Okay, here is this one. These were originally $59 or $54. I'll also do these for $34. That is the Now Yearbook 89. Triple LP, should be pink vinyl to match. They have really bad bent corners, which are actually pretty common for these. They're 3 LPs jammed into a pretty thin jacket. So that's going to happen. $34.99. These might do good on Discogs. Man, I keep forgetting to put up that T-Rex. Nobody asked for it, but somebody has asked for that T-Rex, and I keep forgetting about it. Let me go ahead and put up a third auction, but we'll do those for $34. Those are originally what, $54, $59. Here's T-Rex live in concert, 1970. It is a Japanese pressing, and since I've waited so long, I'll put it up for just a $15 start. T-Rex, actually from the Electric Warrior Tour, 1971. $15 start on those. So, Hooker got a new bid for $18. Dave Seretna on Ace for $29. Make sure that goes in for $29. Jeff Church second. Jason Fortenrat said Sodeck. What is Sodeck? S-O-D-E-C-K. John Lee Hooker got a new bid for $20. And the Nows for $34.99 with the bent corners are sold to Donna and Amanda Darby, $34.99. Dave was next, then Jeff Halsworth. And there's T-Rex for $15, $16, now $30. Now John Lee Hooker, $22. And then Soil Work is called Natural Born Chaos. No bid on that yet. 2023 melodic death metal, $20 start on that. Okay, now the only other damaged stuff over here, these are really bizarre. Look what happened here. I've definitely got to reach out to them and see if we can get some kind of credit. There's no disc in here. There's no disc. It's an empty Depeche Mode jacket. So I'm going to just like see if he'll give me a credit or something on those. This Kiss Unplugged, let's see what this says. Manufacturing defect side 2. Aha. Some vinyl, some paper has got pressed inside of the vinyl on side 2. Who wants Kiss Unplugged for $10? Manufacturing defect. Kiss Unplugged, $10. manufacturing defect. Okay, this record was originally $54.99. It has a scene split. I'll do it for $34, $20 off, $34.99. It has a scene split. The newest album from Arcade Fire, Pink Elephant. Arcade Fire is $20 off, light scene split, $34.99 on that. And then we have another empty cover, Godsmack. They shipped us an empty cover. How crazy is that? So that's that. Arcade Fire, $34. And before I show the next couple, let me see who got what. Okay, wow, a lot of activity. So T-Rex jumped up to 30 quickly, and then 35. Soil Work got a bid for 20. T-Rex 31, then 40. T-Rex 50. Ed and Riviera wants a zebra and Thor. You got it. I'll give you this zebra for 24. And let's also get him a Thor for 24. Those are sold to Ed and Riviera. Okay, Dave Sorrentna got the Defective Kiss for 10. Ed and Riviera was second. Kelly Vlodarchek on Arcade Fire. Make sure that goes in for 34. That's the indie exclusive, too. There's something in there, like a book or something. You can feel it. It's like maybe a 10-inch. There's something inside of that, though. I forgot what the indie exclusive came with. And then John Lee Hooker, 25, 26. Okay, so everything has new bids, essentially. Now John Lee Hooker's at 26. T-Rex is at 55. And Soil Work, one bid. We're about to sell that to Shannon Lee. And those are empty jackets. And, okay, let's see what this is. Let me figure out what the defect is before I price it. Oh, yeah. This just came, I think, well, let me check. This may just came scuffed from the factory. I don't know if it's been play tested, but let's see here. Oh, yeah. Yeah, boy, this one didn't get through quality control. $10. Pink Floyd at Pompeii. It's, once again, a flake of paper got pressed inside of the vinyl. You know, sometimes miraculously, that will play through. I'm assuming this person didn't want to try it, or maybe they obviously didn't want a defective record they paid $45 for. So that's what happened there. But also, side 2, the other disc has quite a bit of scuffs, and probably because they stored them in these horrendous, coarse, thick inner sleeves. These are actually probably the worst thing they could have stored these LPs in for such a expensive and such a big band like Pink Floyd. They honestly picked the worst inner sleeves possible. You can see right here, look at these. That's how it came from the factory. Those scratch marks right there, they're not actually fillable. They're just scuffs. But this one should have failed quality control, what, 3 times? But you'll get at least, it might play through that, but you might also get 2/3 of an album. Plus, there's a book in here too, right? Yeah. We'll say $10 on Pink Floyd. And I think those are like $45 new. So that's $10. All right, those, and who got that? A lot of people. Denise Ofdahl, $10 on the Pink Floyd there. Okay, I just missed the boat there. I lost a lot of money on those. There's no telling how much of a loss I just took right then. But I did get some money back, so that's great. Kristen Barnett next. Jeff Halsworth 3rd. Wes Wilt 4th. Holbrook 5th. Thomas 6th. John Lee Hooker 28. T-Rex 67. John Lee Hooker 30. Craig next on Pink Floyd. T-Rex 70. Soil Work is sold to Shannon Lee for $20. And now I'm going to start a new crate. All right, yeah, and let's try to go through some more new vinyl. I got to do some sorting. And the empty covers, I'll keep you in mind, Jeff, on Depeche Mode. I'm going to try one more time to see what they'll tell me on these, okay? I might order the same 2 albums again and just tell them, you know, to give me a credit or something, but that's a total loss for me right there. We're looking at $50 down the drain if I don't get some money back, maybe more than that, probably probably around $50 down the drain if I don't do something about that. So, all right. They are pressed at GZ. Ah, yeah. That's probably the worst pressing plant in the world. All right. You won't see that happen at QRP or RTI, will you? No, sirree. That's not going to happen at QRP. If it does, it's what? 1 in 25,000, 1 in 10,000. They probably don't have, it's probably less than that. They probably have an incredible pass rate. Okay. Let me mute my mic. Nice. Okay. We have already filled up 7 full crates tonight, and we still can do more. And I still got more new vintage stuff, and we got a lot of other stuff I'm going to try to get to tonight as well. So let me get a new empty crate to start filling up, and let's get going. Let's sort through some more. I'm hunting May dates and early June. May dates and early June, or stuff I've recently ordered, maybe 3 weeks old, 4 or 2.5 that I maybe ordered too many, or we're down to like 1 copy. So here's May. Boy, I've hit the mother load. Yeah, there's still plenty. May. Oh my gosh. This whole crate is May. All right, let me get an empty crate and figure out what needs to be 24. Y'all going to be hearing me talk to myself for a while. But for us to continue, I have to do some sorting. Let me update these auctions right quick. Trust me, you don't want to go anywhere because we're talking about on sale new vinyl that has not been shown. I need to go ahead and tag these drum sets too. So before I do anything else, where did we get to on T-Rex? $85. T-Rex in concert. There he is, Mark Boland. 85 on that with Jeremy Bryant and John Lee Hooker. Donna went out. George Scherer has it for 33. The info, it's a 69 US Abbey repress VG Plus condition. And that has a final call to George Scherer for 33. I think T-Rex is up to Chris Knapp. Jeremy Bryant has it for 85. Where's that empty crate I was just talking about? Right here. And yeah, I just found a whole mother load of May. I mean, I told y'all we still got 9 crates to sort through. And we don't keep much here longer than a month. So probably a lot of this is eligible for discount. So let's see there. 24, 24. I'll reluctantly do it for 24. That'll be 29. That was already 24, so I'll do those for 19. That's 24. Reluctantly 24. I'll do those for 24, 24, 24. Wow, there's some great stuff in here. 24. That's 1st of June. Let's see. I'll pass on that one. That's one of my favorites. Let's see here. Gosh, have these already been out a month? They have. Unbelievable. We'll discount them. That's definitely on sale. May, not that. That just came out. That got mixed in. 24, that will be straight percentage. 24, we'll do that for 24 percentage. 24, 24, that'll be 29 crate. We got a 29 crate I'm building. 29 crate I'm building. So that's 24. What's underneath here? May, we'll do those for 24. 24. Woo, more MoFi. There's one. Let's see. 24. 20 percentage. Wow, this is going to be a fun crate. I'm going to be glad to discount that. I feel like I've read it 100 times. Those would be 29. June 11th. That's getting a little bit too recent. Yeah, let me just wait on those. And this one we're going to do, and then all these. And this is, yep. All right, here we go. There's some stuff we're down to the one record theory. I've been talking about it all night. It could be something we're down to the last stray copy. I feel like I've shown them 5 times, okay? And we're about to show those for $24.99. Will I reorder more? Probably this month. It'll be later this month, and when I order more, they'll probably sell. But we're down to the one theory, okay? The one record theory. John Lee Hooker did not get another bid. No. It's sold to George Sheriff for $33. Hope everybody has their fingers ready. If we can sell out of this one, we're going to do even more. T-Rex is a final call to Chris Knapp for $90. That was a battle. We got some T-Rex fans on for sure. I forgot about this record. The Killers, Day and Age, which is one I don't think I've seen too many times. The Killers is a 2008 USOG, and I don't think that one's in print anymore. Day and Age, really cool cover. It's almost like foil with the dots. A $30 start on that. Everything in here, I hope I did it fast. I hope something didn't slip through, but that's okay. Everything in here is $24.99. This could almost went to $29. I went ahead and made it $24. Daft Punk Homework. It's been here since May 23rd. I know I've sold several, and I might have even reordered it since then, but it's our last copy with a May 23rd sticker. Daft Punk is $24.99. I only do new vinyl about once every 30 or 40 days. Tonight's the night, 1 out of 40. New on-sale vinyl, $24.99. The Cramps, Rockin' and Reelin' in Auckland, New Zealand. I've got 2 left. Those have been here since May 22nd. Now $24.99. I remember people asking me at some point, would I take any less? Now's the time. And Slayer, these have been here for a while. Unbelievably, a month and 2 weeks almost. Slayer, Diabolus, and Musica. Can you believe it? Slayer for $24.99. And this is already on sale from the on-sale distributor. Now it's $10 off. Are you going to go my way? Lenny Kravitz, Greatest Hits. That's a 2 LP. The T-Rex is sold for $90 to Chris Knapp. Thank you, Chris. That is sold to you. And we got lots of claims on Daft Punk. Thanks, everybody, for sticking late. It'll be worth your time for sure. And I've only done one little handful of 45s, and I forgot to do the rest over here. Man, I got a lot of stuff around here. We have got a lot of stuff to sell. All right, so T-Rex is sold. Let's put that away. The Killers does have a bid with 30 with Brent Robley. I love their music. So who was first on Daft Punk? It was Jason Fornerat, then Susie, then Dave Saretna, then Rod Bryan. Then, no, Wes Wilt bid 30 first. Wes Witt bid 30 first. Then Brent Tidham. Ed Riviera on Slayer. Jason Fornerat on Kenny. MT Matt on Slayer. Amanda next on Lenny, then Allen, now Killers 32. And Chris Bryant needs a pack of inner sleeves, and somebody else asked for some sleeves earlier. William Warner. William Warner needs a package of inner and outer sleeves. We can do that. Thank you, William. Next is Styx, a new sealed Grand Illusion. Come sail away with me. $24.99. And Sleek Rick. Already a discounted price, now $10 more off. The Great Adventures of Sleek Rick, $34.99. And what do we have here? Sonic Youth, Sonic Nurse. Sonic Youth is $24.99. The Killers, $33, now $34, now $35 of Oso. And now our next Japanese pressing. And that is going to be, what do we have here? We got Memphis Slim, Mother Earth. Memphis Slim, a very psychedelic cover on the Buddha label. It is a 69 US reissue. The top scene is split and taped. It's in VG, just a $10 start on that. Romulus C on STY. That is for Styx, $24.99. The Killers is at 40 and now 55. That took a big jump. Sonic Youth is $24.99. 1 second. Okay, also $24.99 is the Budos Band. The Budos Band is $24.99. That's their second album. Also for $24.99 is Lizzie Borden, Give 'Em the Axe. White Blue Marble Vinyl. That is $24.99. While I have my laptop back here, we had a waiting list for a couple drum sets from Axe Haven. And let me go ahead and show those right now. And that was the Charlie Watts drum set. So the only thing that I think these actually came in Friday when I was out of town for the Metallica show. So let me pull up the waiting list. I meant to do this a long time ago, but this is probably the best time right now. Let's see if we can sell maybe the extra one I have. And the waiting list for Charlie Marks. The waiting list for Charlie Marks was Jen Cast, Brent Robley, and Darren Chrisman. Jen Cast, Brent Robley, and Darren Chrisman. So actually, all three of these are already sold. Who was that again? That was Jen Cass, Brent Robley, and Darren Chrisman. And here's what they look like. They're $59.99. It looks like Charlie Watts' Gretsch drum set. $59.99. There was 3 people on a waiting list. These are brand new. They're all spoken for, and they are gone. Okay? I'm going to put those over here on the operations center table, the operations room table. Those are $24.99. Folks, right now we're going through on sale new vinyl. It's been a heck of a night. We've already filled up 7 crates. We're working on number 8. It's probably been about 80% of tonight's show, other than the couple John crates and the Laura crate I've been through. Right now, these are all $24.99. We got Oso Adventure on Sonic Youth. We got Paul on the chat, and Paul said the Sonic Youth is really good. It's a lot more chill than their 80s and 90s output. There you go. There's one left, Sonic Nurse, $24.99. Memphis Slim has not got a bid. I'm looking for a $10 star, and the Killers is at $80. Next for $24.99 is Wolves in the Throne Room, Primadornal Arcana, Gold Nugget Vinyl, and we got Wolves in the Throne Room, the Diadem of 12 Stars. Those are both $24.99. Wolves in the Throne Room. There's your little medal to throw at you. There's a little bit of metal there to throw at you. Also over here, is this new? Yeah, this is a new album. I didn't get the pre-order in. Or get the pre-order posted. New album from the Turnpike Troubadours. It's called The Price of Admission. The new album on orange vinyl, indie exclusive, Turnpike Troubadours, The Price of Admission, orange vinyl. Those are $29.99. $29.99 on the new Turnpike Troubadours album. Sorry, I'm just now showing those, but those are available. Also for $24.99, I can't believe it's already been over a month since these come out, but I'm down to my last 2 copies of that new Steely Dan reissue remaster of The Royal Scam. $24.99 on those. Memphis Slim can be bought for just $10. Mother Earth, that is a VG, that's a '69 reissue. Memphis Slim, Mother Earth. A very psychedelic cover for a Memphis Slim album. The cover's like VG minus or less, but just $10 on Memphis Slim. Anthony Clark wants a new Turnpike Troubadours. Of course, these are sticker. They just got stickered today. $29.99. Scott Yoakum-Staller on a Steely Dan for just $24. And Donna does pick up that Memphis Slim for $10. The high bid on the Killers right now is with Oso at $85. Rat. This is Reach for the Sky. Rat's on white vinyl. And that is $24.99. That's available. Rat, I've got 2. They're $24.99, white vinyl. And I've also got AFI, The Art of Drowning. AFI is now just $24.99. I've got something else over here. And let me... I'm going to have to log in right quick. This is something new. I bet Ed's already got it priced for me, but let me make sure. Is that it? No, that's the... There it is. How much are these? $44.99. Okay. These are $44.99. And this is a... wow. Pretty cool here. These are $44.99. It's an Ozzy Osbourne. It's a keychain holder. It looks like a little mini amp. And it comes with 4 keychains with key rings where you can put them on. And it's something to hang on your wall like you insert, like the plug-in for the guitar. Ozzy is $44.99. So it's essentially a keychain holder, new sealed in box, a jack rack, a jack pack, a jack rack. That's what it's called. $44.99. 4 keychains, a key rack, a mounting kit, and a mounting grill. I've got 2 of those. I had the same company that makes the air fresheners, which I don't know what's happened to. I had a bunch of air fresheners, Ghost air fresheners and Aussie air fresheners. We sold a bunch of them, and I hadn't seen them since then. So, but there's Aussie, $44.99. All right, and now we had the Killers at 90, Ed and Riviera on wrap for 24, Oso Adventure on wrap for 24, Amanda Darby on AFI for 24, William Warner next on wrap, Dave next on wrap. But guess what? I have Opeth, Blackwater Park. That was $38.99. Now just $24.99 on Opeth. And I have one copy of Johnny Cash. What volume's this? Volume 1, American Recordings. $24.99. If you're just joining us, we're doing on sale new vinyl. On sale new vinyl. Everything in here is $24.99. Justin put O. I'm assuming that's for Ozzy. It also could be for Opeth. I'm not for sure. We'll let him specifically put the next letters after O. And then Rebecca for sure wants Opeth. We'll see which one Justin. He did want Opeth. So that's so to Justin Deckelman for 24, Rebecca second, Rod Bryan on Cash, then Corey, then Robert, and then Alan Smith. Next for $24.99 is Rat, Invasion of Your Privacy. Lay It Down. Rat, $24.99, black, gray, and white vinyl. The Killers, we now can officially go ahead and say Rebecca Howard at $90, and we're about to sell it. Hammers Up, The Killers, Day and Age. Next is Wet Leg, self-titled, $24.99 for Wet Leg, and this is now $20 off. I think I ordered one copy because it was some sort of metal album that was on a playlist, and I still have it. It is $24.99. $24.99. Robert Barnett on Spinning. And Spinning. Robert Barnett on Spinning. Dave Saretna put LHOO. Really, Chad? New vinyl on sale? What are you doing? We are discounting new vinyl on sale. I'm out of control, honestly. I think I have gone through 10 crates now. Where are we at? No stream. Is anybody here? Test 1, 2. What's going on? Can anybody hear me? Feed is frozen. Not good. I'll give it a second then. Test 1, 2. Can anybody hear me? Evidently, there's a major Facebook problem right now. We'll give that 1 second. Is there anybody out there? I have become comfortably numb. There is no pain you are receiving. I have become comfortably numb. All right, we'll give Facebook just a second. Let me go over here and see what it looks like. Let's see here. Let me open up Facebook. Anybody still here? So I'm assuming everything's fine on video has ended. It will be available soon. That's not good. What's it say over here on Restream? Live. That is weird. What does it look like on YouTube? Okay. $112 still over here. How's there 112 and we only have 73 likes? So that needs to change. All right, well, here's what I'm going to do. Let's give it a few more seconds. If not, I probably need to reset the stream. Uh-oh. It ended on Facebook. It's over. It's ended over there. Facebook is completely ended now. I don't think that's coming back. It's over. All right, so let me end this auction. Let's see here. All right. So let's sell the Killers. Did I get the Johnny Cash? Rod Bryan, you got Johnny Cash. Yes. The Killers is sold to Rebecca Howitt for $90. Facebook's completely ended, so let me just end my stream over here and retitle everything, and I'll have to just start a new stream, okay? So it will show up as YouTube as part 2. I don't know what it looks like on Twitch. I've never even been on Twitch before. So let me just start a new feed, okay? And then make sure there's no other comments. Yeah, Facebook completely ended. All right, let me end the feed. I'll start a part 2, and I'll be back in about 5 minutes. I got to retitle everything, and I might step up front and grab a snack. So let me do that right quick. All right, I'm going to end the feed. Please, everybody, come back. We're right in the crate of an on-sale